Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 7th round of the Aeroflot Open. The games are just about to start. So let us check a bit the current standings in the tournament. So far we have 6 players on the lead. Six players on the lead. I will also take a look here. And all of them are playing against each other. So Alexei Gaganov with white plays against Richie Rapid, Aram Khagabyan with white plays against Jans Nepomniachtchi, and Hans Niemann is playing against Andrei Yesipenko. So, of course, any game of this, any decisive game out of this field, of course, could be easily almost decisive. +5 most probably would be a guarantee for sharing the first place in this event. And also we have just 3 players on 4.5, which was a bit surprise to me to learn, because I thought it would be more players actually trailing the leaders. And among this group, we have Denis Lazavik, who plays against Alexander Grishuk. Both players are on 4.5. And also Maxim Matlakov, he's also on 4.5, and he plays with Neil Dubov, but Neil Dubov is in the group of players with 4 points, and that group is pretty huge, with about maybe 18 players. Most likely the first 9 players whom I just mentioned, probably one of them will be the ultimate winner, who knows, because for the rest of the field, with just 3 rounds to go, the players need to make at least 2.5 or maybe even 3 out of 3. A bit tough, of course, to achieve. And for the leaders, it's enough maybe to get just 1 win and 2 draws, and 7 out of 9 should be enough to at least to split the first prize. Yesterday, on the 6 rounds, the players with the white pieces were extremely successful. Most of the wins were achieved with white. So let's see if this tendency is gonna continue or not. Okay, the games are just started. So Aram Khagabyan with Jan Nepomniachtchi, we see the Nimzo. Nimzo with the first move, knight f3, also relatively popular answer from white. We saw already almost every possible reply here from black. Castle shot, d5, c5. Even sometimes h6. So I guess the black players already even in that tournament tried every possible answer. Hans is very trustful to his habit, it seems, and he's late yet one more time. At least I don't see any moves to appear. Alexei Gaganov against Richie Rapid. Alexei basically can play from any hand. So he can serve e4, d4. He's quite a universal player. d4, I guess, was his main option back then. Back at his times when he was a 2600 player. And Richie needs to set up his mind. Does he wants to take all the risk in that game, or he can settle for something more classical? Hard to say. That's a morning game. Just to remind all of you that today we have also a double round day, so it means that the players are scheduled to play 2 games. So maybe it's not, let's say, wise to take the whole risk in the first one. You need also to remember that just in the 1 hour distance, you have to play the second game. And who knows which of them could be your best chance. Okay, but f5 appeared. So all of a sudden, Richie plays Dutch. I don't remember if he was playing Dutch. Okay, he's absolutely universal. Of course, he can basically go go by any opening, and normally also not by playing this wide range of openings. He's also quite often comes with some fresh ideas. So G3, one of the most solid systems by white, and knight f6, c4. I don't know what actually makes the difference to play G3 then c4. Looks like it will be just a transposition. If black goes G6, and it will be some Dutch, probably the classical line. Denis Lozovic with white plays against Alexander Grishuk. Again, we see only one move, d4, either smoking time or thinking time. Yeah, looks like still smoking time, early morning. Daniil Dubov plays his good fellow friend Maxim Motlakov. A very, very interesting game from psychological point of view. Does these two players will play or not? Because okay, they're good friends. That's one point, and also Maxim Motlakov is celebrating his birthday just today, as well as Vladislav Artemiev. He's also celebrating birthday today, so a bit funny way how to celebrate a birthday. So I don't know if Danya is in the mood to upset his friends and to make such a present as beating Maxim. Next we have another celebrator, let's say Vladislav Artemiev. He plays white against Dmitry Bocharov. Okay, Vlad is, as usual, also takes time at the opening, choosing how to go, what to go. He's in a position that with the white pieces, obviously he needs to push. Just 3 rounds left. Okay, he has white. He's also have pretty solid repatch with black. Not that easy to go and try to win. So with white, it's basically his situation, I would say, to win, or probably then he will be out for the competition for the very, very top places. Okay, +3, of course, it's also very decent result, but probably not at the ambitions and not at the caliber of Vladislav. Shuim Sedin Vahidov plays Sava Vitokhin. We have another Salima, again bishop b5 e6, white took on c6, bc. So, and there are numerous transpositions, numerous structures in the system. Position quite tough and quite tricky to play. And obviously, Sedin is also looking for something sharp, for something big, because okay, he has a very slow start. He lost his game in the first round, and he recovered. He's back to +2, and obviously he hopes at least to get something more. Ronak Sodvani, who was one of the leaders but lost his previous game to Alexei Kaganov. Now he's white against Nikita Afanasyev, c4 played, and either another smoking or war-walking reason, or maybe just Nikita thinks. Yes, it looks like he just arrived to the board, and okay, he plays lots of games during the year. I think he's one of the most intensive player at the modern times. Of course, nobody can compare to Oleg Korneev. It's just, or maybe some other players from the old generation. They're like some sense of saints in chess. But from the regular professionals, I think Nikita plays maybe one of the biggest number of games per year, if we count all blitzes, rapids, and classical time control. I even afraid to imagine the real number. It's maybe 300 or maybe more. So really, so I think it means that basically it's almost not possible to surprise him, but it's possible maybe to quote him a little bit of his best conditions, because playing that much requires to be always in the top of your forms, which is simply impossible. Evgeny Nair plays against Sergei Labanov. Evgeny was also one of the leaders, but he lost his previous game to Я не помню вещей, and now he's with white pieces, and let's see how ambitious he will be in that game. So, okay, quite a fighting variation in Spanish. C3, D6, D4, bishop, B6, F5. Yes, even I remember this line. Bishop goes to E7, bishop E3, bishop G4, knight BD2, takes, short castle. Okay, both players are playing quick, so obviously it's all well known, it's all well studied by both of them. And let's see who has prepared, who has done his homework better. Bishop G5. Nobody spending a second yet, so quick, so obvious. And okay, this position I have zero idea what goes on. I don't know if black can just go h6. Okay, white can consider trade, or maybe bishop h4. Hard to say what goes on in that situation. Anyway, it looks like the game can be pretty sharp. The Nishwar, who yesterday committed almost a suicide, he made a brilliant defense. He was actually showed that he's a very, very resourceful player, and just in a situation when he could have ended his nice defense with perpetual check, he decided to self-destruct, and he lost his game to Richie Rapids. Okay, hopefully he did recover it after such a probably painful loss, and today he has white pieces against Vladimir Zakhartsov, who has very uneven tournament with lots of ups and downs, some pieces of luck and everything. But regardless of this, he is a strong player, and he is also on 4 out of 6. Okay, so d5, bishop f4 looks like some London scenario by white. E3, knight c6, knight bd2, and okay, black needs to decide which setup he wants to go. There are plenty of them, g6, e6, with bishop on g4, with bishop on f5, so almost every reasonable move is possible. So let's see and wait. Alexander Shmanov plays Artyom Muskov, and we have Sicilian e4, c5, knight c3, knight c6, knight f3, e6. So with that move order, Alexander avoided entering to any discussions in Najdorf, but with G3 he avoided even, looks like, any discussions for open Sicilian, because okay, black now can go d5, and then I don't know, then white needs to show what does he wants. d5 considered to be normal. Otherwise, if black waits, then I can go bishop g2 and then change his mind and still go d4, and then white will have some open Sicilian with fianchetted bishop to g2, which is absolutely playable, of course. I think on g3, d5 earlier was the main, and I wonder what does Alexander has in mind, but okay, let's see this. If take takes d4, bishop g4, I think I remember it was such lines, but of course nowadays my old theoretical knowledge of almost zero importance, because modern data centers can kill all your previous knowledge. Arseniy Nesterov plays Zhel Shilikov Erjan, not really a well-known player to me. I think Erjan won 3 games in a row, and he's also joining this group of players with 4 out of 6. Probably another young and promising player. And here we have the classical Tarash, it seems, with knight c3, knight f6, bishop g5, bishop e6, e3. C4 is quite trendy now, and after c4, white can take on f6, and okay, gf is a choice of Fyodor safe. More other players are taking with the queen. And normally white goes a3, g3, bishop g2, something like this, and then tries to press that d5 pawn, and black hopes to defend it, plus they have a couple of not really active bishops. Next we have Sergei Drigalov plays R10 Hubu Kshanov, Sicilian, and okay, then white, okay, d4. So d4, we see more open Sicilians on the 7th round, so probably players decided that okay, it's enough of warming up. It's time to cash out. So d4, most likely going to be some open Sicilian, open fight. Remizov Yaroslav plays Ivan Zemlyansky. We have Dragon, not really often seen nowadays, but of course, why not? Everything is possible, especially with that modern G6 H5 sort of play, which I recently studied a bit, but okay, I probably must admit I'm too old. Even I must admit that I'm too old to play like this, but the present elite players are sometimes enjoying it and playing this. Vadim Zvyagintsev is very faithful to his strategy. He likes to come home quickly. So, and his game with Leia Garifulina just finished in a draw. So maybe third draw within 15 moves for Vadim. He's basically using some Aikido, probably. Yeah, I will never touch you first, but if you touch me, I will probably kick you back. So sort of it. But similarly, every second player has zero wishes to be in any contact with such a big player. So quick draw, just enough. +2, everybody happy. Just maybe to inform the players that +2 will not be enough to get any big prize. With +2, you can hope to share one of the last possible prizes. So I don't know if this strategy is effective to get any real prize here, but at least it's effective to keep and to score some good amounts of points. Next we have Iranian derby, and the youngster Reza Mahdavi is challenging the Amin himself. And after bishop d7, French defense, bishop e2, knight g to e7, castle short, takes, knight e5, knight c3, rook c8. Also a possible line. I also used to check the bit and used to play it a bit. King h1, f6. Plenty of options for both sides, and okay, e3. So white and black tries to improve. Here, remember, there was some bishop e7, but then white can go g4. And there is also some h5 move, but with clearly some drawbacks. And okay, in the present game, just h6. Just h6. Okay, I'm partially joking, of course, when I'm saying about Amin himself, but okay, he's at least he's last year's winner, and last year he played absolutely brilliant chess. He lost his first round game, and then he made something like 7.5 out of 8. It's a unique achievement. It's really hard to imagine that someone will repeat it. But this year he's slightly more modest. He's having 3.5. And so, okay, he desperately needs to win 1 or 2 games, at least to get into some decent position in final standings. Lev Zverev against Hayek Martirosyan. We don't get any moves here, so no idea who is absent and why, or what's wrong with this board. Okay, both players on +1, so maybe it's time to play a little bit. Next we have Aydin Suleimanli against Maxim Sumusenko, Nimzo, and okay, both players likes to fight, so for sure they will find some ways to achieve it. The Indian Grandmaster Naranyan against Artem Pingin. Artem actually spotted lots of good chances against the top GMs here. He was having great chances against Taba. Also yesterday against Aydin, he was just a pawn up from the opening. So lots of good chances. Okay, let's see how he will perform today. S6 Queen E2, and okay, some Queen's Gambit accepted, and okay, kind of complicated line when both sides his own trumps, and okay, some E4, and yeah, I have never tried it with either color, so hard to say what goes on. But at least by scenario, we see that it can be very, very intensified here. Kamotra Soham plays against Petrosyan Manuel. We see some Grunfeld with 7th move Queen F4 check. And I don't remember if this check is still a fashionable line or not. I remember I experienced it with that line a bit back in 2012. I think I won a kind of important game against Linier Dominguez in a Grand Prix in Tashkent. But even back then, I felt it's maybe I can play it for half a year or sort of it, but it's hardly can be my main weapon, and my main weapon against Grunfeld remained is Knight F3, Queen B3. And anyway, Queen F4 for one game should be always be in mind. Alexei Grachov against Pavel Pankratov and D3 H6. Pavel is known for his famous fighting spirit, so we can expect any sort of surprise from him. D6, F4, G5, Knight C3, Bishop G7, and okay. Black is hoping that his potential weakness around the white squares or sort of it will be compensated by immobility of the pawns. Maybe knight from c6 can come to g6, and black may look to some actions on the king side. I tried to play it a couple of times. I played it in my rapid match against Petr Lieko in Abu Dhabi without any success, and also later I tried it in some blitz events here in Russia. But okay, so far my understanding this type of play from the black side, obviously I'm missing something, so normally I'm not getting positions which I'm later happy about. Rudik Makaryan against Isaac Parpiev, two youngsters, and okay, another Carlton with h6, bishop f6. We already seen it yesterday, and also this queen b3. C6, bishop d3, the same way Daniil Dubov played against Sava Vitohin on the 6th round. And Sava, I think he played just knight d7, knight b6, bishop f6, and was trying to keep it solid. And b6 is a present choice. A bit shaky move in the sense that I don't know if black really wants to push c5, because okay, b6, c6, and c5 kind of heavy, kind of slow. And to go bishop b6, I don't see such a big point. So I don't quickly understand this necessity of b6. Maybe bishop b6, c5, something like that. Okay, obviously Isaac is prepared, so he must show us some ideas. Mikhail Nikitenko against Danilo Pavlov. So we have some sort of quick London with knight c3 and black played with g6. Now, okay, bishop g7, knight b5, it's one of the options to play in a positional style, let's say. But apart from knight b5, I can also push h4 or go with any normal move. But of course, if you can't push h4, you have to push. You have to push. Okay, Lev Zverev and Haik also started to play. Let's take a quick look. Sicilian and bishop e2. Okay, some classical line. And the other boards. Do we have the other boards? Kulaev Maxim against Ilya Lushonok. Also, both players are on +1. D5, D3. Also quite in some fashion against Karo, and just a6. Actually, D3 is not such a stupid move. I call it normally a pensioner move. It's a wise opening choice for pensioners who are completely unable to study any modern theory, and then D3 looks pretty solid and pretty reasonable option. So the good news for white is that it's really pretty solid, and it's not that easy to go wrong, but maybe not the best news for white that black has no any bad answer. Just, I don't know, even maybe some f5 is okay, I don't know, h5, whatever. I mean, it's hard to imagine what can be possibly bad for black. I mean, so any reasonable move is actually fine. So let's go back to the top boards. Here, after some transposition, knight f3, d5. The players actually entered Vienna variation, which I sort of should be an expert about. By the number of games, by the number of hours which I spent studying and playing this opening, I'm really one of the hugest experts. But the last time I checked it with even not the strongest comp was probably 10 years ago. So my knowledge is not even very up to date. I think it's completely non-existent. So c5, yes, I think I prepared this for already in 2009, and it was one of the trendiest lines during the time memorial to also 2009 here, just in the nearest National Hotel. Short castle, c takes d4, e5, queen d8, knight f4. Yes, it's considered to be the main line, as far as I remember, knight c6. And white has different setups how to put the pieces. Queen e2, rook d1, and sometimes if black castle short, there's some knight g3, and trying even not to regain the pawn, but mostly trying and to focus on the direct attack. Some bishop d3, queen e4, knight h5, and setups like that. It was considered that it's actually quite unpleasant. Okay, so quickly played rook c1, and I don't exactly remember is it main or not main. Okay, but f6 I'm absolutely unaware of that move. So probably Jan knows what is he doing, because for me s6 is the move which I have zero idea why it's so important. Bishop b5 was a threat, maybe, but hardly I can imagine being bishop b5 is a serious threat. Who knows? Even bishop d7 black can go. I thought that bishop on b5 is actually doing no any real job against a 3. I don't know, probably bishop b7, and still white can go to this queen e2 rook d1 or this rook e1, knight g3, and this setups with later trying to offend the black king. Here we have Russian defense and queen e2. What does it mean? Hans is not very ambitious, or he just wants to play a long positional game? Hard yet to say. Knight f6, take, g6, knight b5, knight e6, castle, bishop g7, c3. I don't remember the theory here, and I cannot say exactly what's setups, let's say, for black is considered right nowadays to be most promising, or at least the most natural ones. I don't know if this bishop on g7 really has some bright future. Okay, white puts this pawn c3, d4, and this bishop is slightly looking into some wall. This knight on b5 is a bit unpleasant because it puts some pressure, and okay, this knight on e6 is out of play. But at the same time, black has no weaknesses. But the structure is symmetrical, and despite all that, of course, it's hard to white to make any real progress. But I would say it's slightly more pleasant to play with white. So I think it looks nice, and this bishop on g7, knight on e6 are possibly two pieces for which black will, about which black has to take some special care. Ricci seems to have a decision to almost to go all in. So it means that Alexei is also given some chance. d6, knight c3, c6. Yes, so far the main line in this Dutch defense. Queen b3. Here there are different moves. The knight, no, maybe knight e4 is against some other moves. Okay, knight s6, also a typical way how black develops their knight from b8. Bishop f4. This move I have zero idea, because okay, for some reason it stops maybe a bit of pawn pushing from black, but at the same time, if black goes for some h6, then g5 comes with tempi. If black goes for some, I don't know, queen 8, then e5 might come with tempi. So really, I don't know if that move is good or bad. Maybe Alexei has some quick c5 ideas. So maybe c5 was at a certain agenda, and that's why h6 did not happen. So queen b6, queen c2. Still, it's a question if c5 can be a threat. I mean, if d takes c5, knight f4, and then I want to take on c5, and then the black structure looks a bit strange. Okay, bishop e6 played, immediately calling the pawn on c4, and here c5 is probably less effective because the bishop later will come to d5 from e6, occupying a strong position in the center. White pushed d5 with an idea probably cd, knight g5, and then just bishop d7. And okay, the game goes on. Looks probably a bit better for white, but okay, of course, with all pieces present on the board, it's hard to say what goes on. Here we have another knight c3, bishop before knight f3, short castle, bishop g5, and the fighting d5 system. The fighting d5 system. So we already seen it a couple of times in that event. We had the game of Sava Vitohin a couple of rounds ago when he achieved an important win, and we also seen one more game. So c5 d5 is a very hot for today, and it's one of the probably most fighting ways how white can try to play against Nimzo these days. And of course, if I knew back in my 90s that if you include knight f3, black would go castle, then you can go bishop g5, then I think it would be obviously my main weapon with white, because I was such a great fan of fourth move bishop g5 against Nimzo, but unfortunately bishop g5 on the fourth move is considerably less effective than it's with the inclusion of moves knight f3 and castle shot. Because, as I already explained, this presence, the king of the the presence of the black king on the king side makes lots of setups much less effective and dangerous for white, and white still keeps the typical ideas available. So, and that's why I think it's kind of okay. Okay, obviously both players are prepared, so let's see how they will play here. Daniil Dubov is, as I already told, in a situation to upset or to celebrate. Okay, so queen d3, c5, castle shot, take, knight c6, cd5, and I don't know, a bit strange Tarrasch may appear after ed5, knight c3. It's like instead of some bishop g5 or any bishop f4, white opted for some queen d3. A bit unusual, but maybe quite playable. Knight b4, then okay, probably queen b3. Then white quickly gets some rook to d1, and can actually try to press against this d file, but also should be quite okay. Knight b4, knight d5, queen b6 somewhere. Okay, maybe white can even trade queens and hope to get slight advantage due to constant pressure with this bishop on g2. Vladislav, okay, some anti-Miran with bishop d3. Again, classical, never something else. Takes a6. So far, one of the main lines by black. 6 is a flexible move, preparing both b5 and bishop e7, sometimes c5, and maybe leaving the pawn on b7, maybe e5, and okay, taking the extra control on the b5 squares are quite useful in sort lines. So still lots of theory here. I remember I've done a bit of studies this 15 years ago, but since that time probably I've never touched it with either color. So I didn't like it so much with black, and same I can say with white. So I didn't understand why and what makes me to play this line. I mean, so, okay, it's possible, of course, but I thought there are more promising, more interesting ways of playing, and it's not, and it was not fitting my my style back then. Okay, so knight, here we have d3, queen c7. Okay, knight c3. I don't know if it's some preparation or over the board inspiration. This d3, knight c3. It looks like white is not in a hurry to take any decisions. Okay, let's just play chess. Knight e7. White goes h4. Probably h5 would be an achievement for white to gain some space. So black replied h5, and now came b3. I'm far from understanding what goes on here. White plays quite slowly. Looks like he thinks that in the long run he can enjoy his life. I don't know. Black can also go knight g6, e5, and gets a nice control with the central squares. All this play can easily turn out to be a slow one. Here the players already exchanged queens, and queen c8, queen d3, also quite a famous line. White sometimes exchanges, sometimes not. Okay, in the present game, okay, immediately exchanged b3, b2, c8. Black is very solid, but a little bit not so easy to come with some active play. White has two bishops and not easy to play actively for black, but at the same time black is very solid, has full control with the center, and also not so clear how white can use and how white should play to get anything out of the opening. Okay, maybe rook h to d8, king a8, and then some b6, and black stands, and maybe a bit boring to play, but very hard to crack from white. Here we see some real play, some real fight. So bishop g5, h6, and both players are still quick, especially Yevgeny, who is not spending a minute, it says. So black went c5, e5, take on f5, take on f5, knight d3, queen b1. Very hard to say what goes on. If knight f5, then what? Then knight takes e5, queen d2, and can be some bishop f6 and knight c6. And also some g4 may come, because the bishop is not allowed to come to g6, but g4, c4. It can be in a reply. Also c4 exists maybe here. E takes f6, g5, and what goes on? The g5, I don't understand exactly. Okay, white has two bishops hanging, and black, all black position is very active. So I really have no idea what goes on. Here after knight bd2, Vladimir decided for knight h5. White took the pawn, take, queen f5, c4. This I don't know. I think I was mostly can remember some c3, bishop d3. Okay, some standard play. Okay, playing this way, white opening the position, and it can be good, but at the same time a little bit of why. Yeah? g3, 6, short castle, bishop f7. Now again, okay, white has some lead on the development. The main question: can white use it or not? Anyway, it looks a bit more pleasant to white, and especially if white keeps queens on board, even some pressure against the black king. Also, it may appear later, maybe some queen e2, rook d1, knight somewhere. Still, it's hard for the black pieces to find any active positions, and white has just some easy going, easy play. g3 was enough to scare Artem to play d5. No, thank you. Knight f6, bishop g2. Again, no, thank you. s6. Short castle. d6. Takes. Queen c7. I think I remember I like to play here bishop d7 with black, and I played something similar with Petr Leko in one of the Monaco tournaments, and I don't know if with Peter in Tashkent I already had my queen on c7 probably. Yes, so bishop d7 was my special likeness, with idea just to take sometimes on d4, go bishop c6, and whenever I was getting my bishop to c6, I was feeling some waves of happiness. I'm thinking, okay, now I liquidated lots of pressure on this long diagonal. Now I have solid position. I don't need even any b5, and just bishop e7, castle short, and enjoy your life. Okay, queen c7 is also a possible and well-known move. Okay, so with transposition, they just playing a Paulsen variation with g3, bishop g2, and okay, maybe not the very frequent guests in the modern chess, but absolutely sensible system from white. f4, bishop e7, and I think rook e1 was definitely some of the moves. With idea bishop e7, take on c6, e5, de, rook e5, castle, rook back. I think it was one of the lines. And that's why some white players were trying to put some doubt on a quick queen c7 move. After f4, bishop e7, okay, black is on time to make a short castle. Then, okay, all these ideas will never work, and okay, white can go some bishop e3 here, or something typical in that manner. e3 c4 played. Okay, Arseniy decided not to go to this discussions with bishop takes f6, so he just play a solid bishop e2, knight b to d7, short castle h6, immediately calling the bishop. What do we want? What white wants? Maybe to go out with the bishop to f4 to h4, hard to say which square is more promising. Take on f6, I guess knight f6, and if black will just finish the development, he looks pretty much okay. The pawn has well, the pawn on d5 is well defended, and okay, the bishop temporarily is not that active. b3 can be some bishop b4 with tempi probably. This line, okay, queen f3. Another move I like to play a lot, and also without any success. I think after queen f3, I lost all my white's games, even though I always had some special liking about that move. I think I lost quickly to Vishanand in 95 here in the Kremlin start. I think I lost to Alexei Shirov in rapid game in Germany 5 years later, also without any piece of fight. So I think in some handicap tournaments I also used to play it, and also without success. I think I lost to Igor Zaitsev on some handicap tournament, but with the black pieces against queen f3. So you see one of the weakest players on earth on queen f3 with bishop g5 topic. Okay, castle. Long castle. Yes, maybe also to Alexander Grishuk I lost in Tal Memorial 2014. It was something similar also with some queen f3. So yeah, I can only remember games which I actually lost. So very, very pleasant memories are coming. Queen c7. Okay, bishop d3. b5, rook h to e1. Bishop b7, and immediately, boom, immediately. So knight d5. Actually, it's a big question if Erden is he prepared or not, because okay, if you are not prepared, then it can be okay, not over, but closer to over. So because you are playing versus comp, and position remains so complicated that you need to know it move by move. Yeah. So no idea if what does happen here, but at least looks like Sergey is prepared, and Erden it's still not yet clear. Here in Dragon, white opted for a solid system. Queen f4, knight, queen c7. Okay, Jones Gawain proved to everyone in his splendid books that black is everywhere fine here. Even though that any equal position which is objectively fine, I always thought it's maybe tougher to play with black. But it's my own feelings, it's my own subjective feeling. h4 rook d8, and I think it's still some recommendation. h5 is some option because hg or h6 is a famous h6. Okay, but then white needs to be. Then white needs to reckon with some bishop f5 after h5, and then knight is ready to jump. Still a theoretical position, And okay, it can be easily that black is doing objectively fine, but in the practical chess, it's just you always need to remember that your pawn structure is constantly weaker, and especially if white trades queens, sometimes the endgame, okay, like objectively equal, but completely unplayable. Next we have Taba h6, bishop e3. Okay, maybe bishop e3. Why not? Bishop e7. Okay, now g4 black probably takes on e3. And this g4 might not fit the possible play for white. That's why bishop d3 takes, short castle, c1, knight f5, and okay. Sergei Zhigalko is a huge expert of playing this type of structures with white, and he's very, very successful. And okay, king h1 looks maybe not a very necessary move. h6, okay, looks okay. But at the same time, if white gets the battery on the board, I mean some queen b1, bishop b1, queen d3, it's always a question how to protect the h7 square, especially when h6 has been already played. Otherwise, black just goes g6 and wait. It's really takes time to break it. But with the pawn on h6, this battery can be quite annoying, and black needs to know how to reply. Maybe still, of course, some g6, like nothing happens, but that, of course, requires to be at least a very, very brave man. Knight c6 was the choice of Lev Zverev, and the game goes into some queen changes on g3, g, d5, g4. It's still a well-known theoretical line. Here we have this position at 3, and bishop goes to f8, b4, takes, f5, b5, c5. Okay, takes, and this is, I don't know if it's a best or worse or possible. So what exactly goes on here, I have no idea. This b5, c5 is something absolutely new to me, but okay, maybe that's also a possible way of playing, because okay, with knight on e2 and not knight on f3, obviously black has much more free choice of choosing more active actions. With knight on f3, such a play, I guess, would be under much a bigger doubt, but with knight g2, with knight position on e2, it's harder for white to be quick with any actions in the center, and then maybe black can even play something like f5, c5. Why not? Here not so many things has happened. Okay, just rook d1, rook c8. Black a bit waits not to castle too quick, not to run under some jumps and attacks, and also after rook c8, white needs to, of course, to check and double check that black can go b4, and it looks kinda unpleasant in some lines. And okay, maybe knight bd2 some move, maybe bishop somewhere, and or d5 maybe. d5 is actually played. 5 is actually played, and it puts black to some choice, but okay, the first option is to take, of course. Second option, maybe some moves like queen b6, trying to be a little bit cautious like this, but okay, you need to reckon with d6, the typical idea. Sometimes here it works or not. Okay, we take e5, bishop f3, maybe not working. Black has everything defended. And if bishop e3, I go bishop c5. So, but okay, queen b6 gives white some other chances. Maybe take knight c3, and maybe to press that pawn. Then white can consider, apart from d6, also d takes and some e5. So okay, position is quite sharp. And just now Artem needs to make some important choice. Take or not. Here black opted for reasonable setup with b6 and bishop b7, trying to basically to shut this rook on b1 and also to make this queen on f4 stance a bit weird. Queen c7, bishop d3, e6, short castle, b6. So what black wants to say? They wants to say that what your queen is doing on f4 we have no idea. And okay, you play rook b1, and okay, anyway I play b6, bishop b7, so your rook is not really active. What white is saying, okay, we had time to finish the development, we have 2 pawns in the center, and it's not that easy for black to attack them. And okay, white's normally placing a rook from f1 to e1, this rook from b1 can go most likely to d1, and then of course at the proper moment, of course, h4. Don't forget to go h4. I don't know if h5, h6 is a huge idea, but okay, we've seen some games like this. It can be really unpleasant. And some well-timed h4 are, of course, we will expect. Here white went just bishop e3. Pavel jumped knight b4. And rook e1. I'm not getting any of these moves so easily. Okay, why bishop e3, why rook e1, why knight b4? What both sides are trying to achieve. This knight b4 with combination with g5 does it so. Okay, maybe sometimes d5 can be an idea. To force white to take, then to take on d5, knight d5, and then okay, if black has already made a short castle, maybe some play in the center, but it's really hard, of course, to achieve because okay, white has already knight on f3, rook on e1, so this d5 is far from easy. But if not some d5, then what knight is basically doing on b4? White can go bishop b3, maybe some knight e2, c3, knight g3. Play like this. Also, I don't know if white really thinking about some d4 here. Does it exist or not? If it's dangerous for black or not? But d4 also comes to mind. Here after b6, Rudik went h3. I don't know if this move is so necessary right now, but okay. Bishop to e6, as we thought. Maybe it's black's idea to go c5 quickly and try to use the power of the bishop on f6. Queen c2, knight c6, d takes, b takes, rook d1, queen c8. Rook d2, king h8. Wow, what a move! It's necessary to go king h8. I don't know. Looks a bit. This move looks. I mean, black was doing very reasonable moves, but this move is. I'm sort of a bit out. I mean, it's really there. It's hard to say because okay, black can go rook d8, rook b8, some normal moves. I don't know if bishop h7 is ever a huge idea for white. Okay, you go king h8 and what? Still surprised by that move king h8. Okay, it's maybe not bad. I just don't understand why it's so necessary to go king h8 because maybe rook d8 is more useful. Maybe rook b8 is more useful. So. Okay, rook c1, position, I believe, is approximately equal. Okay, some fight. Here we have bishop e2 and bishop d7, knight f3. Okay, some also solid positional chess. Knight on f3 looks a bit strange, but overall a possible way of playing chess. Bishop g4, knight e5. So h3 is not enough, because it will be something simple. Okay, knight f5, take, knight h5, c3. Okay, white I think got nothing out of the opening. Black is solid, black is okay. Black is not in a rush to take, when knight d7 is absolutely fine. So more or less calm play. And here we have d3 e6, queen e2. Okay, after queen e2 it makes some sense. White plays just this King's Indian setup for white, and then the c6, d5, e6 is a bit passive for black, because normally black either has a pawn on c5 or on e5. And here, okay, g3, bishop b7, bishop g2. This should be slightly better for white, because anyway it's just a typical King's Indian scenario with completely useless and passive move c6, while white has made all the standard moves. And if black goes c5, it's just a tabia and tabia pawn mp down, which actually can be slightly unpleasant for black, because anyway he is playing black, and he also wasted the tempo in the first moves. It's a bit scary, I would say. But if not c5, then of course a big question, where does all these pieces will go? From bishop from c8, knight from b8, especially knight from b8, because the c6 looks like an ideal position for the knight, and knight d7, knight d6 are a bit strange. Take c5, also possible to take on f4 and go e5. The pawn is protected by the check on e5, but okay, white will probably short castle, and again the typical position, typical scenario when white enjoys light initiative, because black has wasted some tempos. Okay, knight b7. Black is quite solid, of course. It's really hard to prove and to break, but just in general, okay, white has a tempo and some initiative as well. So what do we have else? Okay, I will take a quick look for other boards. If we have something interesting or something crazy, we will stop. If not, I'll go relatively quicker. Another queen, but not to f3, to d3. But that's a rather variation. Queen d3 is actually quite also popular reply, not only queen d2. And here, bishop e2 is maybe a similar idea to put the queen on g3 later on, or maybe straight right now. Queen g3, queen c7, and okay, the game goes on. Oleg Vastruhin against Alexander Tripishka. Both players needed a win, needed to go up. Matvey Galchenko plays against Vladislav Forotnikov. Wow, what a matchup. Okay, let's take some look. So, Vladislav Forotnikov, I think I played him last year in 1996. He completely destroyed me in some rapid chess. I would say I was completely outclassed. So I understood that simply my opponent plays a better chess. And he is for sure maybe the oldest participant of this edition of Aeroflot, and he is, how old does he is? 77 or 78, in between this, and he's still on 3.5 out of 6. So can you imagine his real strength back then, when he was a little bit younger at least? Okay, so knight c3, e6. I've never seen such a move. Should be a bit risky to play chess like that. Yes, so we see on the screen, Matvey is a current Russian Blitz champion, and Vladislav Vorontikov is a current 77th participant of Aeroflot Open, and they just faced each other on the 7th round. Bishop e3. Okay, maybe f4 would be my first pick. Okay, whenever I see this idling moves like a6, I always want to break through the center. Some f4, e5, and play like that. Okay, bishop e3 is also a normal choice. Knight g4, bishop f4, e5, take. Okay, a small achievement for black. He traded queens. Okay, bishop d6, short castle. And black needs to decide what to do with the pawn on e5. Actually, s6 now you see quite a useful move. Okay, maybe stops any knight b5 jumps. So it's a question if Vladislav wants to go with f6, a solid move, trying to shut this bishop on g3, or he may choose in favor for some flexible knight d7 or knight c6. So black has actually plenty of moves, plenty of ways how to protect the pawn on e5, and okay, looks quite playable, especially if black will finish the development. It's okay. It's a typical Philidor variation with knight c3, 5 takes. Position is very similar to that, and Maxim Chertkov, also he was on +2, now he's on +1, I guess. Najdorf, and pretty old line already. I saw it maybe around 14 years ago, and nowadays it's completely out from practice. Okay, just some play. Some games already ended, probably some player didn't appear. Okay, we will not check maybe up to the end of the list. So let's go back to the leaders. The leaders are here, and after rook c1, s6, e3, bishop e7, bishop e7. Yes, queen e2 white plate, b5 by Jan. So inviting white to take the decision of where to place the bishop. Okay, bishop to d3, bishop b7. I don't know, maybe Jan wants even to play with a long castle, or maybe he's just trying to delay the castle. It's a bit risky, of course, to play in such a manner, but who knows? Also, Jan is playing very quick. Okay, he's in general playing quick, but this game he's just immensely quick. And that's a question now. What does the white wants? So where to put the rook? To e1, to d1. I don't know. Knight c5 is a move. h4. Many options. It's still a question if really black can threaten white with a long castle or not. Because if black can achieve, let's say black goes queen b6 and long castle, if it's crazy or if it's normal, then king b8. It's not that easy to attack, and black has lots of pieces protecting the king, and this knight f4, knight f3, all these knights are much better placed for some king side attack than for some queen side attack. It takes time for white to regroup them, and that's one of the main questions I would ask myself. Do I consider queen b6 and castle long as a potential threat from black or not? If so, I can consider, okay, knight c5 a bit maybe a bit not very ambitious, even though maybe quite solid. Because okay, this knight on c6 actually is more problem for black than for white. It does not have so many squares. Knight f5 can be some move. White goes b4. I don't know if it's okay or not. A little bit untypical to play this pawn like this. Knight g3, of course, that's a standard move with the simple idea of knight h5 and try to get there as fast as possible. Rook fd1 is also, I mean, there are lots of moves, and I'm slightly losing my mind what should be correct, what should be the best for white. Anyway, the white player needs to speed up a bit, because if the game will go in a complicated fashion, then this time difference will be of a very, very big importance, especially playing young. Bishop g7, c3, castle d4. Hans put the pawn on d4, kills this bishop on g7. But both sides just completes the development. Rook 8, bishop d7. Okay, rook e2 is an obvious idea. f4, nobody blunders that. Bishop f8. Indeed. h4. Even here h4. Wow. If somebody would suggest me to pick up the move, it would be one of the last on my list of suggestions to go from the white side. Okay, h3, yes, h3 I could suggest to make a useful move, maybe to take the square and to see what black wants. Okay, maybe c6 black wants, but okay, h3 is not spoiling that many. But h4, wow. Wow. Just seeing such moves, okay, my first idea is that, okay, I ended up my chess career just well on time. I don't know what to say about such a play. Bishop d2, c6, knight a3, knight to c7, knight c4. And okay, calm game goes. Okay, sometimes maybe knight can annoy beat black from f5. Maybe h5 is there. I don't know if it makes any sense to go h5, but maybe some possibility for white. Okay, objectively looks pretty equal. Now if black can go some bishop g4, if it's in their plans or not. Maybe later to trade some pieces after bishop g4. Maybe some knight a5 can be the move, because b6 is no longer possible, and okay, the pawn might be hanging, even though directly it's not hanging, but it might be hanging. So okay, what we have here: d5, bishop d7, rook d1, knight c5, knight to d4. Rook a to c8, and just queen d2. Queen d2. This is hard to say, but this does black ever wants to take on d5? Because okay, cd of course looks great to include for black, but cd5 I guess maybe knight d5 or not. Okay, 95, 90. 95, 95 because bishop takes, black has e6. And if white drops back, then e5, and it's just a fork. A simple fork. Okay. Because in general, I think that this cd will probably be quite profitable for black to get this rook into action. Otherwise, sometimes white takes on c6, goes on bishop h6, and actually these pawns are very hard to be pushed. And then also all these pieces can be slightly passive. So cd would be my one of my picks. Jump to f4 also to my understanding exists. But this always comes into consideration that white can take and later playing with some bishop h6. Okay, straight right now probably if we take bishop h6, black can take queen b2. And okay, white loses a pawn, maybe no compensation, but in some other lines it can be a possibility from white. So here players went to take d6, e3, knight, not knight, bishop g4. No idea if black can. Is it a good setup or not? Okay, at least it's probably playable. Okay, just bishop b2. A solid reply from Denis. He's not trying to refute, he just tries to develop. Knight b2 d7, short castle, take, g5. Okay, sacrifice is probably not here, not there, and knight e4. 4. Alexander is playing very slow, at least if time is given is correct, he already spent almost 50 minutes on the first moves, and Denis is basically quick. Okay, after knight e4, white needs to spend the tempo defending the pawn on c3, and black, I don't know if black wants to go some e5 or not. It's maybe possible, Okay, also some solid plays possible, queen e7, rook e8. First to bring some pieces and maybe later to decide maybe just to take on g3 or maybe to go f5 to be cruel and quick. How to protect? Okay, queen c2 looks like an easy move. c4 I don't like. Maybe black can even consider grabbing the pawn as a bishop on e2. It is a possibility also. And let's after queen c2. Yes, black has f5, some complicated option, just some normal queen e7. Knight g3, hg, I think it should be slightly better for white. Okay, the king is potentially exposed. 5 is weak, and okay, black is not even yet to take any pawn. So I think Alexander does not wish to take immediately. He wants probably to play by using the active position of his pieces and trying maybe to get some space first. cd, knight takes d4, queen takes d4, knight takes d5, d1, bishop f6, into g4. Even moves like knight e3 is possible here. But sometimes the beauty may be just unnecessary. Black can trade queens like this and maybe trade even rooks like this. Even though the resulting position can be still slightly worse because the pressure along this diagonal can be quite annoying. Okay, bishop d7 played. 92. Bishop c6. And what do we have here? Actually, this queen on g4 stands quite well. Stands quite well, and potentially white can hope to get something into action here. Okay, position of course is very symmetrical, but some initiative is on the white side. So 94, and probably Max wants to go. Okay, bishop e7, bishop h6. Yeah? We would like to keep the bishop, but not that easy. Okay, if bishop e5, then okay, some queen h5 maybe comes with the tempi. And no idea if it's so dangerous or not, but it's still certain ideas. Yes, so what else does black can go? I don't know if queen b6 is here. Because knight f6 is okay. Yes, so we trade the bishop and it should be okay. But let's say knight f4, queen b6, bishop h6, let's say queen b2. If we all decide to go crazy, what will happen? Rook b1. It's probably bad for me. But I don't know, rook b1, queen e5. I don't understand if it's bad or not. f4, queen f5. If black trades queens, he should be fine. So there are some chances to be tricky there, but I don't see some tactics. Okay. So that's about queen b6, and it looks like if it's possible to play, maybe it's a possible choice for black. Ah, no, actually, no, it's just a blunder. Yes, rook takes d5. No. Of course, I mean, after knight e4, queen b6, it's just a bad blunder. Rook takes d5, of course. No. No. Not like this. Then what? King h8. A bit sad. Maybe it's playable, but just looks a bit sad to play it. Okay, let's say white keeps a certain initiative, but if black protects, black defenses, maybe okay. Maybe even some queen e7 move. It's passive, but maybe also possible bishop h6, king h8. And knight f6, queen f6 looks not scary for black. With queen e7, black avoids the pin, maybe prepares to go with some bishop e5 later. So, because black does not have any bad pieces, just he needs not to fall to some attack, which sometimes happens. Maybe some queen h5 moves. Some other move, h4, of course, at any moment we can expect. Black can go rook d8 also. Okay, all things are ahead. Looks like Neil is not in the mood for some quick celebration. He's in the mood to try his best, and we can see an interesting game. Here after 6. Rook d1, b5, bishop d3, b7, g5, b7, a3. Might be still some theoretical line, it's hard to say. So white wants to shut the bishop on on b7 by playing b4. If white achieves b4, it's normally considered that white should be standing better. If black pushes c5, then okay, white just takes, and black cannot regain the pawn quickly. Okay. Aha. So knight g6. Knight g6, bishop b2, e5. Okay, Sava plays logical and sound moves. White goes g3. d6. This move I'm not sure. Okay, the pawn can go d5 at one turn. So, okay, my first pick would be something bishop b7 maybe. Tries to be flexible with the d pawn. Okay, d6 played, knight to d2, bishop to e7, and knight was rerouted to c4. Knight f8. Wow. Wow, what a move. What does white wants? F4 can be an option, but okay, it's a bit too tricky. Knight may come to e3, but I don't think that the knight on e5 is of a big danger. Let's say, why not some move like bishop e6, maybe just something routine. Knight f8 is not a routine move. It's quite a bit strange to my taste. I don't know. f4, take, queen d8. So Sava is decided not to develop. He is undeveloping his pieces. King d2, g4 looks a bit scary for black because okay, if white will make this artificial castle, white has a strong center, and black just moved queen c8, queen c7, queen d8, knight g6, knight f8. A bit risky play by Sava, even though okay, this bishop on g4 of course stands and occupies a very strong outpost, but looks a bit suspicious to me. Not so many things happening. Okay, white trying to play slowly, and black just shows that he has no fear. He has all the pieces on the good squares. Absolutely no weaknesses. Okay, maybe even some bishop f6 can be considered as some last train options. Like, okay, if I dislike it so much, I can even try and to exchange the pair of bishops by allowing to double my pawns, but these pawns are hardly can be exploited. Yeah, they're just at least far from easy. Maybe in some deep endgames. Otherwise, it's also an option. Of course, black not necessarily should panic like this. I'm just thinking that it's also possible. The players I still cannot think here. So g5 happened, and white took on g5. Okay, so c4 I also thought it was some move, but okay, probably g5 is more concrete. Bishop takes g5. So if knight e5, knight e4, I guess, or queen e5, both moves are possible. Both moves can be very, very dangerous. Then c4 now. Okay, but white takes with the bishop. That's why I thought maybe c4 to start with. If e takes f6 g5, maybe it's not the bishop on f6, it's just a pawn on f6. Queen d4, bishop c2. Okay, so knight f2, bishop h7 mate. A nice way to lose the chess game. So bishop e2 is played. White took on d3, c takes d3. What goes on? Don't ask me, I don't know. Whites are 2 pawns up, but black has very active pieces, and the main difference being of activity of queens. White queen is completely shuttered on b1 with no any clear out how to activate him, and the black queen is a monster in the center of the board. Also, it looks like it's hard for white to keep an exchange, so maybe at one moment black will simply take on f1, making the material approximately equal, plus this very dangerous passed pawn on d3. So on the white scales we have two pawns, we have the monster bishop on f6, and we have some idea that first check is the last check. So basically, if white can check the black kings, the game is immediately over. And that's why ideas like knight c1, rook c8, knight c4 immediately coming to my mind. Trying just to be as primitive as possible, just to get my queen around g5, h6. Okay, but queen c1, can I just take on f1? Meaning that, okay, this queen f2, queen g2 is a huge idea. If I take with the knight f1, I can take on f2, king, let's say h2. This is a bit strange, at least queen g1, queen f2. And I'm not sure that white would go king g4. And still after queen e2, it's not clear where can white hide from checks. Okay. Okay, and queen c1, bishop f1, knight e4, then we have d2. Probably d2. Even queen takes f4, queen g5, queen g6. Yeah, so it's not yet a mate. And okay, so direct flying to g5 is maybe not working. So what can be working? What can be working here? Knight f3. Knight f3 would be a desirable move, of course, to get into some actions. I guess black would take on f3. gf, and okay, white king is also now exposed, and nobody knows what's gonna happen. Nobody knows what's gonna happen. Yeah. It's maybe playable. I think king h7, my idea was rook at3. If check king h1, and to pretend that I will take on d3 with check. But yeah, okay. Of course, that's also pretty risky, but knight f3 comes to mind. Because it's not that easy for black to protect that pawn on d3, but at the same time white is also, of course, having big risk by playing this. What else? Okay, there are some other moves, but they looks a bit passive, like queen e1 or sort of it, but this looks strange to me. Queen e1 was queen e2, sorry, was a choice of Danishvar, and after short castle, knight e4, knight d4, takes, rook d1, rook f to d1. Okay, so queen b6, rook d2, rook d8, rook d1, take, and h6. White is still better because, okay, he has more pieces in play. If the rook would be on f8, it's absolutely nothing for white. But okay, so far rook on 8 is out of play, and it's not that easy for black to activate this rook. White has some attacking ideas, but at the same time, okay, black has very flexible position, no weaknesses, all squares well covered, and okay, so might think queen c7, bishop d7, something primitive or something else. Anyway, h6 looks useful, just to be sure it will be no any bank rank problems, and Danishvar needs to take needs to take some actions probably. One of them may be connected with the f5 ideas, but he just needs to see how to make a use of it. But my idea was, let's say, f5, if black takes, maybe something like knight d6 to go this way. Because, okay, black is always supposed to take. I go queen 8, king h7. That looks very, very dangerous to my understanding. I can consider both taking with the bishop or with the queen. It looks very, very scary because you see the two pieces are still not involved in the play. So f5 comes to mind. At least it immediately asks certain questions for black. Or white can make some similarly useful move, and we'll see how black will untangle these two guys. Here Shima goes actively. Knight b3, b6. Okay, b6 is a typical move, so once white takes the knight off the center, black normally would like to fianchetto the bishop to b7. These were all new and all remember since matches of Karpov and Kasparov. Short castle, g4. Okay, very, very straight play. Knight d7, g5, rook a8, f5. Okay, a bit of simple chess, just push. Push if you can. Push if you can, knight d to e5, f6, f8, take, and knight e2. Just a simple chess, knight is coming to h5, and black needs to show their counter ideas. Otherwise, this knight on h5 is really, really annoying piece. And okay, for Scheveningen, I never understood it also with black. Okay, so those of you who are watching my live comments may get the feeling that I'm a player with zero understanding of chess, and basically I was a player who was losing almost every game in every possible structure or opening, and that's actually indeed that's true. And I think I lost my game almost in every possible pawn structure, in every possible opening and so on. But some of them I still thought that I can play and I can understand a bit, and some of them I felt that it's I cannot understand, and maybe it's not advisable to play them. And Scheveningen being one of them, it was a type of play which I was completely failed to understand from the black side, and normally I was suffering all my, okay, not like childhood, but let's say all my youth between 13 to 16, 13 to 17, this period of age, I used to play quite a lot this Scheveningen with black, and just one lucky day I decided, okay, it's time to be fair with yourself and to admit that, okay, you are not gifted to play it, and better off to play something else. And I switched to e6, e5, even Alekhine defense, and all these were of a much bigger success. I felt that, okay, I'm seeing the other sides of the problems, but so far I'm much more effective in solving them. Here after h6, Arseny actually took on f6. No any time wasting moves. Knight e5. Black is in generally fine, but he lacks the development. Maybe f4 is also coming. f4, e5, it might be something quick. Okay, bishop d6 played. Check happened. Bishop d7, queen c2, and short castle. Now it's a question, okay, anyway, white needs to be, to my understanding, slightly quick. Any move strengthening black, and in the long term, white has just less space on the queen side. Black has a very easy play with b5, rook c8, b4, and all this typical pawn push, taking out more space and all that. So he might consider some e4 right now, or something else might be in his mind, maybe some preparational moves, but always some preparational moves. Black will also do some preparational move. Who will profit more? That's certainly not easy to understand. So f4, bishop f3 is a possible setup, e4 is a possible move, maybe some rook d1, just general to prepare something. b3, okay, I'm not sure that b3 I would like to play with white, even though it's maybe possible, of course. Okay, so Arseny takes his time. It's quite smart. He needs to come up ideally with the best move. Yes, here we saw this knight d5, this brilliant knight d5. And black decided not to capture the piece, but to play like this, take, and knight e5. White went queen e2. Black took, bishop e4, bishop c4, and queen to h5. White is still playing, not spending lots of time. Okay, he did spend some time. And the whole situation looks for the moment very dangerous for black. Really dangerous. Okay, maybe Arden is not sensing the danger, but it's really the rook is hanging, some b3 is in there, the e6 pawn is about to collapse. And just for the pawn, f4 is also coming. Then, okay, probably black will not move the knight, but then, okay, he's a piece down. So looks very bad for black. I don't know. I don't like it at all. This bishop on c4 is very ugly piece, and white has all the active pieces. And just for normally, white gets a piece to get such a attacking position, and white just sacrifice the pawn and get almost maximum activity possible at the early stage of the game. So this looks very problematic. If savable at all. Here we stopped after rook d8, bishop c4. Bishop to a5, bishop to b3, queen to g3. Dive in and hope for the best. White went rook d to g1. Okay. Rook d6 and knight c3. Okay, this rook d to g1 looks a bit sad to my taste. Hardly white can count on something real placing rooks like this. Okay, and black can even take rook d8, and okay, he has quite an easy play. Looks in general okay for black. I just thought maybe it's more practical to take to avoid some knight e2, because if rook d8 immediately, white has knight e2, and the queen is trapped on g3. But if we take in some rook d8, it should be okay. Here, queen e2, and after queen e2 is still g6. He's not even waiting white to ask for that move, just immediately g6, knight to d2, b5, rook f3, king g7, some move. I don't know if bishop b1 is the best. I would probably think about some rook f1, some automatic move. Overall, looks very dangerous for black. After f5, obviously white take ef6, yeah, and the whole concept for Taba looks very, very dangerous. He might, of course, hope to defend it, but very, very dangerous. And also, I don't know if white was actually okay with bishop b1. Maybe my first idea was to go maybe rook c to f1 to bring more rook, because sometimes white would have rook f6 ideas. I mean here instead of this. Okay, automatically I would go rook c to f1, just zero thinking. Okay, bishop e3 I would not even calculate, believing that I would mate black. Because okay, here also sometimes I have this idea of bringing rook to f6 and boxing black's king, and then okay, then queen comes and looks extremely dangerous for black. Okay, anyway, even after bishop b1, it's far from being easy for black, but maybe just a bit more space to breathe. Here white has some, I wanted to say pressure, but okay, d7, bishop e3, bishop c5, take, so f5, g5. Yes, normally this is considered to be good for white to have the pawn on g5. It sort of blocks all the black pawns. King e7, rook h5, bishop b7, and white also pushed f4. Okay, I don't know if f4 was of some necessity for white, but okay, maybe bishop f3 his next move, and then okay, either something here or rook h1 is coming. Hard to say, but looks quite okay maybe for black. I would not be so much afraid here. Here white got a pass pawn on d5 and black opted for e5. Hard to say what goes on. Black hopes to get c4 knight, c5 quick into action. Otherwise, strategically, white has a better trumps, yeah, because this pawn on d5 is really, really annoying. Maybe also e4, bishop d3 can be in some agenda for black. If white goes e4, then most likely c4. And if nothing happened, my next move is knight c5, and okay, at least I'll get my knight to some active position, and white's pieces are not yet too much active. Here, after d5, black opted for queen b6. Okay, f5 immediately calling the queen. Please go back. Queen b7, queen c7, knight to d4. Knight c5, d takes, knight takes, knight e5. Okay, white got some nasty knight on f5, but at the same time, black got really, really nice knight on e6. So I don't know if it's ideally played by white, because okay, now black has basically solved all the strategical problems. Now they don't have this passive knight on d7. They don't have a possibly hanging pawn on b5. They don't have some pins. So just okay, white is attacking with the knight, and plus some e5 is coming. Overall looks quite playable for black. Especially I like that my knight is now on e6, taking so many important squares: d4, f4, g5, protecting g7. Just possibly the best square. Here we got e5 move, b7, queen d1. Okay, a bit sad to retreat like this, but okay. What to do? The queen is idling on f4, and okay, let's bring him back to life. Knight h5. White tries to consolidate. Black tries to be quick. So now bishop f3, cd4. All these active plays are in the air. Bishop g3. Okay, objectively speaking, black has 0 problems. Okay, probably white can still consolidate and maybe not lose, but objectively it's absolutely fine for black. Here we stopped after rook e1, short castle, knight to e2, not some bishop b3, no any preparation is needed. Okay, take that knight, bishop c5, rook a8, knight g3, knight to d7, bishop to a3, knight to b6, bishop to b3, a5 played, and white decided to call it. And take it by the hand, d4. Come to me. Okay, there were other options as well, but okay, let's see, maybe that's also quite reasonable. Takes, knight d4, knight f4. And okay, the game goes on. A little bit strange position of the bishop on a3. And but white also has, but also this knight on b6, as we know, in that type of position is permanently out of play. So might be quite nice for white. I don't know if knight e5 is here, maybe black takes queen e4. And like this, he activates his queen and goes like this. Do white have some sacrifices? Not clear. Okay. Game goes on. White needs to take some decision and to be careful because, of course, some tactics from black is also here. Maybe even some cd3. White can also check such cautious moves and to prepare. Okay, soon we will have a short break. Before that, I'll just make sure that none of the games on top tables are yet finished. It looks like all of them are in the action. So it means that since all of them are playing, it's time for us to make a quick break. About 10 minutes we have this, and after that we will return. So please stay with us. We will resume in 10 minutes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We continue our live broadcast from the 7th round of the Aeroflot Open. Let's take a look what happened during our short break. Aram Hakopyan and Yanni Pomnishi already simplified a lot their position. We stopped last moment in this moment. Rook f to d1, rook c8. Jan is actually tricky because he's not making short castle and make sure that the attacks like knight g3, knight h5 with the king on 8 is much less effective. And okay, Aram went for knight c5, take, knight e7. Now black has this e7, an important square to regroup and to simplify position even more. Okay, happened the trade, bishop f4, and players just started to get rid of the pieces in the most quick and effective way. Knight d5, okay, black is obviously doing fine. The pawn on e5 is a potential weakness, but overall should be, of course, closer to an equal. g3, g5. Okay, maybe to cut this pawn on e5 and maybe to prepare activating his own king, maybe king h6, g6, f5, it might be at least. Also to stop maybe g4, h4, knight d4, king g7, and knight f5. Okay, king g6. The king continues its march, knight e3, take, f5, g4, g5. Okay, it looks slightly better for black. Okay, black has more active pieces, and okay, white onto the offensive. Also, Aram has 10 minutes left against 1 hour 15 minutes to Jan. So Jan has more than 1 hour advantage on clocks. Okay, not really easy to win and to break through, but still white needs to defend. That's a pleasant news for the fans of the Russian Grandmaster. In this game, Hans and Andrei, what they did, we stopped in a moment of knight c4. I guess we stopped here. So b6 played. Probably really knight e5 was considered to be annoying in many different lines, so Andrei decided to spend the tempi and to cut this option from white. Bishop to d3, immediate trade on e1, c5, knight goes back, some prophylactic moves, rook b8, b4, takes, b5, takes knight b5, knight e3, knight d to c7. Lots of maneuvering, regrouping, especially the c7 square of a big use in that game. And Hans went d5. The time is comfortable for Andrei. He's still 40 something, 48 it says, even minutes on the clock, and Hans is already on 28, so some little time deficit. Okay, position looks pretty okay, pretty even. Bishop g7 probably played, and okay, rook c1 most likely. I don't know if he will keep his rook on f-file, but so not of a big use. Knight on f3 is a bit idling so far. He's out of play. But okay, black also does not have too many pieces active. Okay, so a possible position to play. Here what we have, yes, queen d2, c takes d5, c takes d5. And yeah, Ricci also decided in favor of opening some files and trying to be as active as possible. So we can take bishop g5. And okay, rook f to 8. A bit sad move to play, but knight d5 bishop e4 is probably what white would enjoy. Knight e6, so Alexei decided to force the matters. Probably also not easy to see how white can strengthen the position, and in the long run he always needs to check some exchanges in the center. Okay, so he went this, d5, and just decided to trade, take f5. Can white go some g4? Oh, that's a bit too much. Because in the long run, white may end up with an extremely passive bishop on g2, and white needs to be slightly careful about that strategic threat that the black bishop will dominate, and white needs to go e3, rook somewhere, bishop f1, and it takes some time to activate him, and meanwhile black might be doing some active actions. Okay, objectively it should be around equal, of course. Just it's a question if white needs to play solid, I mean some e3 and okay, just keep it solid, or white in a position that he's better off with some active play like g4 and try to take on f5 and I don't know, bishop h3 maybe later. But that's of course a bit also contradictional. White weakens his own king, and it's not really clear if it's a well-timed action or not, or better just to keep and stay. So e7 check is also possible. Checking h8 maybe to stop any tempest like rook d8 and sort of it. Maybe e7 then g4. Actually, it's maybe possible to play like this. Black takes rook e7, I take gf. And okay, at least there are no any pawn chain for black, it's gone. Even though, okay, my king is not entirely safe, but it's probably okay to play like this. Denis Lazavik against Alexander. What do we have? We have yes, queen c2 happened, f5 happened, bishop d3, immediately trying to force some play here. So black took on g3, hg, queen to f6, knight to rook to f1. It's always tempting to keep the knight. I don't know what about Denis, but I'm tempted to keep my knight. So I would definitely consider some knight d2 here. I don't know if it's good, but just it feels correct to keep the knight. So rook e1, yes, immediately this animal out. c4, takes the pawn, rook c8, bishop e2, rook c3. It's hard to say. In general, I think black looks kind of okay to me. Position is pretty simplified, and it's not that easy to make any use of potentially this advanced pawns h6, g5. I mean, with so few pieces left, and also the bishop on e2 is not the most active piece. Looks approximately equal. Daniil Dubov pressing or impressing. What does he do? So knight e4 played queen e7. Takes on f6 immediately. Knight takes, bishop g5, takes, h6, okay. Another trade. Queen b4, queen e5. Okay, position is very simplified. White is a bit more active, but it's really hard to make something serious out of that activity. Rook d1, rook f5, rook c2, rook c8, rook d2, g6, and okay, but okay, white is still probably slightly better. Okay, the other rook is yet a bit passive, and okay, the pawn on b6 can be potentially maybe a weakness. But overall, of course, we should not exaggerate white's achievements. There are just a few of them. But anyway, it's a free risk play for white, and Daniil is probably in a mood to continue. At3 f5 was played, so of course Dmitry does not have any desire to allow early b4, and of course he fights for the future of his bishop on b7. Bishop d2, queen b6, takes, knight e4, takes, b4, of course, again, to avoid this blocking move b4, h3, nobody in a hurry, rook fd8, take, rook 8, rook c1. I don't know, does not look something impressive for white, looks pretty equal. But of course, Vlad has some special likeness to play that way. Rook c8. Not so much things happening. Okay, black is prepared for some c5, I guess, and white needs to see does he have something real or not. Here we left in a moment bishop g4. So queen to g1, knight to g6 back, king, knight to e3, knight takes e4, knight g4, take queen g4, knight to e6, rook f1, bishop f6, king c1. So white completed his artificial castling, and but black succeeded in taking a pawn. So take, king b1, bishop f6, h5, 7, knight d1 to get rid of this active bishop, knight b2, g6. Okay, white obviously intends to bring the knight to c4 and to combine pressuring this c6 and d6 pawn with also with keeping the pressure against the f7 pawn. It's hard to give a quick estimation. Okay, obviously white should have enough compensation for the pawn, but does white have something serious or not? Also, black yet has the right to castle, I think. Yeah. So castle long is now a move. Looks like. Okay, it's maybe a bad one. Okay, rook f7, but I mean, just to understand, it's an option or not. Looks like yes. Then okay, then in different lines, white needs to consider that too. So queen h7. Okay, putting some additional pressure, but with time, both players are playing relatively quick. So no anytime pressure in that game. Here looks like okay, white did achieve something. Because okay, he has his rook on h3, very active. Black has passive pieces. And this position looks quite pleasant for white. And basically, Rona got quite an easy-going play, which is very important. And black still a bit into defensive. So that looks nice for the Indian Grandmaster, and he can try to push almost for free. And Nikita has to show his best qualities to hold on. Here, after CD, yes, queen c1 actually took place. And I don't know what was wrong with bishop f1. Maybe nothing was wrong. Maybe just queen f1. But for some reason, black opted for queen f4. So black is not yet in a hurry to pick this rook on f1. Maybe Sergei wants to have rook c8 as a tempi, maybe to get his rook to c2. Anyway, the bishop on e2 stands well. He's not worse than rook, and rook c8, rook c2 is a huge threat. So Evgeny needs to be careful not to allow all this activation. Knight f3 is possible. Okay, black probably will trade on c1 and go rook c8. And still white is quite stuck with the options. This bishop on e2 cuts lots of squares from king, from knight, from rooks. And without queens, this bishop on f6 is no longer such a mighty outpost and may simply be better off to c3 or b4, but it's not that easy. Okay, here white went knight c3, no any f5, and black opted for queen c5, e3. Some very calm move. Nothing goes on. Okay, let's just improve your position. f5 immediately. Once black placed b6. Okay, what's the big idea? What's the big idea if queen takes f5? I'm just trying to understand what is the big idea. It should be some, of course. I don't know, maybe knight d5. Quickly, it's not easy to see some touches how white can attack. Bishop d5, rook b8 can possibly, maybe knight d5, and then trying to do some geometry, maybe something. But okay, bishop f6 just black's choice. It's a bit strange, okay, because now if I just takes on e6, it's huge and unpleasant torture, it seems. Also, I don't know, white has some knight d5 move here. Does it? Does they? Okay, e d5, bishop d5, maybe bishop b7. Because rook b8, queen 8 looks bad. But actually maybe not so clear. Queen and king h7, because bishop f7 there is a check on c1. So it's not clear actually. Take and maybe bishop takes. Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes. Okay, but that's it's kind of unpleasant to play for black. So I don't know what was actually here. Queen f5 was possible or not. There is also some bishop d3 move. Maybe that was the bishop d3, because if black cannot control, I can go queen e4, attacking the rook and preparing queen h7, queen h8 mate. Maybe actually that was the point of the c5 move. Anyway, Vladimir is facing some problems, some troubles. Shima already brought his knight to h5. He goes straight and forward, knight g3, knight h5, knight c to a5, knight d4, rook d8, and overall looks kind of dangerous for black, of course. But at least Artyom made all the developing moves and maybe looking for some counterplay with d5. Otherwise, it's just position may be kind of pleasant. Maybe rook a3 now. One of the moves, maybe rook c3 is useful. Maybe rook comes to g3, h3 sometimes. Okay, but Alexander decided it's time for knight f6 and try to mate black, even though it's not that easy. Okay, if black takes, how he wants to take with the pawn probably. And if king h8 and bishop h6 maybe, and so black will never have any rook g8 counterplay. Okay, Artyom takes. Let's see how he wants to capture, probably with the pawn. Yeah, yes, g takes f6. At least white gets this very nasty pawn on f6. This is always tricky pawn. Okay, queen h5 might be some plan combined with rook a3, rook h3 maybe. Black has some plays in the center with d5, queen c5, and lots of play. Lots of tactical options for both sides. Arseny went for bishop f3, even though I thought maybe f4 or e4 would be my first ideas. Okay, bishop f3 also probably possible. b3, immediately asking this pawn chain. Take queen b3. It goes on after bishop e5. Take takes d4, queen b7. So what is this? Some rook b8. Then I take on c3. Nobody knows what is this. I take the knight. Queen takes. Okay, black would have some unpleasant pawn on c3. Maybe there are some reason why they decided not to play so. Okay, queen f5, knight e2, knight e4, rook c1, rook c8, knight f4. A typical tense situation, and okay, the time is 30 minutes against 25 minutes, and okay, the young player from Kyrgyzstan, he needs to be careful not to blunder any unfavorable exchange in the center, because all pieces are looking at each other. Also, black has some queen d2 jumps at the proper moment, so he can jump. And okay, so rook c1 happened, rook c1, and just rook c8. Using some tactics that bank rank problems are not allowing white to take the pawn on d5. And like this, black activates the rook, and okay, white, let's say, trades. Okay, now the mate on 1 is on the air. And even g3 can be checked, and knight d2, also some cheapos. Some cheapos are there even after queen d1. Maybe they are not so dangerous. Okay, white can go some knight d3 if he wishes so, or just remove the rook maybe. Rook d1 played by Arseny. So he decides that okay, he has to keep some pieces. He has to play like this. These ideas that white can take on e6 and to play against his white squares is potentially kind of unpleasant a bit for black. Okay, he can take knight c5 maybe. It's one of the options. I don't know if it's good, but just to consolidate a bit. Okay, so let's see the next. Here we left in a moment when I thought that black obviously mixed up something in the opening. So g6, queen h3, bishop g7, and okay, he decided just to give up the rook to avoid being mated. It's maybe not a bad strategy. So take takes, f5, so bishop d3, knight d3, rook d3. Black is actually having absolutely great position now, just absolutely great. The only problem is the rook down. If not this, then he's absolutely fine, but whenever he'll catch something to reduce this material shortness, he will lose one of his most active pieces, and still white will remain a piece up, and still objectively quite bad. Okay, maybe Erden is checking some queen e5, attacking the rook on e1, attacking the pawn on e2. Maybe something like this can help. If not, then not. What to do? Okay, bishop d2, maybe a simple play, queen e2, rook e3. Unfortunately, it's not there. If black takes something, then okay, he has just one pawn for the piece. It's obviously not enough to hope for many things. But anyway, the stylish play, g6, bishop g7, like nothing happens. Okay, here we have some endgame. again, Ivan is going to some rook endgames. If possible, another rook endgame. He simply can't avoid them in the tournament. Okay, maybe this is closer to equal. Okay, this is a short draw. Here we have Taba, who was trying to defend here after rook c to f1, bishop e8, takes, queen g4. Finally, white activated his queen. Queen d6. Wow, is it possible to defend it? Knight e4 is not a move. Okay, but what's wrong with knight e4? My tactical abilities today probably of maybe queen e7 just. Queen e7, and if we take on f6, then queen f6, and bankering stuff. Okay, so that's why e4. That's why e4. h5. Queen f3. g5. E takes d5. d5. And knight to e4 now. It's either good or bad. Okay, so probably black forced to take. Otherwise he just loses something for free. So d takes, knight takes, and how black is supposed to play? Maybe queen f4. And the endgame is maybe possible to defend. Knight g5. I even don't know if there is a mate there. I mean, if knight g5, queen g5, it's really mate. Queen f8, king h7. Where is your mate? I don't see any straight mate. Okay, black can take on f3. Yes, but this a pawn down endgame. I just want to see how white mates after queen g5, queen f8, king h7. What the white has? Some rook e1, or what does he want? Okay, let's say rook e1. And okay, black has some knight c6 move. Pretty strange position. Yeah, quite scary for black because they don't have so many active moves. But yet not clear how white can. Maybe some bishop e2, pretending for some check, but it's yeah, okay. It's of course it's quite dangerous and it should be calculated quite precisely. This okay, it doesn't matter still if queen e7, knight g5, it's gonna be the same. It's check on 8 and the same stuff. Just with queen e4, black can bail out by trading queens and just to defend being pawned down, but then black has lots of jumps on that side of the board, maybe knight c4, and it should be kind of okay because white still need to make some luft. Maybe I take some pawn, and 4 against 4 should be okay. Here's some play. I don't know if black is ready to push c5. It looks like it's very, very tempting to calculate c5 d4. Then all these pieces are stands bad. And what does have left in his mind? c5 looks very natural. What does he want? does he want? Maybe take on h6 is possible. It's not possible. I don't know. d4 and some move. Picking d3. My idea is that dc I check on h7 and king sum I take on b7. Okay, I'm controlling the b2 square. And if knight f2, I go king e2, and okay, and then you take a take, you take a take, you take rook b6. Again, I'm in time to stop this pawn. Because also, okay, white is not taking, otherwise I just don't see what I want. d4 is too big. Okay. Again, white has certain things are good about white, but certain things are bad about white. But this knight on e2 is the piece I really dislike. It stands not well. It's a big question, can white take on f5, because otherwise white is just worse. Black has a very, very nice play. So what's the tactical idea from Maxim? If rook e5, the queen b6 is possible, I go rook e2. Rook c8 is possible, that's true. Anyway, rook e5, of course, it would be my first pick. At least if I die tactically, I die, but if I don't die, I'll probably save the game. But if the pawn stays alive for black, I may die even strategically. This pawn will be very, very annoying at most of the time. Anyway, black is doing quite okay. Wow, what is this? What is this? Takes knight f5, bishop c5. Okay, logical move. Bishop e3, short castle, take. Okay, thank you very much. Black is very, very active now also. Knight to d5. Okay, probably the Indian grandmaster a bit underestimated that he's no longer a stronger side. That black has too many jumps. Queen e3, bishop g2, logical. Knight c8 and knight g5. And knight g5, and this means that what? This means what? The game is over or not? Can I defend? Because there are knight f3 and knight h3, there are two threats. There are two threats, and both of them are hard to deal with. It looks like game over, yeah? I don't see any more for white. So white overplayed it, really overplayed it, and Artem can upset one more elo favorite and join the leading group. This game ended in a peaceful draw. Maybe quite practical. It's hard for black to make any use of the extra pawn. Pavel Pankratov against Alexei Grachov. Okay, some endgame. Okay, black is hoping to cf4 as the main hope, but white has a fantastic knight, and all these pawns can be picked rather quickly. Visually looking quite unpleasant for black. Also, there is some rook g4 idea, sometimes with rook g8 mate. Black probably defends by checking king e8 and starts running. So white is full of different options and pretty scary for black. Rudik against Isaac, we saw some a bit mysterious king h8, rook c1, rook d8, queen to d1, d4, d4, go ahead, take. But is already prepared for this type of play. Rook, bishop b2. Fantastic. Rook b2, c4, knight to d4, take, rook to d4, rook to d2, f5. Okay. A very concrete play. Knight to g5, to g8, f3, c5. Black is a tactical monster. So he saved somehow so many hanging pieces and ended up in relatively playable stuff. Queen f3 takes, queen f5. Okay, but at least he got this pawn on d3. Quite annoying for white. Queen d7, f4. So the game is still in progress. Okay, but if black gets some... if black would be able to consolidate some bishop d6, king h7, then this pawn on d3 will make life hard for white. But for the moment, rook c7 is in the air. Black needs to make up his mind. What with time? Time is actually still acceptable for both sides. So white should be, of course, better, but it's far from being easy. Knight b7. What kind of knight b7? It's a white's move, because I said, okay, it's a... But somehow it says it's a black's move. Really? Yes, because there is a check and knight 8. Yes, so knight b7 is actually a possible move. Yes, I said, because if bishop d4, then, okay, white is making some move. I don't know, let's say king e2. I have no idea which square is better. Okay, this square is if takes, then... no, takes and king g4, then black wins. No. So knight b7. Bishop d4, then the only square should be king f3. Because if now you take, then knight d6, king f6 is the only square, knight 8, I take on c7, and I'm actually fine. So, okay, black would probably go rook c3. And this looks better white. Okay, because what to do? Life is hard again. Black takes on g3, takes on f4. They have lots of activity, lots of pawns also. King g2 he played, really? No, king g2 should be just wrong. I don't know, king g4. I don't know, to my taste this feels wrong to ask this king to come to g4. To my taste that feels wrong. There's king g4 played. Okay, next move is rook takes g3. And white just loses too many pawns, and these two are still far from being on the promotion. No, that should be lost for white, and it means that Daniel Pavlov, our great solver of in many events, can go actually with +2, defeating Mikhail, who was actually recently he was on +2 or +3, and now he is on a wrong track. So here we have this King's Indian type of play, a little bit slow, a little bit this. Okay, so finally black admitted that, okay, it's time to go with pawn on c5, knight f8. Wow. g4, knight g6, bishop to d2, h5, c4, d4, knight h2, king h2. This is actually okay for black. Might spend lots of tempis and not achieving lots, so that's kind of fine for black. The young Armenian player, he won one more game against Mahdi Golami, so you can see how dangerous this FIDE masters are. Maybe some players who likes to see some statistics on the chess.com can take some notice on such a FIDE masters. knight f2, that they still a FIDE master, yet playing already like a good GM. Bishop g5, h6, just to go here, g5, okay, bishop d3, and f4. Straight kill, take, bishop king g7 even. No straight kill, okay, but if takes knight g4, I guess it's just over problem. Okay, e5, knight g8, but that's opening catastrophe, and queen h5, black just resigns. So the game finished in a miniature style, black just resigned, 22 moves to crush to 500 player, and also Vahe moves to very, very respectful position of +2. Okay, let's go back to the top boards. What do we have? Jan is on. And his position looks just actually great. And Aram is playing on his last minute. Plays on his last minute. Okay, rook, king d5, and king comes. Huh? The kingdom come. And Jan is also taking all the pleasure, even not to be present at the board, while his opponent is struggling to make a move. That looks absolutely horrible for white. And this position is much more closed. Okay, still all the minor pieces are at the board. It's hard to say, does anyone make any significant progress? Okay, Hans took some space. The pawn h4 g5, a little bit of space there, but okay, this pawn on d5 is potentially a weakness for white. And Hans is down to his last 15 minutes. Okay, I don't know if he's the stronger side or not. To my taste, is still closer to equal than to anyone's advantage. Okay, this game ended in a draw. e7, rook c1, draw offer immediately accepted, chose the Rava. Okay, the game has ended. Denis Lazovic and Alexander Grishuk also agreed the draw. Quite a simplified position. Okay, nobody wants to take any responsible risk. Here g5. Position didn't change maybe that much. Still, white is slightly better due to more active and more coordinated pieces. But it's still very hard to win. Because okay, 4 against 4, but there can be lots of cheapers. Lots of cheapers, especially taking into account that Daniil has 50 minutes and Maxim has 1 minute. So 1 minute against 50, it's a new trend of the 7th round of Aeroflot. We see already the second game when the time difference approaches 1 hour. That's of course is really huge. And Daniil is still quick. He's not taking so much time. He's still quick. Rook e7. Okay, so a practical move, threatening rook e6. If queen f6 and queen g8, queen g7, rook e6, and it's how black can lose that game. Rook b6 looks slightly passive to go, even though maybe possible. Rook e3, a bit shaky place for the rook. And after king f2, black can go to e5 and self-box the other pieces. White can go maybe e4, and black would face problems in making moves. And on the black case, I was hoping that some rook f3 would save the day, but it's not maybe saving yet. It's not the saver. Okay, rook b6. It's hard to improve. Yeah, white is very active, but it's hard to improve. Now maybe black wants some h5 and g4, maybe h5, h4 to avoid being closed also here. Okay, maybe with a precise defense it should be okay, because now black even wants to go maybe with queen f6 with an idea to regroup and put the king to a normal place. Okay, even but okay, queen f6 rules goes still. I mean, you cannot probably go king g7. But objectively looks defensible for black. Okay, just he needs to be careful. He's playing under his last minute. Not so much things going here. Artemiev and Vlad, both players are still moving back and forward. Here looks absolutely great for black. Looks just absolutely great. Okay, g6, d5. Okay, so white did not reach the desired square. Knight f4, rook d8, knight c3, rook d7. But, okay, but what does white wants? Black consolidated and has potential to pass pawns. Queen h8, queen f8, queen e5, queen d6, queen f6. So Shamsidin is still trying to play this. Okay. Even though it contains lots of risk, still queen f5 would be advisable to take some repetition. If of course black agrees. Queen f3, queen g5, queen h3, queen e5, knight f4. Okay, but that looks worse to my understanding. No threats, nothing. Queen is nicely centralized on e5, and black's advantage is pretty obvious. Runak pretty much enjoys. He also get these two active rooks, so possibility to play here. Black has lots of weaknesses. Knights are not active. Very, very pleasant to play for white. Here position finally simplified. Knight b3 was choice of Evgeny. Take, and black has activated the rook. Rook came to the second rank. White has 3 pawns for the exchange, and black has some big activity. 3 pawns are quite a lot, I would say, and also so white has some ideas like I thought maybe some rook a3, knight b4, then maybe rook g3, knight c6, but it's far from true. Yeah, rook a3, just rook c8, and okay, the knight will never jump. Knight will never jump probably. Just trying for the moment to understand who is better, why, what. Because 3 pawns are quite a lot. Okay, obviously black is very, very active. That's true, but just is it enough to compensate 3 pawns? Okay, Danish Far against Vladimir Zakhantsov. Can black escape, or it should be mate? Looks like should be mate probably. And how does it happen? Okay, let's see. Take, bishop c3, queen f3. Nice intermezzo. Take, check. Queen f7, king d6. Take the rook, and okay, he decided to take the pawn not to suffer for free. But that's probably just will end up in some mating net. 7 here, and this looks unrepayable maybe for black, maybe some queen d8, then queen e7, and it should be over soon. That's really, really bad. So, okay, Shima at his hot business, he's trying to mate. He is trying to mate. Okay, d5 happened. Queen h5, queen c5. If queen h6, then what? Then queen f8. Everybody happy. Everybody happy. Okay, so bishop e3, de, of course. Jump, protect, jump, protect. The pawn is the pawn after all. But now the knight on h6 is hanging. Rook d5. And who is better? Who is better in that position with all the hanging pieces? Artem is very sharp tactical player, so Alexander needs to be very cautious playing this position. Okay, bishop e4, it exists or it's a blunder. Let's take some closer look. Now let's take a closer look. So far, I don't know. It looks as a possible move to me, even though looks very, very insecure. Black has some jumps, some tactics, this and that. But okay, but what else? How white can? Because okay, knight f3 is huge. Queen h3 does not look like a move. Maybe it is a move, but so my main is can white take on e4? If white can, I would take. Okay, if I lose, then I lose. What to do? Probably I've done my mistakes earlier. Yeah, hard to say. Both players are also short of time, and everything can happen here. Rook d1 was a choice. Knight c3, some jump. Rook to f1 to save it first. Take, take. Queen c7. Take, take, e4, queen e5. Finally, it looks like black has solved most of his problems. They have a nice centralized position. The rook on f1 is out of play. So basically, I would say that the young player from Kyrgyzstan is doing more or less okay. This knight on c3 takes some squares out. Potentially, the d pawn can go. Okay, the only concern is king, of course, king and the potential play on the light squares. But it's far from easy. Also, but the time is also considerably better to the white player. 22 against 3.5. So it means that black again needs to be careful. Here just nice positional game goes on, with only exception white is pure rook up. Another rook endgame from Ivan Zemlyansky. Another masterclass from him. So that's his destiny at the tournament. 3 against 2, but I think black is not in any real danger. Position most likely will end up in the ROM. Check. Okay, probably c5 rook h6 was disliked by black as well, so he went rook g6, and then white took here the e g4, fg, and f5. White has some initiative for sure, but so many exchanges that it's the only problem that white may exchange a bit too much to win the game. But anyway, white is on the stronger side here. Bishop c4, rook b4. Okay, d6 happened. d6 to activate the white's bishop also. Queen b6, rook a2. And okay, quite symmetrical. Looks like pretty even for both sides. This just to see one more time. White resigned after knight g5, so Indian grandmaster decided not to spoil the beauty, not to spoil the moment. He decided that okay, enough is enough. Really, he can avoid being mated only by giving up his queen, which gives him no remaining chances. But anyway, a very nice position. This knight g5, a great tactical shot by Artyom, and he also goes forward. It's in a draw. This Pavel's still suffering in the 10 game. Very tough to him. Some bishop e6 or some other problems. Rudik tries to win another attempt, but this is hard. This is hard if ever possible, because okay, the white king is slightly exposed, and this pawn on d3 stays as a big problem for white. Resignation for white, and it means that Danilo Pavlov goes ahead, and who we have here, and Ilya Ilyushonak having nice times against Maxim Kulaev. Okay, black has some potential play on the queen side, and also white is completely stuck on the other side of the board. Okay, let's go back to the leaders. Maybe Jan has already concluded, who knows? Knowing his speed, you can easily guess that he might conclude his game. As we have it. As we have it. This is the current situation on the board, and how is it possible that king f3 is played? 7 king b2. No, king f3. The game is just over, yeah, because okay, the next move is queen. So Jan scored a really important victory as black to win the game very easily, very convincing, spending less than half an hour on entire game, 62 moves, just 28 minutes to become a sole leader. Fantastic achievement, of course. He's now on 6 out of 7, and also his additional, I mean, all this Google, so whatsoever is important to have in the tournament probably is one of the biggest, because he was always in a leading group, and he was playing the best possible opponents. Here, what we have, king f1. Okay, Hans moved his king to e2. Sort of it. Still a bit mysterious maneuvering. I don't know if he wants some f5. Looks a bit too much. What does he want? So both players are just enjoying and playing. Andrei is still ahead on clocks, 21 against 8 minutes, so it means that Hans should be careful with clocks. But objectively, probably not so many things are happening, just both players keep on playing. Alexei Gaganov and Richie Rapid agreed to draw. Same goes to Denis Lazavik, Alexander Grishuk, Daniil Dubov enjoying this massage, but still not so much things are changing. Still position is probably close to the draw. Here also players moving back and forwards. Not so many things are happening. Moving and moving. Here, white is suffering a lot. This knight on e6 is better than knight on e4, and basically no threats, nothing. And also after c4, black could also try to expose a little of white's king to get also some counterplay. Very, very unpleasant scenario for Shamsuddin. He avoided a possible repetition of moves, for maybe he overestimated his position. Now he's obviously facing big problems. Here, Ronak made lots of actions. He got the pawn on d6, he got this, he got that, but he completely ruined his flexible pawn structure. And okay, maybe he sees something concrete, maybe rook e7, some jumps, some forks, sort of it. Otherwise, surprisingly, it may be just that Nikita is better off than he was before, because okay, at least he sort of consolidated, and white has lots of pawn weaknesses. Rook e3 indeed played. Okay, maybe Evgeny has similar ideas in mind with knight b4, rook crossing to g3. Just after rook b8, white is again stuck. Because okay, not that easy to activate the second rook, this rook from a3, but at the same time white has everything protected. So maybe it's time to think, maybe to push the pawns, maybe some luft, maybe king goes somewhere. I mean, maybe it's a question how black will attack, yeah? Because if rook d2, I can go bishop g5, asking this rook to go back, and okay, if I keep my knight on d3 untangled and like this, okay, bishop d4 might be some move. But let's say I'm completely awful, I go rook b3, I have zero understanding of chess. So I'm just protecting pawns. Not so clear. Okay. One was the idea why I can just push pawns. And also to make sure that the king will have some luft and go to f3 one day. It might be better. It might be better for white, but of course still lots of play ahead. Here the game, I guess, should be over. So queen 8, and okay, just bishop f4. So simply taking the most important pawn on g6 to completely finish the black's king. Queen e7, king g8, bishop g6. Still only one check is there. Bishop f4 back. Bishop h7. Bishop b1. 5. Bishop f4. And resignation time, it seems. Maybe queen f6, queen g7, queen d8, and just picks up the bishop on d2. That's enough. So Vladimir did resign. Still the tournament goes in a shaky way for him, but anyway, he faced a problem, and with tactics, the Iranian grandmaster was flawless today. He was actually really good. So far, actually, he plays, to my understanding, like one of the best players in that event. He did lose his yesterday game against Richie Rapport, but he just missed perpetual after conducting a good defense. Otherwise, he'd be also around +4. So, and he's also young. I don't know how exactly, maybe around 18. So for his year, he shows a very good level of play. What with the Shima? Shima took on e4. Bishop, queen b4. That's the problem. Yes, of course, I completely blundered that move as well. Simple double attack, and then it's just a game over. Chess is sometimes it's very simple game. Yeah, just go queen b4, double attack, and ciao. This looks like ciao. White has no threats, no piece, nothing. Just and Artyom goes to +3. So the young player. Just to remind you, he's only 14 years old. You can see him on the screen, and it means if he wins, he will go to +3. And if he wins one more game, he will for sure be in the top 10, or even maybe sharing some very, very high place. Arseniy. What does Arseniy? Arseniy is trying to win. Okay, 4 against 4. Okay, some small chances, but okay, black is nicely placed, and it's maybe objectively that's closer to equal. This is just a masterpiece also. So black give up more material, but even more improved the position. The position is so ideal, except that black does not have any pieces left. So some more improvement, king e6, knight b3, and d4. No, that's really a funny way of playing chess, of course. All credit is to Erdem, even though it's not probably saving black, but it looks fantastically funny that he just plays this. Okay, but can white take on d4? My stupid question again. Is it can we take or not? Maybe take and b3. That's black idea, because suddenly b2 is the mate. Threatening the mate. And the big question if I can mate themselves or not, but he needs to calculate it, which is far from obvious, let's say. Yeah? Far from obvious, because by hand, white cannot stop being mated. Yeah? Okay, rook e4 exists with some later checks here, but maybe rook e4, king f7, I don't know, maybe it's still not a mate. Who knows? Okay, of course this should be objectively lost, but just very, very funny way, because the queen is idling on g3, and that's why it gives black all the options to go ahead. Maybe some bishop e3 can be considered, but anyway, it's funny. Black will maybe, I don't know, d3. I don't know what else of brilliance they have in their pocket. Obviously, it's completely dead, but the game's still on. Game is still on. Okay, Sergey wants to play some move. Okay, so he went bishop to c7, it seems. c7, a bit strange choice. That's a bit strange move. Bishop b8 he played, not bishop b8, sorry. Okay, he wants queen d6, because bishop c7 would be just putting the piece on prize. Okay, that actually makes some sense, because the only idling piece white has the queen. Okay, queen d6, queen d7 is coming. And then white queen is also active. Okay, objectively it should be not enough, but okay, the brilliancy is there. 5 against 5, the rook endgame, and again, to my understanding, that closer to equal than for something else. But Ivan is mastered the rook endgame so well in the tournament that he can, of course, play. 93. That looks pretty equal. Okay, with f4, black might force the draw. Okay, white probably will take on f4, knight b4. Of course, nobody wants to have a draw in that tournament, so I can make sure that it will be some bishop d5 from the black player, even though it's not clear if it's objectively correct. But we can expect such a play easily. Then just to push pawns, hoping they promote one lucky day. But the white king is pretty close. Maybe knight c5, the king goes. It's not that easy at all, but it's okay, some chance for black. Even though I don't believe that black can win playing that way. Here white looks. Okay, white is pawn up. That's a big news. White is pawn up and probably will take something more. No, that looks very bad for black. I don't know what happened wrong, but this position looks looks very sad for Armenian Grandmaster, and he's about to have a tough times against Lev Zverev. Here position didn't change a lot. Actually they agreed to draw, so it didn't change a lot because the game has just finished. So all these games are also finished. Pasha was dying, but now he's probably winning. And dying in the sense that he has a very dangerous position, but here, knight here. But he didn't find a way how to do something and just maybe he thought that knight b3, rook b7. That was some smart idea from white, but king d8 is intermezzo. Now white is probably on the verge of losing that one, because okay, now black is piece up. Even though it's not that easy to win, okay, white's position is active, but it's a question, can white hold or not? It's basically close to that. So this will be another endless story, I guess, but I don't see any huge realistic chances for white. Danila Pavlov did indeed win his game. Yeah, Lushonok is still doing great. Okay, let's quickly check maybe the other boards, if we can have them. This white one. This looks very tough for black. Okay, they have three minor pieces for the queen, but the queen looks far stronger. The king is very unsafe. Alexander Tripishka is losing against Oleg Vastruhin. What to do? Life is hard. And Matvey Galchenko against the veteran. Okay, white is in full control and probably technically should be winning, but okay, the opposite colors can take it quite long. Maxim lost another game to Arash Takbas, and okay, so here like this. Okay, these players seem not to appear on the board. Seni Sturman is playing some complicated game, but black looks fine here. Vladimir Maslovsky, who will mate first home against Artem Sribuk, very complicated. Okay, some Nikita Matinyan already finished his game. And just okay to check, does we see some something big on the lower boards. I also want to check my teammates. Dmitry Rostovtsov, he plays against David Paravian. Surprisingly, he has 3.5 and his opponent has 2. He has 3 out of 6 and his opponent has even 2.5 out of 6, which is of course a big surprise taking David's level, but this looks pretty sad for Dmitry. It's maybe some rook g4 and all these threats are coming. It's hard to protect, it's hard to defend. Also, Dmitry is short of time. And like this, okay. So let's go back to the top boards. Jan, just to remind you that Jan Nepomniachtchi won his game with black pieces against Aram Gapian, won very easily, okay, not like easily, okay, but very convincingly, very smoothly, very quickly. A typical Jan at his best. Let's move attention to Hans. Hans is doing some interesting business here. Bishop e5, bishop c2. Andrei decided to trade and went f5. King f3. What's time? Time is still into the black's favor, but what? Okay, black probably wants to take on d5 and to play like this. Does black wants to take or not? Looks like... But maybe white can take on a 5 knight c4. Looks like white will regain the pawn, and then white has just a better pieces. So actually that's a bit of a choice now for black. Because I don't like this knight coming to e5. Okay, king on g7 would be boxed, and pawns are weak. So then white would be definitely better. So maybe some tactics can save the day or not. Just I'm trying to figure out these tactics. If rook e7, rook e1. No, to me this looks unpleasant. White takes on a5 with check, and like this. Okay, knight g7, knight e5 would be great to get. Just simply black is not on time with such a play. Now it's a very, very critical moment in the game. Black needs to find the absolute best answer, otherwise he might face the big problems. This is a 5 f4, and okay, Hans just moved smoothly, and now what? Now what? Maybe even bishop d4 can be the move. If bishop f4, knight d5. But that feels quite artificial, of course. But at least it takes some pieces out of this passivity. If I take on d6, maybe takes, some king e6, maybe. This looks okay. White has active pieces. Some rook f7 is coming. That's more or less okay. So I have no idea if bishop d4 is the best move. It's already maybe some sign that it's not going well for black, because he needs to find some shaky moves. White has also king e4. So bishop f2. Bishop f2. White has also some choice. Rook f1, bishop f4. I don't know, this knight on 8 is quite passive. White enjoys some better positions of pieces. Okay, we will try to come back quick to Hans. Just let's take a look if any other top games has finished. Okay, Daniil Dubov and Maxim Matlakov agreed to draw. So it was not possible to upset the person who is celebrating birthday today. So Maxim has turned 34. I don't know if it's old or not. Valentino knows it better for sure. Here position still remains pretty equal, but of course Vlad can play this forever. Not so much things happen here. Still white is in a pretty bad or even maybe objectively lost situation, but of course in a practical game it's still lots of play. Still lots of play. What goes on here? Rook to e8. So if white wins or not? It's okay, black can recapture something, or he cannot recapture something. Still trying to get it. I mean, knight d7 is a move or not? Move or not? It's a new English word, move or not. It looks scary, that's for sure. I don't know if it kills or not. See, Nikita, on your screen, because okay, if not knight d7, then it's not even easy to come up with some moves. Looks like Ronak for sure knows his business, so he sits in a very very comfortable position. So he obviously calculated it till what? Till what? Ah, it's white to move. Wow. Wow. Great. I'm calculating for black. If black takes 97, and I'm not yet understanding what's white. I think, but actually it's a white to move. Okay, then it's better to switch to the other board. Ooh, bishop b2. Oh no. Wait. Okay, like this. b7, rook should be 2. c1, rook c7. So he just wants to defend rook b7 in case, and if knight b2, rook e7. White is not in time to defend the e5, f5, e5 pawn because a3. And knight f4, rook e5, that's sad because the pawn on f5 is also falling, and that's quite unpleasant to defend. So looks like actually Yevgeny is now in a situation that he needs to defend now. Once this pawn on b2 is gone, it's lots of problems. This a pawn is too quick. Artem Moskov finished his game just almost with one more move, just rook e1, knight f3, and Shima decided to call it a day. He blundered every possible tactic. What to do? Here black is fine. It looks black is fine, and white is not in any real chance to win. Probably just okay. The time is still on the white side, but positionally, okay, maybe rook c4, or just here goes f4, and okay, black can also maybe try. But as he wants to place the rook behind the pawn. Okay, but really hard to guess that white can count on winning that. Okay, Sergei Dergalov he finished his game. It was a brilliant defense by black. But unfortunately, brilliance was over around that. Okay, white still enjoys the next rook. And despite all chances, okay. Surprising that black are still playing. Okay, he's just a rook down without any single compensation, nothing here, but he's just still playing. It's another interesting feature of the modern chess that you play till you die. Queen e6, what kind of play it is? I don't know. A little bit of disrespect, it seems. Okay, Ivan playing the rook game. Quite interesting now. So who will this? Okay, h4. Can I go some h4 or not? Maybe I can. Maybe I can. Who is better and why? Okay, should be maybe still close to equal, but I cannot say that for sure. White has very quick a pawn, but black has even much more quicker h pawn. And after check, king f7. Okay, white can make go e8 and to pretend that, okay, I block this two, you block mine, and it should be draw. Or else black can try some king f7 now. And saying that, okay, then I simply want to push the h pawn. Okay. Taba easily won, of course. That's easily finished. Knight c5, bishop to c6, g4. A bit strange move. Okay, take, 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 king e3, b3, resonation. Great stuff. Okay. And that's why I told you that this game would proceed for sure, and nobody knows how it's actually gonna happen. And it happened like this. Some more results. Pavel is trying to win, but it's yet hard to win. Rook b5. A bit strange move. Okay, probably black takes on c4, and okay, the game continues. Okay, both players, especially white players, playing on seconds. So mistakes can happen. Rudik is still there, and here we have Zverev. Okay, looks like winning white because the king is not joining his own pawns, and okay, white has an extra pawn, and the king has cut it, so that should be winning for white. Okay. Winning for white. Okay, let's back to Hans. I promise you that we will go back there, and I should not break my word. That's all happened actually. Take, knight c4, rook e7, rook e1. That's all moves that happened. And e4 played. Take, king e6. King e6. And what goes on here? And what goes on here? Okay, bishop e4, then probably just take on b4, because okay, knight e5, knight d6 we have. What else white can consider? Some b5 can be possible. Still, position is actually pretty sharp with some calculation. b5 is not making any threat objectively, but because okay, bishop on knight c3, it can be possible. Just want actually to, if black moves the knight from e8, I go knight e5. That was my hope. That if it works, of course, I want to attack the g6 pawn. If knight g7 or knight c7, I want to go knight e5. And it's like a bit tough to move for both sides. That was my knight d6 is possible to consider takes, bishop e4. And I don't know, if we trade king c5, it should be lost probably. King e5, king b5, king... Maybe f4, f5, f5, f4. Okay, but only white can win this. White is anyway closer to the pro motion square. And b5 played, and knight d to c7 actually was played. Knight d to c7. Yeah, the most important is not to touch the knight on 8, to make sure that knight e5 black would have some move knight d6 and king e4, knight d5. It's like this. But can white... then I'll take this square for my... If king takes f4 now... I know it looks strange, but with idea knight b5, knight e5... Still a bit crazy to get my knight there to g6. Still a bit. Okay, maybe king f4, king d5. No, king d5. Yeah, king d5 is possible, yeah. Because knight e5, knight e6, this tactics saves blacks, and king and knight e3, and the knight is going to wrong direction. Maybe some even king back is okay, or king d4 can be considered. I have no idea. It looks a bit bad placement of the pieces. And b6 we can just take on c4. Probably bc7, knight c7, king e5. No, but that can be dangerous for black, huh? That can be dangerous. And knight e6, and king goes, and black cannot take on c4, b7. It's pawn promotes. Okay, maybe black can just take on b6 and play some move, and maybe hold the draw by just defending 3 against 2. So out of 8, but it's still a certain chance. f3. Okay, a wise pass. A bit too deep, but okay. f3, that's a pass. Which, so Hans is saying, show me your useful move, my friend. Show me your useful move. So what can black do? Facing such a tricky move. So he wants to say that black is almost in a Zugzwang. Okay? Okay, knight b5 if we take, knight e5. And can black defend this g6 pawn? That's a huge question. That's a huge question. There must be some way, but I don't see it quick. Black loses g6 pawn, it's obviously white has a decent chances here. Okay, still Andrei has some time on his clocks. So all games in a draw. Here we have some play. Okay, still it can be played for many moves. That's dead lost. Okay, once rooks are gone, I don't believe in white's position. Also, this is a complete box on that side of the board, so it means that Sava is also probably coming up because that's too hard to play for white. And also, okay, just pushing pawns in one in some situations is also possible. I don't know, some stylish a3 or maybe just take, or okay, taking no idea what with time. Okay, both players has actually enough time, surprisingly. And they're not in a hurry and just playing chess. Just playing chess. Okay, black exchanged. It's probably logical. Now there is some ideas, maybe like check queen c3 somewhere, just to invade somehow to the white's camp. There must be some invasion process which would finish, or queen f2. Yes, maybe queen f2 is even simpler. Just threatening mate on 2. After knight b2, even check on e7 is possible, and then okay, you have 2 extra pawns, and they're not g and h, so it should be easily winning for black. Or black may even consider just pushing even without any trade, because white does not have any active moves. Ronak was sitting very comfortable, thinking that he wins. Let's check if he wins or not. If he wins or not. Position looks still there, but some maybe rook d4 to cover from some checks here. This looks pretty bad for black indeed, because okay, white has this great pass on d7. Probably with correct play, it should cost black at least a piece, and white should win. Sergei Labanov reported to won his game. So what happened? Rook c7, bishop d6, rook b7. Still, it looked like white can defend maybe at 3, but here white cannot maybe defend. Knight b4 was played, then bishop e5 happened. And just white collapsed because f3, a2, rook f4, bishop 1, rook a3, and black just collects all the pawns, and black resigned. A bit painful loss for Evgeny because he had a promising position, but he was not lucky with tactics at that certain moment. Arseny, I don't know if he tries to win or lose. What he tries? Black is playing on seconds. But looks like black is kind of fine with all this nicely placed position, and white is not having too many ideas. It's probably holdable, of course, for white. But it looks like white is not on the stronger side here. Again, and the experts here. Before king a5, and no, actually they probably agreed the draw, because of course nobody would play king a5 because a6 just promotes. So I think around here probably they agreed the draw, and of course nobody played king e5. I think that's a fair answer, because king e5 is simply not possible. So if king e5, maybe they just put kings on e5 and e4, or we have some wrong move in our live transmission. Lev Zverev won against Haik Martirosyan, a big win for our young and upcoming player. He upsetted one yet strong guy in that tournament. Also, Artyom Pingin upsetted a famous Indian grandmaster. So Pavel Pankratov ended with a mate on the board, rook c3. It looks like that's a mate on the board, and the knight stands very strangely on the 1. Okay, let's go back. Of course, Hans is our main priority. Give me Hans, show me Hans. So what does happen here after this smart f3? Okay, black waited with king f7. So Andrei decided to defend like this, not to give up that pawn. Knight c6, knight f5, bishop e1. Okay, position still is probably objectively draw. Okay, because knight stands on f5 quite well. White has to place the bishop on an inactive place. f6. So who plays for what here? Hans is trying, black is trying. Who is trying here? King f5. Okay, white has more active kings, that's true. But apart from this, no, not so many other achievements. King f7, so black waits. 98. Maybe just king e7. I don't know what white really wants here. Okay, knight e6, but it's without any big further ideas. Knight f4, king f7. And it's not clear what that wants. Okay, probably knight c6 goes back. King f7, so they started to repeat moves. King d8, okay, knight d8. So maybe the game will ended up in a draw right now. Maybe let's wait a bit. Either one of them will try to make a try, but not so many material or chances left. King s7, yeah, I don't see some realistic try for any side in that situation. Knight c6. Also, there are not so much time left to try to find some study like ideas. Okay, the players agreed to draw, so it means we have a sole leader in our event. That is Jan Nepomniachtchi with 6 out of 7, and there are a group of people on with +4. Actually, not such a big group, but still. And the group actually didn't change that much. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Still 4 players are trailing by the half a point. Okay, we will probably see the standings slightly later. Next we have this, the endless pleasure of playing Vladik that you will play till the Bear Kings. The Bear Kings, not clear if white has any chances, but we can play Onso or and Onso Force. And objectively, the position is still a draw, but of course, if white wants, it can be possibly played. After Queen f2, Shamsuddin resigned. Big victory for Savo Vitohin. Okay, maybe it was a bit of with the help of his famous opponent, but anyway, he's also looking very impressive in the tournament. Couple of easy draw with strong grandmasters. Now he even won his game with the black pieces. He's climbing up to +3. Knight e6. Yes, that's how we thought that white should end up with an extra piece, and black is probably not quick enough with his play, so this looks lost for black. So what else we have remaining? We have remaining Arseny. Arseny is okay. He's a knight down, but full of desire to promote a pawn. If black wishes, he can go e3, and to simplify, maybe not rook f6, rook d8, not yet. Can black try something? I mean, some knight c3, knight d5, something like this. A bit unclear. This pawn is quite quick. Okay, c3, h6, knight d5. Actually, it's possible because h7, rook h6, and but then even g4, some g5, g6 maybe there. Maybe it's a bit of too much here. E3 played. Okay, after e3, the game for sure will end up in a draw. Okay, once white knight is out, then it's not many things black can do. A peaceful reply 3, but maybe it was nothing better. Who knows? This game is probably finished in a draw. Just it's not showing us the result. I mean, one left, one. This also finished. This also finished. Whom else we have? Of course, we have Ruth. Of course, the guy who likes to. I think he spends most of the time out of all players in that event sitting over the board and making moves. So far, we quite often seen that everyone gone, but Rudik is still playing, and trying to win, but not yet, and still games are finishing in the draws, and look like it will be one more game like this. Still no any significant progress. They're just shuffling pieces back and forwards. Okay, this pawn on d3 is too great. Anyway, Isaac played a very tactically resourcefully, that's for sure, because when he started that idea that he sacrificed a piece and so on, it looked very dubious, but overall he prevailed. His position was suspicious, but he ended up in quite a defensive setup. So here also white lost. Who else is remaining? Ilya Ilyushonok is still playing. Okay, but white can resign safely. What else we have? Jomsaran. Okay, black can resign safely. Tripishka. Tripishka is still playing, but so white has a little bit self-boxed. A little bit self-boxed, and does it winning? And does it winning or not? It's pretty funny actually how the position looks. Because it's not that easy to untangle his pieces. Because he was clearly winning, I'm not sure, but this position is already not so clear. If we go check and rook to the side, it should be draw probably. It can be check king e5 even. Just maybe check, and it's it looks like it should be draw. I mean, okay, rook f7, rook d7, white can play this, but it's not sure that white can win. Yes, king d5, another move, and black can check, non-stop. Non-stop checks, yeah. To see, but then king e4 problem. King e4, and there are no checks because rook f4, king f5. But why did he check from there? Why not from the from d1? Maybe he could check just from the bottom. Maybe once king goes to e6, then just to go back. I don't know actually. It's a bit strange because now it seems white maybe is on time to move the rook and to save a little bit of his pawns. Matvey won his game. So let's see who else does finished from this group. Vladimir Maslovsky against Artem Stribuk. Looks bad for white. This g3 pawn would probably cost at least a piece, or maybe even the rook. Looks like bad. This looks over. Extra rook for black. Ekaterina Goltsova, who won her first game. Now she's 3 pawns down. Okay, this should be a winning, of course, for white. Sentavtyan won his game. Arkady Gitelson is having some troubles, but has chances to defend, but sort of in between. Maybe white is lost. Stanislav Bukreev. Oof. Another scenario which can last for forever or not. Another scenario lasting forever. So one of idea is to just to take the pawn on b5, and then to take pawn on b4, and maybe just to promote both pawns. Then maybe white just wins. And if rook e5, king d7, rook b5, take, king e6, king e4, king f6, king b5, king g7, f4. White should be too many tempos up to promote. Maybe white can do it in a normal fashion like king b6, rook c7, still keeping this king off, rook c5, and at least gaining one tempo. King e7, take, king e7. Ah no, I'm not actually gaining any tempos now. Like this I'm not gaining. Rook e4 maybe even now. Take, king c4, king d7, king b5, king e7, king e4, king e7, king b5, king g7, f4. Still the same. So the king is not in time, and with knight, the black is also not in time. So that's actually a possible way how white can probably win it. Evgeny Voробyev scored another victory against a young player. Okay, it's not that easy to move and to scroll down. Okay, I'll go game by game just to see some other results. David Paravyan indeed upset Dmitry Rostovtsov, and it means that David has recovered from a very, very slow and unpromising start. Now he's back to 50%. Obviously, probably not the place he hoped before the tournament, but at least it's far better than been before. Ivan Rozum beat Alexei Karpatov. Semyon Novozhilov made a draw. Okay, there are some other games, but simply I cannot scroll them down. Okay, let's then move up and to see whom we have here. Arseny. Black just decided to cut the whole business, and he even give up the knight, or it says so. Okay, maybe after g4 they just agreed to draw, because okay, I'm not sure that black would play necessarily king e5, but obviously that's also a possible move. Or king e4, that's a possible way of playing. So here the game ended in a draw. So whom else we have? So in top boards, all ends. Here the players, I guess, are still there. And they're still playing, and enjoying, and playing, and enjoying. And okay, why not? Why not? Bishop c5. Well, it's still possible to go wrong with black. Still possible to go wrong with black, especially on the last minutes, and Vladik is very calm and concentrated to play till the end. A big question if d4 works now for black. d4 would be immediate draw if it works. White takes, d3, and then some bishop d2, king d5. Okay, but I'm not sure that it's a forced draw. Then okay, then of course it's still some play. King f4. Not so much goes on. Okay, just enjoy. Maybe check on d2. with the idea to get this king to e5. White may go bishop e3. No, actually, no bishop e3. No any bishop e3 and king to f3. Okay, if king e5 now, then what Vlad wants? King e2, bishop c3. I want king f4. Dmitry has to hurry up a bit. He should not leave himself with seconds. It's always a dangerous moment playing against Vlad. He's a fantastic blitz player, so just leave some time. Vlad is also celebrating his birthday today. He turned 27, if I remember correctly. So let's see if any of his opponents will provide him a birthday present or they will be quite unpolite. So king f5. Again, not clear what black wants and not so easy to see what white wants. Maybe some pass, some quick pass, maybe. Maybe some quick pass. By pass, I mean some bishop move. No, some bishop 7. Hard to say bishop f8, maybe just. White should be careful not to get this king to c3. Yes, maybe king d4, king e2, and the king e2, maybe it's okay. Yeah? King c3, bishop b4 I have. And bishop c3, then maybe some g5 I can try. Maybe to get my pawn somewhere to g7. No, king e2 played. Very calm approach. Bishop c3. So I guess now king e3. Continue the massage. And hoping to get some either Zugzwang or something else. Okay, the still should be, of course, objectively drawn, but still black is on the offensive. Still on the defensive, and he needs to show certain precision, not to blunder something playing after 4 hours. So my bet is king e3. My bet is for this move. I still don't see some progress with king f6, with the idea king g5. Okay, it's not some idea. Okay, white still waits and black waits, and we can still shuffle around this. Okay, king e3. King e3. Actually, king f6, bishop d4 we have. That's maybe a blunder. That's maybe a blunder. King g5, take, b4. And it looks like white wins or not? Okay, d4, king d3, king g4, b5, king f3, b6, c2. Take king e2, b7, d3. Okay, I don't need I'm not sure that all that should be calculated. Just to show you how easily you can lose the game at chess. Just go king f6, bishop b4, and all of a sudden maybe that's lost. Who knows? Who actually knows? The line is long. It's maybe draw by force, or black simply loses. d4. Okay, that's a possible way of playing. Okay, he forces white to go probably king d3, king f3, king f4, bishop takes d4, and he just removes the bishop. I don't know, somewhere, give up this pawn on b4 and tries to come back with the king to c8. This might be the quickest way. The only dangerous is the g4 pawn. Okay, king f3, d3 should be maybe not of a big concern for black. So looks like, okay, let's say king d3, king e4, bishop d4, okay, bishop e1, the lucky square, king e2, the another square, let's say bishop h4, just nobody cares. And then, okay, black wants to take on g4, and we're not protecting pawn on b4, nobody cares, go king e5, king 6, king d7, and it looks like white does not have chances. King d3, king g4, king c4, king f5, king d5, but then I can keep the pawn. If you cut me from coming back, I can simply protect the pawn. If you're not cutting me, then I reaches d7, and it should be just an easy draw. Okay, what else we have? Because here's the situation more or less clarified on the board. More or less clarified, and lots of games actually finished already. Let's see some look who is yet to play. Rudik agreed the draw, it says, after 50 on the 51st move. Okay, great, actually great defense by Isaac Parpiev. Ilya Ryushonok won, so most of the games has finished. Okay, another rook endgame. Alexander Trepishka is suffering, but the position, the estimation is changing. Or maybe not changing, but okay, let's see the something final. Okay, rook f2. Rook f2. Sometimes when you're playing such a game, especially with black, you have some thoughts. I wish I would never sit and play that game, because it just lasts forever and ever, and it seems that it never finishing torture. And you're thinking, wow, is it possible to be that way? Okay. Also, this game is still in progress. Arseniy Shturman versus Hakemi Arman. Okay, probably rook c3, rook g6, rook e3. That looks bad for white. These two pawns will be rolling with a big speed. And basically all the other games on top boards has already finished. So we have this one. And I'm just checking, do we have something else? And we have Vlad, of course, playing. Ronak won his game. And this concluded in a draw. Ivan Zemlyansky draw. Yeah, looks like not any other games left. All the games finished with the group +2 at least. And we have just one game. This one. And that's still in progress. Still in progress, bishop f8. Oh, that's actually still possible to play, because he didn't allow his king to come to e6. Now bishop b4, and it's still an endless play, because then king d5, and And actually, it's not clear from which side. Some bishop h6, king d5, automatic. Not yet clear how white will move the pawn, but nobody cares. Nobody cares. So black needs to wait. King f6, I don't know, maybe he wants king f7, king e8 to come back from e8. So what chances do white have here? Just trying to remember, it was a famous endgame which was discussed by the players, but what's the difference between the pawns? I think like maybe Taimana Fischer, some young Fischer, I think he was defending that. And maybe even losing. Something like that's very, very similar, but I cannot remember exactly what's the difference. It was also some, I think, B pawn and bishop endgame, and it was even suggested that the king should not be staying low, but to come from f3 to d3 and to come from that side. But I cannot understand why and what was the difference. Yeah, so my memory is still providing me some old knowledge, but I cannot really recognize is it completely similar or actually not. Still, let's wait a bit. Maybe Vlad will make some attempts. It's anyway important game. Both players are on +2. If Vlad succeeds in winning, then he's also joining the group who will be fighting for the top places. If he makes a draw, then okay, then he's off the fight for the first place, but he will be trying to get maybe to +3 to conclude the tournament just in a more or less normal position. Okay, meanwhile he thinks, okay, let's check Tripishko. Tripishko is saving or losing. Losing or saving Tripishko. Where does we have him? Just it's already not easy. I think he was here. He's here. Not many things happened. Okay, rook a1. The pawn is still alive on g6. King d7. No, really, I think it's a huge lesson to many young players that if you want to be really successful in playing these open tournaments and everything, you see so many things are actually decided by these simple bishop endgames, some simple rook endgames, and just. Okay, rook a1 from behind. So e6 played, and what? Time to take on g6. Time to take it. Take it or leave it. Yes, let's see these two players. So e6 played. They're still both very focused. Okay, king takes g6. Yes. Well, that anyway looks pretty funny. And it maybe just so how to play, maybe just to remove the rook, maybe some rook c2. K7, king f7. That's the only thing what should definitely avoid. King e7 is possible. Or maybe just a rook move, or just a big question where. Rook c8 was played. So it not makes a huge progress. But enough to make a tempo. Okay, now e7 is a threat, so probably he needs to go checking. But maybe then even king e8 wins, maybe. It looks that even king e8 wins. And just to get the pawn to e7. And with king on f6 we give check, and then maybe because king e7, king g7, I don't know if it's still some way to go. No, he opted for king e7. It's probably still winning. I think it was the game also Runyan Carlton from some of the Tal Memorial. They also played it for long, and Magnus finally made a mistake and lost the game, but it was not as bad as this. Okay, let's go back and try to catch Vladislav. Okay, this I don't see so much action in going. Okay, but that's just a dead draw. Okay. So b4 played, and bishop takes. White is still better, but the game ended up in draw. It means that for one of the favorites, it's harder now for fight for the top places, but still, Vlad is Vlad, and he will try to come back and win at least one of the last remaining games. Okay, let's go then for Tripishko and see how it goes, because they cannot leave each other. They're just playing and playing and playing. Rook comes to f2. Okay, theoretically that's lost, but okay, don't forget that it's a practical game. And we already see the 4.5 hours of play has passed, so whatever miracles can actually have happened. Okay, rook g3, a waiting move. Nice way. Okay, if king 8, then probably what? Then maybe rook a3. And f7, then endless checks. And endless checks, and be happy like this. F7. Okay, king g8. What else? King g8, what else to do? It's already move 84. Amazing that black just stands. Okay, black just stands. White is facing some problems in promoting this pawn. Okay. Rook d4 can be an option with idea king d7 to hide the king, and then just with idea e7. But black still waits. Black still waits, and then, I don't know, king e8 or king d7. But then still can go from the side and check. Rook f5, okay. Why not? Why not? Rook g1, okay, both sides waiting. Can white win or not? Can white win this or not? Maybe Alec wants to have some rook d5 as an option sometimes too. Maybe he considered king d6, rook d1, rook d5, maybe to have at his disposal. No. No, he doesn't. Black waits. Rook g2. Okay. Now actually the problem is that white is low on time. He's down to his last minute, and Alexander, of course, he can play as fast as he wish. And if white does know how to win, it can be not easy. Not easy, so I'll not just pause the picture in saying what white needs to do. Let's just see and enjoy. Rook d3. Okay, that's one of ideas. So black probably comes to sides. Rook e2. Ah no, rook e2 we can't go. We need to wait. No, because we should not allow rook g3, and then it should be. Then it's lost for sure. No chances that black can save it, but still, let's see. Let's see. Miracles can happen. Fortunately for black, it's hard to make to set up some trap. That's a bit hard. Alexander needs to make a move. If rook moves, rook g3, yes. Rook g3 moves, and that's too bad. So he made some move. Okay, he went king g6, king d7. Yeah, just d7 is coming. Nothing black can do. Nothing black can do, and nothing white can blunder probably here. Nothing. Okay, just e7. Everything prepared for e7. Yeah, rook e7, king e6. Yes, white completed that technical job, and Oleg is also back to the business. I think he's moving up to +2, and Alexander Trepishka is somewhere deep below. Rook d6. Okay, time to resign. No any ideas, no any tricks left. Yes, the game has concluded. Okay, let's then see the overall results of the 7th round. Just to remind you, in 1.5 hours, the next 8th round will begin at 17 p.m. Local Moscow time. So Yanni Pomnish won with the black pieces. He's a sole leader now with 6 out of 7. A fantastic result and convincing win. All the other games between the leaders, they ended up in a draw. So it means that Hans Niemann, Andrei Sipenko, Rich Rappert, and Alexei Gaganov still keeping the +4. It means 5.5 out of 7. They're sharing second to the 5th place, and with +3. Obviously, there are much more players. It's probably some big group with about maybe 12 players who are on 5 out of 7. And of course, there are much more players on 4.5, 4, but we will not take such a big look at this. Most likely, these 5 players, I mean, the players who has 6 and 5.5 points, most likely they will fight for the top places, and the rest players will probably just to fight for some good prizes. So that's it for the moment. Let's conclude the round 7th. It was an interesting one, and once again, my congratulations to Jan. He is now on a solid, and let's hope he has enough energy for the remaining 2 rounds. And I will come back at 17 p.m. to continue our live broadcast for Aeroflot Open. So come and join us in this fantastic tournament. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 8th round of Aeroflot Open. So far, after the 7 rounds, we have a sole leader. It's Jan Nepomнящий. He's on 6 out of 7. Next, we have 4 players with 5.5 out of 7. Hans Niemann, Alexei Gaganov, Andrei Sipenko, and Richie Rappert. These 4 players are on 5.5. Then we have quite a big group, around 10 players with 5 out of 7. It's Ronax Dvani, Alexander Glishuk, Sergei Dergalov, Sava Vitokhin, Aram Hagapyan, Maxim Motlakov, Denis Lozovik, Bardier Denishvar, Sergei Lopanov, Artyom Uskov. These 10 players are on 5 out of 7. Looks like these people will decide the meta who will take the first 3-5 places. So of course, we will follow with all our interests how they will play against each other in the 8th round. Jan is scheduled to play white against Hans Niemann. Okay, it's a big question. Does Niemann will try to do his best, or he will be playing more secure, or he will take all his risk? Andrei Yesipenko with white plays against Alexei Gaganov. Also, kind of a chance for Andrei. Okay, he has white and some chance to catch the leader, and Richie Rappert plays white against Ronax Dvani. Next we have Alexander Glishuk versus Sergei Dergalov, Sava Vitokhin versus Aram Hagapyan, Maxim Motlakov versus Denis Lozovik, Sergei Lopanov versus Denishvar Bardier, and Artyom Uskov. He plays Vladislav Artemiev, who has just not yet 5 points, he has just 4.5. And obviously also a very, very interesting game. So let's wait, the game are just about to start. Just to remind all of you who just join us for the first time, Aeroflot Open take place in Moscow. It's a 9-round open event. Along with we have a 4 round robins for the kids, 2 tournaments under 13, 2 tournaments under 15. They also close to the finish. The time control is 90 minutes till the rest of the game. It's very, very important nuance. There are no any second time control or sort of it. So 90 minutes till the rest of the game plus 30 seconds increment after each move. Of course, there are certain surprises. We have actually good results from our young players. Many of them are actually in a leading group. Many of them on +1, even on +2. Sava Vitokhin and Artyom Uskov on +3. So for many our young and future heroes, we have quite a successful tournament going so far. Plus also we have a couple of players who are also young, one from Armenia, one from Kyrgyzstan, one from Iran. All those players are also on respectful +2, and it means that if any of them will be able to win, let's say in a present round, he will have chances to fight for very top place. So we see Jan on the picture. So he makes his first move, and of course Hans is not there. Nobody's surprised, of course. It's a tradition which should not be changed, obviously. So e4, and Hans is still late. I don't know if he'll regret it or not. Jan is a very speedy player, and he's especially dangerous when he's teasing his opponents in their time troubles. Almost never in his own time trouble, but when the opponents are in the time trouble, Jan is very resourceful, very dangerous. It's really hard to predict, of course, what's going to happen, who has left how much energy with, who will try to take all risk, who will play all in, who will try to play some Aikido or whatsoever. Anyway, the prizes are really, really huge. Just to remind you that the first prize is 4 million rubles, quite worth of it. So maybe once in a year it's actually wise to take the risk and to try to gamble and to take it all. Okay, maybe some other players have the other psychology. They can settle with some probably more modest approach and take some less price, but take it for sure. I didn't play that much in the open tournaments back when I had my best years. Actually, now I a bit regret it. I think I could have played more. But back then, I was not even thinking too much if I should play chess or not, if I should play certain amount of classical events or not. I think I recently calculated that if we divide and count my classical tournaments year by year, then I think I played on average 3 classical tournaments per year. Quite a few amount, I would say, because back then these internet adventures were not as popular as today. I mean, of course, I was a frequent ICC user and player, and also on play chess and so on. But it was not for any prizes. It was not for anything significant. It was just my desire to play blitzes. Okay, Hans is not there. Okay, let's check the other boards. No moves. Okay, maybe we can take a look to the games where we can see some moves. Leah Garifulina plays against Daniil Dubov. Very, very interesting matchup. Both players are on +2. And we see Caro. We see Caro from Daniil, knight f3 is 6. And some variation with bishop e7. Okay, I've never seen that so much, but okay, and c3 h5. Okay, why not? Why not? Everything is possible if you're Daniil, even that type of play. Okay, maybe he wants to push pawns, or maybe he just makes some useful moves. Maybe knight h6 next move. Okay, knight e1, immediately asking and calling what black does want, and black just goes queen c7. Take your pawn if you wish. Take your pawn if you wish. I don't know, is it possible bishop h5, knight e5? Let's joke a bit about life. Is it possible? DE, bishop... Okay, which order? Okay, maybe bishop b1, rook b1, queen e5. Am I getting old or just crazy? Probably both. Looks like it's an attack on h5, attack on h2, and that looks playable for black. Even though, okay, white can take on f7, go knight f3, I'm not sure that it's very profitable for black, but it's also an open question, do white really need to calculate all that? It's also interesting because Le surprisingly for me, she plays very fast. I've seen already some of her games. She's never taking any deep investigations. Shall I take, not take, to what does he wants, not wants. Okay, just make any normal move and be happy. A very practical approach. So she went f4, not bothering herself in understanding what does Daniil has in mind if let's say I would pick up the pawn. Okay, knight h6. So looks like both of them decided, okay, let's just enjoy and let's just be quick. Okay, I will not defend the pawn and you will not take the pawn. Okay. Great stuff. Sava Vitohin against Harabian Aram. Here we have Nimzo, knight f3, b63, something classical. Many games has not yet started. Reacher up at bishop b5, knight f6. Hans seems to be absent still. Okay, then I go down and to try to catch the games which are a bit alive. I mean, Taba versus Matvey Galchenko, French defense, of course. French defense. French defense. Next, what we have, still no moves here. Pavel Pankratov against Pingin Artyom. And, okay, nice at 3g6. Ivan Zemlyansky against Lev Zverev. Another clash of the young generation. And these two are playing really, really fast. Let's take a closer look. Okay, knight f6, d3. d6, bishop g5. Okay, why not? d2, queen e7. Short, no, f4. Now short castle, g5. It must be some theoretical line, of course, because otherwise it's hard to understand how and why such a speed of play. Bishop d5. What does that want? No idea. Knight d8. And both players just banging moves so quickly. Okay. Vadim Zvyagintsev against Oleg Vastruchin. Will Vadim offer a quick draw? Not clear, but queen e2. So far, bishop e7. A nice move. I'm not able to understand it even to some extent. e4, d5, e5, and everyone enjoys. Probably c5 we can expect, or maybe some knight h6, knight f5. Okay, knight h6 I can take probably. It's not there, so we might expect some c5. And okay, the other players are on Dmitry Bocharov against Remezov Yaroslav, most likely type of Catalan. Ilya Ilyushonok against Zhalshy Lykov Yerjan. Here we have again some calm beginning of the game. Danila Pavlov against Zhamsaram Tsedypov, a famous line, a famous tricky line when Black tries to catch white unprepared, but objectively, my belief was that it's slightly suspicious for the Black player. And here, Shamsidin Vahidov, who has 4 out of 7, he plays against Sukisyan Vahe, who has 4.5, and actually showing absolutely brilliant performance so far. Here we have some Reti, g3, bishop g4, c6, short castle, knight d7, d3, knight f6, h3, takes, e5. A possible setup, a possible way to play. I like this type of position with 2 bishops, but Black is of course really solid, so there are players who enjoy it from the other side too. Okay, Hans appeared. Let's go back to the top board. The leader plays Hans. I mean, so it's maybe the best advertisement can be possibly made for Aeroflot Open, that the leader playing Hans. Okay, so bishop b5, and what now? Okay, Jan was mostly seen so far in that tournament with bishop c4, and now he changed his mind into favor for bishop b5. So let me see the picture. Hans looked a bit surprised, or might be not. He must be actually kind of experienced player, because he probably used to play a lot, some opens inside of years where I understood it's quite popular to have double rounds. It's less traditional here in Russia. Only recently, I think, we started also to economize on time, economize on health, and economize on certain other aspects, and also making such tournaments, and especially for kids. I don't know if I would really enjoy playing it too often, but to some extent, if you if you can get with it, this maybe has some practical meaning for sure. So bishop e5, he takes his time. Okay, we come back later. Andrei Yesipenko with white against Alexei Gaganov, knight f3, d5. So another suggestion to play Nimzo knight f3, and another sort of no thank you, d5, and entering some either Rogozin or Vienna, cd either, bishop f4, and okay, there's still lots of theory ahead. Richie Rapport against Ronax Dvani, d3, bishop c5. Take on c6, dc, knight bd2, bishop e6, short castle, bishop d6, knight to b3. Of course, this is quite a well-known line, so nothing special, nothing so. Queen e1. About this move, I don't know if it's good or bad, hard to say. Asking black to do some actions. Queen b8, kh3, short castle, knight g5. A bit unusual how white plays the opening, but maybe it makes some sense, okay, because this knight from f5 can land on c4. Once we get rid of this bishop on e6, also the pawn is ready to go to f4. Maybe queen can jump in some lines to h4, while this queen is still standing on b8. Okay, bishop d7, f4 is probably a blunder because of queen s7 check taking the knight, but let's say if bishop goes somewhere, white can consider knight c4, and then maybe to do something about that. After h6, I don't know, maybe f4. I'm not on time, so I should probably go back. And okay, at least I'm maybe one tempi up, because okay, play some bishop d7, h6, maybe not the most useful moves. Game not yet started, or we don't have any moves. Maxim Matlakov against Denis Lazavik, classical Catalan so far on the board, nothing new. Bishop b5, Sergei Labanov against Denishvar Bardia, bishop d7, c4, knight c6, knight c3, knight f6, d4, exchange, and g6. A typical Morozevich pint, just white has this a bit an extra bishop on b5, which makes some sense or not. Okay, let's see. Artem Uskov against Vladislav Artemiev. Should be a very interesting game if both of them will decide to fight. c4. c4 from Artem. And Vladislav is taking his time. He's thinking it's not yet any single move from him. Again, he's not afraid to give some handicap on time. He thinks that it's much more important to get the position he likes and maybe to avoid some possible prep from his opponents. Leg Rifulina, knight e3, of course, no any need of calculation what's gonna happen after bishop h5. It's maybe quite a practical approach. Knight e3, let's enjoy life. And let your opponent think and and hesitate. Taba against Matvey. Okay, knight e7, e3, take, c5, h4. My pet line long time ago. Queen c7, one of the most solid answers by black. Rook h3. Of course, I've done all possible lifts of white's rook. I played h5, h6, and take on h6 with rook. I played h5, rook h4, rook f4 against Yannick Pelletier and Bill, and got awful position. Of course, many times I played rook h3. So, okay, black is not really impressed. Just bishop d7, f4, knight b2 c6. And okay, still both options are available for black. He can castle long and still can castle short. And okay, white played all this f4, h4, so the program has done. So maybe it's time a bit to think and to play chess. Another Iranian young star, Arash Takbaz, he plays white against Arseniy Nesterov, Sireti, transposing to sort of Catalan, and after Catalan transposing to this Benoni reversed, and suddenly Sorrow takes. I've played recently this position with white. I can't say that I enjoy it for too much, but obviously it should be playable, of course. Here we have some dragon with bishop e2, castle short. And what's here? Okay, the white players need to choose what kind of play he wishes. He can go short castle and play calm. And positional game, he can consider some f4, h4, and all that type of play. After which nobody knows what's gonna happen. b5 and everybody happy. Vadim played after c5, queen g4. I used to play this position with black many times, but with the additional knight on d2. It was my French knight d2, bishop e7, e5, c5, queen g4. Okay, the knight is still on b1, but it means that at the same time, black does not have an option of pushing pawns aggressively. Like I played some g5, h5, and I had some adventures like this against Mickey Adams. Okay, g6 was the choice for black. White went on taking on c5, knight d7, knight f3, and okay, the game just goes on. If white is able to finish the development, normally we have just a bad version of French. Let's see and let's take a look at Vadim, because he is normally not with us. He's normally somewhere else, because normally he sits for 5 minutes and he's already absent. And okay, let's enjoy his company while he's still there. So knight f3, and okay, Black is taking his time. Okay, so I will quickly see the other games. Do we have something great at the openings? Okay, the pawn is already on h6, so white should be happy, and objectively it looks better for white. That's actually true. Symmetrical position, bloody hard to make it and to win it with white, but I always like to play it with white. I thought it's almost free risk and we can play and try to achieve something. Let's go a little bit below on the group with +1. Maxim Samosenko against Evgeny Nair. And next we have Faiz Rahmanov Ramil against Aydin Suleimanli. C3, castle d6, h6, bishop e3. Okay, so far so good. Shimanov, Alexander Shimanov, our famous streamer, he lost a couple of pitiful games and now he's back to +1. And okay, he plays Matinyan Nikita, some English opening. Okay, with all fight ahead. And next we have Manuel Petrosyan against Artem Stribuk. 6 bishop d3. Okay, a bit unknown to me. Okay, knight c2, knight c6, knight e2. Bravo, why not? d5, and just some play. Zaur TKF against Rudik Makaryan. It's a Russian defense and so far quite a well-known position. Evgeny Voробyev against Nikita Afanasyev. And okay, so Evgeny plays something classical, and Nikita probably in the mood to experiment a bit. Either he wants to play this hippopotamus, as they called it, with knight d7, b6, bishop b7. Knight d7, b6, bishop b7, yeah, or he's just wants to play with knight d7 short castle. Hard to say, I never liked this system for black, but as we can see from time to time, black players tend to experiment like this. Polina Shuvalova plays Yadegar, some young prodigy probably, and we have bishop d3, g6, f3 against the Najdorf, and queen b6. Some quick jump, a3, knight c6, bishop e3, e5, knight e5, queen d8. It's hard to understand what goes on. But again, let's trust the players that they know what they are doing. Vladimir Zakhartsov against Bukreev Stanislav. Ooh, the game is the game is almost begun, but it's almost finished. Yeah, so they all showed a huge prep. h5, h6, rook h3, king h8, rook g3, bishop b7, bishop d3, cd, cd, knight d7. Both of us just adding time in their clocks. Bishop f4, e5, takes knight e5, bishop a5, f6, queen g4, rook g8, bishop f4, queen d4. So Stanislav didn't spend a single second now. He only added time on his clock. He's on 1 hour 38 minutes. So plus 8 minutes comparing to the initial time. And queen g6. Can you imagine that he started to think only now, or he's still just absent, walking somewhere? A pure desire of white just to go e5 and make a mate. Also bishop h6. There are another idea. So what does what does black want? Okay, still of course we know that black knows how to play, but still it looks extremely funny to watch such a speedy play. Bishop c5. I don't know if it exists, because white can still probably try to push. Don't see if there are too many checks. Bishop b4, there is some move. If king f1, then maybe now bishop c5. It's a bit unpleasant to defend on f2 because okay, rook f3 maybe. And still it's a question that both. Okay, now bishop h6 is not a mating threat, but e5 is still pretty huge. But anyways, the way the game proceeds looks extremely funny. So, and okay, let's wait how they will proceed. Also, f5 exists here. It comes to mind to go f5 because if queen takes, there is some rook f8 tempi. In some lines, okay, e5 does not look like a very promising move. And if bishop takes, it's no longer a threat to take on g7. Black might consider just some f takes e4, just to play some normal move. So f5 is also an option. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to the top. A classical Spanish, really. We needed to wait 8 rounds to see the classical Spanish with move order b5, bishop b3, c3, d6, h3. Really? Incredible stuff. It's one of the most unexpected turn. because normally, okay, some marshal, anti-marshal, something hot. And, okay, but please no knight g5, knight f3, please. Please play chess, guys. Okay, I know that life teaches us to be practical, but please, let's hope it will be a game. It will be a game, like, let's say here, bishop f4. Knight e4. Rook c1, knight c6. Still a theoretical, of course, line. Knight d2. g5, bishop g3. So okay, silent draw offer by Hans. He goes bishop e7, rook 8. But I really do hope that Jan will not repeat, even though it's maybe nice to keep the leading position, but of course all the spectators, we want to see the fight. Knight takes g3, hg. So, okay, I must understand that the pawn is not hanging on d4, or it's hanging. No, actually it's hanging. Actually it's hanging, so Alexei takes a pawn. Interesting stuff. Okay, white has, of course, plenty of play. Lots of tempos, lots of play. And again, black has a choice to take on c3 or to go knight c6. What's the best? I have no idea. Probably it's still some prep, of course. Richie is on a very speedy play. He's kind of quick. Raunak is also playing quick. Rook 8. Okay, it's understandable. Players are tired, of course. It's hard to give it all at such a schedule. So we took on e6, knight c4, bishop c5, queen e2, queen e2, and there is end so far. Black is thinking. I don't know if white achieved a lot by so many knight jumps. All this knight b3, knight e5, knight c4. And okay, where does this knight go? Maybe knight e3, knight e5. What's his final destination? The destination unknown, like we remember from a popular song. Okay, here I can suggest at least one destination, maybe square f5. Okay, Nimzo. Alexander finally arrived to the board. e3, short castle, bishop d3, d5, cd, ed, knight g to e2. And okay, the black chooses which setup of pieces he wishes to play. Great. Draw offer, and it says that's a draw. Really? It's already, the game is finished? And Jan made a draw? No. Okay, I know, but no. I completely mistake the decision. No, I cannot agree with this. Even I know that it's practical from the current standpoint and current tournament situation, but for us, okay, to get such a chow. Okay. Here we have a typical Maratha bin from white side, but black is nicely developed, and also a couple of pieces already being exchanged. It looks like quite an acceptable way for black, but of course white is very solid and can basically enjoy. Here, after some long thought, e5 appeared. c3, knight f6, knight f3, knight c6, g3, g6, bishop d7, short castle, d3. And okay, now Now Vlad has to take his time to take his choice. He's somehow not really playing so far very successfully against the younger generation. I remember that in Sochi it was also tough to him. He suffered some unexpected losses from the younger players. Here he also lost his game to Denis Lazarevich, so he has to be careful. He plays the type of player who are not really easy for him to. Lea is still on a blitz mode, so this game obviously will end up relatively quick, I think. F6 played, nobody's taking any pawns, F4, okay, finally H4. Immediately comes H3, bishop E4, bishop to D3. Okay, I'm not understanding half of the moves, but I guess we will just enjoy it. We will look to this game like some psychological circus. We will not take it as a chess game. We take it as I said, from the other, even not point of view, from the other side of view, let's say. Bishop C7, and here went bishop E3. Wow, that's a move. Wow, I was I was schooled that if black can go b6 with the pawn on c5, the bishop on e3 half dead. So I was schooled that the bishop comes to e3 only when the pawn on c5 leaves this place, especially when it's went onto c4. Then okay, then bishop e3, and okay, the bishop occupies a nice diagonal and sort of it. But bishop at e3, b6, it's a half-dead bishop. What does he do? Nobody knows. Okay, b6, anyway, that's a normal move for black. And queen h5. Don't ask me what goes on. I cannot explain to you any of these moves. Bishop g5, h6, takes 6. Okay, let me learn how to play it with white. At 3, okay, 5 at bd2, queen e7. Yes, I got it with white, and I came up with queen c2, short castle, rook a2, e1. A very strange concept to play like this. And okay, I'm not sure that I would repeat that story, but okay, let's take some look. Okay, knight f4, short castle, knight d6, queen d6, e3, and okay, the game goes on. Hans, hello.
Hey.
Hello. You came to comment your most interesting game?
Yeah, well, I guess he prefers not to play, which is a bit weird. I think there have been many tournaments where there was one tournament in Gashimov where he signed a letter to remove me from the tournament. So it's a bit, maybe that's what, I don't know.
So you think it's some personal against you? Or what?
Yeah, because I was playing Gashimov Memorial 1 week before the tournament. They're about to book my ticket. And I was waiting in London for 2 weeks, ready to go. And then they said, you can't play because some players protested. So,
And it was when?
it was the last year in October or September. So it's, I don't know, for me, I will play chess against anyone, so it's a bit unfortunate. So.
Okay, so maybe you can just share your general impressions, emotions about how the tournament goes so far for you, because we were quite focused on your games, so you can easily pick up any.
Yeah. You know, it's funny, in this game today, I tried to avoid a draw in every way. First, I didn't play Berlin. Then I played Marshall. Then he plays c3, I could play d5. So he forces, when I played d6, I thought, okay, I'll play d6, I'll give him like better position, and then he'll play. And then he plays knight g5. I'm like, okay, what can I do? So this was unfortunate, but I don't know. Like I offered, I'm playing a match with Dubov here, and after he made some comments, he agreed to play, which I respect. But let's say I offered while I'm here in Moscow, I offered to Nepo privately to play a blitz match, 18 games, same as Dubov, and I told him that if he beats me, I will give him $50,000, and then I'll donate 50,000 to charity. So hopefully he'll accept my offer.
So he's still thinking.
I don't know. I will if he plays me, I will play him a match after my match in Dubov here in Moscow. I have no issues, and if he beats me, I'll give him $100,000. Half I think should go to charity. So, but anyways, we can discuss the chess. I think this.
And you're ready to do it almost next day after your match with.
Yeah, I mean, anytime, any day, any place, we can go to maybe Vladivostok, romantic location. I don't know. Wherever you want to play. I've been to Uralsk in Kazakhstan, near the Russian border. So I've gone to some obscure places. So we can. Anyways, that's just for me. It's frustrating when I just want to play chess and I can't play chess. But at least I get to play chess now. So next game. But for me, it's like I have black against Nepo, a very good player. He forces draw. Now I can't complain. Like again, I'm very tired. This schedule is so intense.
Yes.
I guess and Americans are more used to this sort of double round. When I organized my match against Anish, Vitigov, and Bakro, we played. I played these 3 matches all back to back and all double rounds. So in maybe like 2 weeks, I played 18 classical games, 18 rapid games, and 36 blitz games. You know, so I should have energy, but I think the most interesting games were these 2 sort of king-side attacks. We had the game. What's it? The first game I thought was a very nice technical win. He played the Rasalima, which I'm an expert in. So it's funny that I really haven't prepared for any game, but somehow all the openings are I just know it very well. I think it's funny that somehow my Wi-Fi or I don't know what's going on with my computer, but the Wi-Fi hasn't been so good. So I barely prepare, but somehow all my games interesting. All my, let's say, the lines I know are happening. I think. The most memorable game was against Morozevich. Of course, this was very special.
Yeah.
Very special game. This made me enjoy classical chess again. Usually, I get quite. I don't know, blitz so much fun that I get a bit bored playing classical. But this game, I felt such adrenaline. It was really, I think, a highlight of the tournament. I don't know
especially when you play this G6 move, we were actually saying it's far from easy to take this decision. And later it was also some interesting turns, in that game.
I managed my, I didn't have to sacrifice this piece. I blundered that after rook fd8, knight f6. I didn't realize you can just play gf6, king f8, and I had like a heart attack. And then I started to realize, because of course if I just go h6, knight h3, because again, this opening, I had like some online games in a very similar fashion, and I felt like this. All these pieces are coming, and there are so many moments with these sacrifices. Like I don't know, there's no board for people to see, but I'm sure you'll remember. But when I played, there was a moment when I played h4, and after h4,
actually we can take let's
because
say,
this game really.
We can.
The third game as well. I was. I was so stressed. It was really so.
We have 2 options. I can try to find it, or we can just.
It was round 6. No, round 5. Round 5 against Morozevich.
Oh, that's just a long way. We can maybe, if you remember moves, we can.
Yeah, I can go.
We can go like this. It's maybe easier. Otherwise, it's.
But I also realized that sort of. I have not met you before, but I've seen many of your games. So it's.
Of my games.
Yeah, of course. No, I'm. Let's say, I was not. Let's say. A big prodigy when I was young.
Okay,
but I know your games.
Let's say from this you can just move on that board. So.
Okay.
No. Just yes.
Okay.
Just move like this, and we can get the.
So usually he always plays Berlin. I was very surprised. I was like, okay, this is great. We get a big fight. Usually he plays knight d4 here,
Yes, and he went some strange b6 move, yeah?
Yeah, but no, it's not so bad. It was
not so
even.
bad.
I think I've even played it myself. So this concept with like c3, now d3.
And what's the idea of bishop f4?
Well, you just go. Well, okay, you can go again. Oops, okay.
No, you have to be here now.
Okay.
Just
Here,
pick
here.
this line and go till the end.
Here.
No, you take this line and go to this moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like, oh, okay. So if you go, wait, how do I? So like this position, this is
No, I mean b6.
yeah. No, but
C3?
yeah. So but you are basically transposing just to show this. This is like a main line. And here, this is more popular. But you include b6 and c3. So it's actually a worse version for white. But I really wanted to get this close position because when you play double rounds and you have no energy, it's better to, let's say, to play some less so. But basically, you're, I guess, trying to. Usually, the bishop comes to like. No, sorry.
Rook e1 first.
I'm really not there. I'm bad with that.
Everyone is bad here, so.
I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm not so. This is a weird. Okay. So, yeah, b6. So, the point with c3 is to provoke is to force a6 and usually go bishop f4.
Yeah.
But I guess bishop can go to f1 and g3, bishop g2. So it's okay. Now you use d4, e5. You don't want to allow e5, and bishop b7. And here again, you could play many moves. You could play knight d2 first. You could play h4. You could play g3. You could play, I didn't remember anything. In these sort of close positions, I sort of feel like I should just play a move that isn't stupid, because like you end up playing all of the same moves anyways. Like I don't know what this is. Okay, so g3, you decided to take. I took knight d5. Now I played queen e2. He played, I think, queen. Yeah, this was not a good move. I didn't like. I don't know why queen usually can go to c7, but, or maybe even b5. The main issue is that you don't want to play bishop e7 because now c4, and the knight, it gets sort of stuck on c7. It's very bad. But if the bishop, for example, instead of queen e2, if I play c4 here, knight comes back to e7 and then to f5, and so it's sort of a waiting move, not waiting move, but Nepal's coach Chuchalov hates this word waiting move. He says it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah, if you ask Chuchalov what is a waiting move, he will scream at you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's not a waiting move, but it's sort of weird because you can't play bishop b7, so you're trying to improve the position. I don't know, queen d7, maybe b5. It's hard to say. It's really, but he plays queen d7, which I don't know. It didn't make much sense to me. So I thought, okay, I would continue my development. Bishop b2.
But b5 somewhere here, I think.
Yeah, now b5. Because if c4 knight needs to come to b6, I go knight d2, bishop b7, knight e4. And here there was a very nice trick, like if castles. I think black is losing.
c4 knight to 6.
Yeah. So I was hoping. I think that's sometimes you're playing the game and you can look into your opponent's eyes and you can sort of read their mind. You just sort of. And I feel like I was looking at him and I saw the moment he realized because it's a crucial tempo that you lose. Oh no. Here. And so I think he played bishop e7, knight e4. But knight b6, but now my rook comes to d1. I don't know. I checked. It says only slight advantage, but I was loving my position. Castles.
When some bishop
g2.
G2, I think, yeah.
Rook rook a or rook a d8. And now h4. So the point behind h4, he might have gone knight a4 first. Shows a tar. Okay, wait, no, I went. I think he went here first, and then rook a8. Yeah, this is it. So now it's like, also, he doesn't really have a move. So I could go d4 immediately, but I wanted to force the queen to the c file first, because after h4, but I also wasn't sure, because h4, I thought you should play like h6. I don't know, and then I was not sure whether it was good to include these moves. because I could play d4 immediately, and let's say take.
But I think in general black is supposed to take no c4.
No, c4. I think
c4 is ugly, I know, but you're just trying to shut this bishop on one and,
maybe
and praying that you will not
Yeah,
get.
I wasn't. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I thought that. I wasn't sure. Maybe I should wait. So I thought, okay, let's go h4. I don't really see. Okay, if he could play h6, but he's generally quite a objective player. He's like the most principled, most reasonable. So I thought he would. I don't know. He already seemed very nervous. He was spending a lot of time. So I thought he would hesitate to play h6. And it's hard to. This looks just so scary. So he plays queen c7, d4, take. I was calculating some. What was I? After. In this position, let's say. What was the critical line? Okay, yes. There are some amazing lines here. So h6, d4, take. For example, let's say knight b4, I played d5. And let's say any move I play knight f6. So I think you have to play take. Calculated check, take, bishop d6. Here there was a very nice line. First I considered knight d4. Maybe there was some problem with. Okay. Yes, it was queen e3, d6. Take. Rook e7. And take, I probably have. So rook f7, take, knight g5. King e8. Someone might move bishop. h3 is, I think, should be a few ways to win. But this was very nice. I saw some stuff. But anyways, I thought like in this position, if not knight b4, it's hard to find a move.
Yes,
I'm just going d5, knight f6.
d5 is big.
Like d5, knight f6. It just looks like game over to me. I don't see. Maybe I'm too optimistic. I don't know.
Actually, I would think something closer.
Yeah. But okay, well, maybe some miracle defense, but even like take could be just winning, but I don't know. Native. Hard to say.
Okay, but
It looks very scary. It's not, but okay, wait. Yeah, okay. So yeah, there were some nice lines, but I don't know when I see like d4, d5, I can only assume that usually he plays such solid openings that he's never attacked. Like I don't think I've ever seen him in like with a king so weak because he plays the most solid openings. So his king is always quite okay. So we got queen c7, take, rook d5. So knight g5. So here I guess I already check with engine later, but knight h3 is just I guess very good because I don't even understand why I didn't even check. Probably just okay. Maybe just queen g4 here. Okay. So yeah, this I missed. But again, I thought I was just a genius, and in this moment I realized like what he just takes and runs. So this was I don't know, like such games. I wish maybe I shouldn't analyze them because if I analyze, people see how stupid I am. But if you just look at it, then it looks so beautiful.
no, it's much better if you share, of course.
Yeah, no, because at this moment I started. Okay, like I was still optimistic. I thought, okay, this is it looks still incredibly dangerous. If you sort of follow Kasparov's rules, this knight in a4 is, you count, queen, knight, bishop, pawn, and sort of, let's say, rook. And he just has okay, bishop is not defending, knight maybe, rooks, knight. So I just sort of put my eye away from this knight in a4 and imagine that I'm a pawn. And that is how I sort of, because it's so easy to get nervous, like after queen d7, I thought, wait, I'm just winning. And then I blundered that in this position, bishop here. I thought like, oh, I'm just winning. Take d5. And then I was like, oh, he can just take. So I didn't really. I found sort of this, and very nice is check, queen g7, bishop g6. But already here I'm getting low in time. I'm already very upset. But after d5, yeah, he had to play bishop c3. Here I think I just have to repeat to make a draw, because if check here, even this works. Because check, you could just take. Now white is getting mated. So in this position, king g8, queen h5. It's funny, this bishop is staying there, and again, I look at the position, but imagine these pieces are gone, and then everything's okay. So he played queen. Yeah, he still should play bishop c3, I guess. Give a check, and I took. And finally, he made, I guess, his first mistake here. And
it's a strange move now.
Yeah, very. I think he just got nervous, or he had much more time than me. I was getting down to 1 minute, and again, I calculated the best line here. Like, obviously, I should just take, but I couldn't resist this. I couldn't resist this bind. You know, it was just so beautiful. I couldn't. The sort of maybe the artistic side of me as a chess player could not resist such a formation. But obviously, I saw that with intermediate check. No, wait. It's check first. Wait. Yeah, check here, and then okay, black is forced to e8, and then you take. And what I missed was that in this moment, like you go bishop d4, rook c8. I saw this position, and I didn't realize that I actually can just trade. Like I can just trade in c7. So when you sort of have like these, when you have such an attack, to trade a queen is just like it's like a mental block. So I calculated this, but again, I was already getting low on time. So he played, but then he made like g5, f7. Yeah, so now his queen is sort of trapped.
Yes, queen on j8 was really.
No, but I just love this position. It's just such a beautiful. I don't know. Like I calculate, when you have no time, you're just seeing random lines, and I saw like knight 97 check, bishop b4, king e7, take queen b4. Okay, why not? It's hard to find. Like this is very natural. Check in here, and then I guess you should just play queen h8, and then like take e6, and I think his only move is rook e5. I didn't see this during the game, but it's still like a draw. It's completely crazy. He had much more time, so we played a game. It was black, and he outplayed me the whole game, and he also sort of he lost it sort of in time pressure as well. So maybe he had some deja vu. But yeah, here.
It looked like he simply missed bishop c5.
He's probably thinking, "Oh, I'm going to win the game," and then so he had to play. But even here, it's like not so easy. You can imagine you play just e6, and queen e6. Would be even here. I was still so much adrenaline, and I realized, okay, I can just take and like queen f8. But this bishop is so scary with this diagonal. You have no time. It really took all of my energy and nerves to maintain calm, but then again he was drifting. At this point, he played king here.
King 8 is.
I was not sure like if king. Again, it's such a. I was not sure like what. No, not here. Wait. No. King C7. I wasn't sure what to play.
Instantly, yeah, you want to have your king there.
Yeah, I thought like king is to 8, and I was so scared. I was like, what am I doing? It looks like such a tough position to play. Even here, it would take me a long time to figure out like what to play. It's maybe some super subtle move like queen c2. It's so easy to
Yeah, it's easy to go wrong. Once especially king will be 7, b8 on 8, and then it's in time pressure.
so okay. King 8 was
King 8 was one of the weirdest choices back.
yeah.
So he kept his king in
Yeah, and then I went bishop d6, and then he went rook d4, and again I'm like sitting there, no time. I'm like, no time. I'm like, okay, we should follow the rule. Just repeat. So I repeated, and thankfully he plays
he went g6, I think.
yeah. Again, this is sort of a gift, right? But I was really
Yes, here, okay, it's clear that white wins.
yeah.
Bishop c8, c7.
Yeah, this was, I was checking that if rook here, if you try to be cool, just you should take. Anyways, but yeah, no, this I think was the highlight. It's a bit unfortunate that like Nepo beat Aram. This was a surprising result, but at least I'll have my chance with white tomorrow.
Okay, that's great. So with Daniel, you sort of settled already to play the match.
Yes, we're playing. I guess the day after.
Day after.
Yeah, day after 2 days. Daniel.
And you play 2 days in a row.
Yes.
And overall 18 games.
18 games. Yes. So
18 games.
9
So
games.
3 plus 2.
Yes, 3 plus 2. Yeah.
3 plus 2. And what is on stakes?
It is like 2,000 per game. So, but by point. So let's say.
By point.
So let's say he wins the match, or hopefully I win the match by 4 points. It's 8,000.
8,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
I offered 20,000 per point, but
You offered 20,000 per point.
he said no, unfortunately.
And you're so rich.
Well, it's for fun, For example, I'm playing in this tournament. I'm not playing for any money.
Yes, I know. But apart from playing for fun, you need to have this money at your paw.
I have. I have some.
Imagine. Okay, we should not imagine, but imagine you get crushed by 10 points. Then okay, if it's 20,000 per point, then okay, you need to have lots of.
Yes, but I have so much belief in myself.
So much belief. Okay.
And I have the money as well, but it's not about the money. It's more about.
Yes,
for me, it's about like the principle.
Yes.
That if for example, I say to Nepomniachtchi, he plays me 18 games. All he does is have to beat me.
Also 3 plus 2.
3 plus 2, $100,000. I will sign a contract. I will send the money to escrow before the match. We can have contract. We can have any conditions he wants, any checks, any scan, any place. It's a very, very simple offer. Because for me, when people try to stop me from playing, it's not even that. It's just that I love playing chess. I want to play chess. And people who are trying to stop that, for me, it's against the sort of the character of competing, right? So, like, if I give him 100,000 to beat me in 18 games, why shouldn't he say yes?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So Jan is still considering your proposal, and with Daniel, you already sort of agreed, yeah?
Oh yeah, we agreed.
Yeah, you agreed, and you played with him. I mean, with Daniel before. Huh?
Well, he didn't show up to the game in New York.
Apart from that,
yes. I think he beat me in a rapid game or rapid and blitz, and classical we've never played. I think only one rapid game.
And some online.
Yeah, online. I'm sure we've played, but over the board, let's say I think only one rapid game.
Only one rapid game over the board.
Yeah.
Just okay. And what's your, let's say, expectations? How you think you would?
Well, I think he's a very good blitz player, but for me, it's not even about winning the match is important, but to play, I think, because is the most important thing. As I say, chess speaks for itself. Or Schachmat is sami zasiba.
Yes.
Schachmat govrit sami zasiba, as you say in Russian.
Yes.
It's one of phrases I know. In my opinion, the chess should speak for itself, and all arguments, all disagreements, we are chess players. It should happen on the chessboard. Not because someone doesn't like me doesn't mean they should have the opportunity to stop me from playing all tournaments. You know, every single player should have equal opportunity to play chess and against the best in the world. It should not be one player. For example, in any serious sport like tennis, basketball, there are many controversial people, but they're still allowed to play. So that is, from a principle perspective, that is sort of why I am taking such an, let's say, financially costly
steps.
Potentially financially costly initiative. But for me, it's a matter of principle.
Great. Okay. Of course, we wish you good luck for the final round, and also, at least me, I'll be a very, very close spectator for your match. And also, let's hope that Jan, he has to pick up the chair.
Yes.
Also, yeah?
Who would refuse?
Yeah.
Any player would accept it. 100,000 with no risk. He just and it's in his hometown. So maybe we'll see you there.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Great.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Bye. So we just we saw Hans, who came to our studio. I'm kind of pleasantly surprised. Okay, it was of course my big wish to invite him. Okay, I was not actually sure if he would accept invitation to come and join. So we had a great chance and opportunity to see Hans, to talk to him. So you heard his emotions, his expressions, his wishes. So he's a young and strong guy. Obviously, I would also love to see him playing Nepo, to see him playing Dubov. It's absolutely fantastic events which can take place. And regardless of the results, I think it will be very nice to also for in general for promotion of chess. Okay, let's get back to the tournament. So second board we have already something weird happening. Black is 2 pawns up, but position is a bit turned into some parts, let's say, like and white coordination of pieces looks quite nice. So obviously white is having probably full compensation for missing pawns. And okay, if we go move by move, okay, e3, knight, okay, bishop takes c3 first, rook c3, knight e6, e4, e4, okay, takes, and okay, white is not in a hurry to, of course, to recapture and to trade queens. It will be out of any point. Okay, bishop c4 and just bishop d7. Okay, both players are taking some time. Andrei is still fast. And Alexei already spent some considerable amount of time. Position pretty interesting to play. Bishop d7 is not maybe the first choice you would expect from black. Okay, maybe he wants to have sometimes an opportunity to castle long and then maybe to hide the king, because obviously on the short side it's far more dangerous. Richie is lands up with a knight on e3, as we thought, and g6. Okay, Ronak decided to cover this important f5 square, not to allow this unpleasant jump to f5, and white went rook b1. It's, I don't know if I would be thinking to start playing on that part of the board. Okay, black look nicely prepared to meet any f4. They have knight h5 options, something else, but okay, rook b1. What does he wants? Some b3. I doubt so. Okay, queen e7, bishop d2, bishop b4, and okay, then This still that's current present position. Richie looks a bit tired, maybe just as all we are here. But okay, what to do? That's a great tournament with great prizes, but also with a tough schedule. So you need to show your endurance, your stability, your other individual quality to try to win it. So let's hope he will proceed with some of it. And okay, next we have Alexander Grishuk. Get the board, take, 92. Shot to d6, short castle. Okay, 8, bishop d2, b6, knight f4, take, and c5. Okay, so far so good. Position is quite well known. Okay, black has sort of an extra pawn in the center. White has 2 bishops and lots of active piece play. Probably position is objectively balanced, and the time is more or less equal. Here, what we have, we have rook e8, knight e5, c5. a3, takes, b6. It's quite a typical scenario. Quite often, white is positioned with a knight on e2 or with a knight on g3, and then white starts slowly to try to come up with some f3, 4. Okay, knight is on e5, which is maybe for good or for bad. It's hard to say. It's a bit on its own way. If white wants to push pawns, white does. We have the knight on e5, and white decided to have this trade. So I don't know. Without the knights, just knight versus a bishop, it looks kind of, I would say, kind of comfortable for black. I mean, it's not that black is better necessarily, but just comfortable to play. It's not that easy to see what's the plan. Okay, f3, queen c6. Okay, just black will never allow any e4 to happen, and then it's a bigger question: where does white wants to play? Queen b2, queen c2, and just wait. Okay, but then if it's queen b2, queen c2, then looks like probably white is slightly worse, because okay, it's still hard to imagine that e4 would take place, and black has some opportunity to maybe to activate the knight, and maybe to find some way how to activate him. Maybe some h6, knight h7, knight g5, or okay, we can imagine some squares are still available for the black knight, and okay, with white, what to do? Rook e2, rook e1, or the bishop on f2 would be maybe slightly easier for white in some sense, but okay, bishop on d2 is protecting all pawns, but just I don't see any possible activity for white. So it means that Aram has a comfortable position so far, and Sava needs to be careful. Okay, so let's agree the draw. Here we have what? Okay, queen c2. So the pawn is hanging. So bishop c3, queen c3, knight f4 can take place, but the pin would be very annoying. Plus the h6 pawn is under attack. So most likely black does not wish to take on c3. I don't know what about some f5. Does it exist or not? Hard to say. Because if white consolidates, white should enjoy it. It should be constantly slightly better for white. Okay, white has enjoyed more space. Even though it's not much, of course, but black is quite solid. Anyway, I usually think that in Morozevich, if white stabilizes, it should be always slightly better for them. Here, I don't know, either both of them are sleeping a bit or what goes on. It's just in the 25 minutes time, we only saw 2 moves by both players. Okay, d6, which could have been played immediately. Rook b1. Okay, also one of the most typical moves. Rook 8, another typical move, and b3. Now that's also a possible move. Actually, I played something similar with Evgeny Tomaszewski in World Cup in Tromsø 2013. I remember also played something like this with white, some b3. And actually we played an interesting game. And also the game was very interesting till one moment. I remember that I think we passed the first time control, so it was some additional time. And in this moment, I felt so strange. It was only time in my life. I felt that I should immediately end this game, just immediately, because I thought that I need to eat, and I'm not only in need to eat. It's like something forced. So if I would not get the food within 15-20 minutes, I simply die. So it was about that. I mean, so I'm not actually joking. And it hit me so strongly, actually. It never happened before or after. And I understood that I'm about just to leave the hole, basically. It's not about that I wish or not wish. It's about the continuation of your life presence on Earth. I mean, so you just need to go to it, because these nuts and teas and drinks were clearly not enough. And I actually didn't know what to do. I immediately offered a draw to my opponent, even though I already thought that he might be slightly better. At least position has complicated for quite a lot. But I was hoping that Evgeny, knowing his character, knowing his habits, maybe he would actually agree to draw, especially, he is black in the first game. So maybe just, put some hopes on his instincts. I offered a draw. He hesitated for a little bit. This hesitation almost died waiting for his acceptance, because if he would make any move, I would simply resign. Any move by him would finish the game just immediately. So any move, and I simply resign, and I will left the hole. But fortunately for me, he didn't understand that any move just finishes the game immediately. So luckily he accepted the draw. And so I was immediately rushed. I took the first taxi. I went to the first possible restaurant, and I ordered the quickest possible meals I could prepare. And after I ate, I felt that maybe my life will continue at least for some short time. So, and I just remembered that funny story for me. During the game, it was not at all funny. It was like a huge trouble. But I also remember that I played some rook b1, b3, I think something like that against Evgeny. So actually that's a possible way of playing, and the position can still keep a flexible play. And if black opts for some e4, then of course b3 comes in a big use, and white can maybe trade the bishops and just play for a better pawn structure later. In our circus, what do we have? We have lots of moves has been played. Take, queen b3. Attacking the central pawn. Why not? Knight f8, knight c2, rook to d8, rook to e1, knight g3, bishop to e3. f5, rook a to d1. I'm a bit lost here, so what goes on? Which side is making what? Obviously, positionally, black stands quite well. Maybe there is some g5 actions, what to do. And white may consider some c4, d5, maybe to play here. Of course, g5. The Daniel is already there. F takes g5. Rook goes to g8, and knight c4. It's a bit funny. They're both playing just rapid chess, because position is obviously pretty much complicated, but they're not bothered too much to concede some time to check maybe some hidden opportunities. Either they both just decided to rely on their intuition. Also, don't forget it's a really tough schedule to play this double round events. And okay, knight c4. I have quite a decent idea what goes on here. Maybe black can play some slow motion. I don't know, rook g6, knight h7, knight g5, trying to get the pawn that way, or maybe there are some other options. Can black allow this knight to come to d6? A big question. I doubt so. And yeah, okay, all fight ahead. Position is quite tricky. d5 is a bit heavy. I don't like it. Just placing the rook in quite a doubtful square, let's say. I'm not sure. Here we have a bit of strange of moves, because bishop e3 with combination queen. Okay, I'm not saying it's bad, but I've never seen such a play against the French. And both of these moves would never come to my mind, just never. Even I don't know, after a bottle of vodka and after 3 sleepless nights, any of this move, and especially the combinations of this move would just never appear. Okay, then it's nice because I'm not only commenting, not only explaining something, but I'm also learning maybe some new ideas, new concepts. Because okay, I'm not saying it's bad. Just I'm saying that it's not in my abilities to play like this. Okay, knight f4, immediately calling queen g5. Take on h3, why not? Knight h3. I'm still out. Still don't understand what goes on. White sec an exchange. Put the bishop on e3. Does it good? Does it necessary? Is it brilliant? Okay, black has problems defending the pawns on the king side. That's true. CD is probably just bad. Some intermediate bishop d6. So actually, sort of black does not have so many active options. That's true. And short castle may end up with some bishop h7, a typical sec, and check on h5, knight g5, and it should be. I can't believe it can be over with some precise play. And at the same time, I don't see any threat at all. So I scared you first, like in some good movies, and then I'm saying, okay, but I don't see any single threat for black. Maybe h6, queen g7, long castle, and what goes there? How to say? Maybe white can pick up some pawns and just to play this stuff. But anyways, this bishop pawn e3, the absence of it, it can be quite telling in some concrete play. So I don't know. Anyway, that's definitely so far the game of the round. That's for sure. I'm not saying that's a game of the tournament. It's obviously the game of the round. Arseny against the Iranian player. Okay, knight e4. Knight e4, okay, black castle, white took on d6, it simplifies the play. Then, okay, then white just plays in a more slow motion, and black is also playing in a more slow motion, and motions and emotions. Okay, position is going in a normal way. And here we have the famous pawn on h6 and h4, of course. Of course, h4. Rook e8, some useful move. h5 played, d5 replied. Take, h6, to h8, short castle. And black started this trades. Bishop to f3. Knight goes back. Queen d8, rook d8, and bishop g5. Position is still quite intense. And, okay, so white has a couple of pawns hanging. Black has also certain problems in defending e7 and also in bringing this bishop from c8 to play. Okay, nice and interesting play by white. So Pavel seems to be pressing, and Artem needs to find a way how to proceed and how to defend all these pawns. This is also a very brilliant scenario. Black is mating white on the king side. White's shutting the black's bishops on the other side of the board, and position, of course, is completely equal. What goes on? Bishop d8, b5, c6, bishop b3, c6, king h1. Okay, some preparation because the mate is coming. I would be really scared to have it with white, really. But it looks like Ivan is not under any big concern. Okay, knight goes to g1, knight e6, and knight c4, knight e to f4. Okay, pieces are coming. b6 shutting the doors. Do they ever see the light again? This bishop on b8 and rook on 8. Okay, if black is on time to go f5, rook e6, then okay, at least the rook may see the light. If white pushes the pawn to f5 and we can imagine the pawn comes to d5, then this duo will never see the sun. It's just dying there, imprisoned by their own decision. Okay, knight e3, maybe some. Okay, I can't call it logical because I don't understand what sort of logic we have to contribute to such a play. But okay, position of course is really intense, very interesting what goes on. Maybe some queen g5, h4. Okay, even with this, even with the absence of a couple of pieces, black can still manage to organize a strong attack. We have queen, two knights, two pawns, rook, and the bishop. They're all looking against the white's king. If one lucky day d5 and some activation of the dark squared bishop, so who knows? Okay, at least it will be for sure fun to follow and fun to watch. Nadim Zvyagintsev, after he properly rested in the previous rounds, he is now playing his Gioconda. It's time for Gioconda because the queen has gone. The queen has gone, but for some good use because he took all the dark squares from the black player. Okay, bishop e5, and Gioconda started. Knight x4, bishop d4, knight d6 check, king f8, knight d4. So white has just two minor pieces for the queen, but total dominance on the black squares, and also all the white pieces are placed really nicely, whereas it's hard for black to activate the heavy pieces, and also for the queens we don't see any big moments so far. Okay, king g7, and okay, Vadim is taking his time. Another chance that it will be the game of the rounds. Okay, a positional sacrifice of the queen against the sacrifice of queen just for two minor pieces. That's really not an everyday action, and but looks quite pleasant actually for white to play. h4 maybe. I would probably prefer to play it with the long castle, maybe to keep an option to attack the black king. Short castle is more positional, but then I don't know how I will play. I mean, to play for later with c4, or maybe just to attack through the center. If I go for the long castle, I might consider some h4, g4, just a normal business against the black king. So anyway, the position looks very, very interesting, and maybe white is not worse. I would not be surprised if white is better. Here we have Dmitry Bocharov against Remizov Yaroslav. Some c5. Take. G5, rook c8. Queen f4. 6 very similar to a normal Tarrasch. Okay, but some sort of transposition. What black supposed to take on c3 or bc5 works. I don't know. If black takes it, probably a better option. Just knight d5, bishop d5. What goes on there? What goes on in your life? Like Iggy Pop was singing e4. So I don't know. This looks a bit better for white. Knight d4, e5. Maybe not much, but slightly better. I don't know. Bishop c3, yes, but bishop c3 just gives. I don't know. Anyway, it looks like even bc5 if white plays rook c1. I mean, it's not that easy to handle this hanging pawn. So maybe bishop c3, yes, it should be played. What to do? It's time to remove that nasty knight. Ilya Ilyushonak against Erzhan Zhilshlikov, and we have a quick d4. Bishop b3, rook a8, bishop c2, take, knight before grabbing, or not grabbing, no, actually not grabbing, just placing the knight on the active position, knight c3, and okay, nobody wants to grab your knight, bishop c6, should be one, but incredible, so black is not afraid of any attacks, yes, okay, queen e7. I don't know, my Spanish instincts are crying that, okay, this bishop on b1 is it's such a dangerous piece, and the Erzhan so easily could have taken him, but okay, he's allowed to stay alive. I don't know. One of the options, actually, even some rook a3, knight b5. Maybe to come from that way and then use this atypical idea of reallocating the rook via the third rank somewhere to e3, f3, g3, depending on circumstances. Some white has lots of ideas. Okay, some stupid moves like that, bishop f4, and then to continue. Just okay, white has absolutely great position overall. Just we need to get this rook from a1 into action to make position even more powerful. Here we have this already pawn on h6, and Jamsaran tries to do his best on the queen side, maybe hoping to get something. My actually position resembles a French defense for quite a lot, and okay, that's still it's a full fight, but optically, let's say optically, I would pick up white. Shamsidin against Sukasyan Vaha. It's some symmetrical position. Black has regrouped the pieces, and so on and so forth. Anyway, I believe white should be better. I don't see any significance use of that knights. And okay, white has two bishops, and okay, has some pleasant long-term play. Maxim Somosenko against Evgeny Nair, some typical Naidorf dialogue, and so far so good. Position is approximately equal, and okay, both sides can play. Here position quite simplified. White is solid, black is solid, everyone is solid, everyone is happy. So So far, no any big blood here. Shima must be angry, of course, angry on himself, angry on some other things. So I believe he'll really push. He'll really push and try to win. It's a question if he will succeed or not. 2 losses to Yesipenko and to Artem Moskov should make him wish to show his best. Manuel Petrosyan against Artem Stribuk. Actually, very pleasant situation for White. The White play in the full control, and Black still has some certain not weaknesses, but he still needs to see how to arrange and how to develop pieces. And White has much an easier hand. Maybe that's enough for the eighth round to be happy about. Here, White may threaten Black with some attacks, but it's really not easy. Really not easy how it's possible to get them. And Black is still preparing their own counterplay, h5, h4. I don't know, let's say, for my French standards, Black is just winning if I'm getting such a positions in the French defense. Regardless the objective evaluation, I'm thinking I'm just completely winning because, okay, I'm not getting mated, position is normal, and the rest is just a matter of technique. And quite a tense situation. From the first side, it looks White should be better. I don't know what this d6, e6, f5, g6, h6 is. This wall, what this wall is doing, because the wall is not moving. White has basically active pieces. Knight is ready to come to c4. I definitely prefer White here. Here another a bit of strange maneuvering. So this Polina traveled all through the board with her knight, knight f5, queen d8, knight to g3. Okay, knight h6, Nizhmedinov style. It was possible and impossible. Hard to say. Okay, there was some bishop h6 and knight e4 idea for Black. Even though it's of a dubious quality, maybe just bishop takes f4 and then take on d6, and it's simply bad for Black. Okay, but maybe some other reason stopped Polina from all this murky business with the knight. Okay, knight g3 is solid enough. Also, simple play is normally better than any craziness. So bishop c4, b5. 7, queen d2, queen c7, short castle, and okay, Black is taking their time. Hard to say what Black wants. Actually, White looks having a great time. Sort of a bad neither for Black, because White already have full control here, prepared to play here. Meanwhile, Black just played lots of semi-random moves, and I think Polina is clearly enjoying the... Why? No, why I'm commenting any other games but not this? Of course, no. Of course, I have to live in that game. So we stop actually in the moment of queen g6, bishop c5 took place. And e5 is not an option. I'm trying to understand how Black would defend against e5. How? Somehow. Okay, I don't know the exact reply to e5, at least quickly. Happened this, f5 now. Okay, e5. Both players for sure knows what they're doing. Okay, check, a move, check, a move, check. Okay, bishop d2, stopping just for the moment, rook a to c8, h6, of course. White almost mated black, and black has almost mated white. King b3, bishop d5 check, king f4. Ooh, great stuff. Great stuff. What goes on here? What goes on? Black has some queen f4 check, bishop c6 check, b5 check. Any calm moves exist? Or bishop h6 exists. Bishop h6, queen a2, and it should be made for white. Bishop h6, bishop f5. But black has some rook c4 check in some lines, additional option. Maybe it's not helpful, but it exists. No, position is really, even by the way it looks like, it's really, really funny. This king march to f4 reminds us of golden times of Bahadur Jah Baba and the players of his temperament. Yes, Stanislav is trying to think and to calculate, while white player is not spending any time, so he just enjoys. So as you can see, Vladimir spent 10 minutes till the present position. So it took him almost no time to get there. No problem. No problem. Let's enjoy life. Bravo. Bravo. Queen g3 is probably avoiding a mate, but okay, queen takes g3, bishop d2, but that should be bad for black probably. White king is not actually that bad on f4, but the black king is really, really bad on the shade. So queen g3 is a panic reaction. So I'm better off to suggest something else. Incredible stuff. Just incredible stuff. Even with my tactical likeness to come and to calculate here, it's far from easy. It's far from easy, but anyway, we will for sure enjoy this game. And okay, white has sacrificed the pawn has gone, and this a bit funny triangle in the center, which maybe only takes the squares out, but not the giving squares. Okay, at the same time, this knight on h7 a bit out. So overall, I think I would probably prefer black, even though white, of course, can say that okay, I have a long-term compensation. You simply does not understanding chess. Okay, some normal, even strangely looking quite a normal play, normal position. Okay, do we have just maybe some nice names? Okay, Raman Shahji, we have our 10 years old player. And okay, he's an exchange down, but he has inactive pieces, maybe some compensation against Vasily Karchmar. So okay, maybe playable for both sides. And okay, there are some other moves, some other games here, a bit sad for Semyon Novozhilov. Position looks so bad that it's just some reminder to all the young players. Okay, think twice when you're playing such an ugly opening like French defense. Okay, back to the top boards. We see already some of them has finished. Bishop d7. Okay, bishop d7, short castle, and just queen e7. Yes, as we thought, maybe Alexei prepares a logical long castle. Okay, and Andrei is not in a rush to regain this pawn on e4. He tries to see maybe some deep ideas. Okay, that's actually good. Here, indeed, white play for some b3. I prematurely said that I'm not so much in understanding why does white need this b3. Maybe actually just to take this potentially active pawn from f4, especially if we're taking into account some endgames. And okay, the players are still okay. Okay, white has a flexible pawn structure, but not that easy to make any progress. Here the game proceeds quite in a slow fashion. Okay, after c5 came bishop e3. And black came up with bishop to g4. And so far so good. No any other things are happening. Sava Vitohin just agreed the draw. Black decided not to play this one. Even though to my understanding black can play. Okay, I'm not saying that black is clearly better, but black, to my understanding, is at least on the stronger side of equality, at least. And then, okay, for sure you can play. Okay, maybe Aram lost his previous game. Maybe he's not in a big mood to take a risk. Okay, probably next round he'll have white a better mood. So okay, maybe draw is quite okay. Maxim Matlakov also decided that okay, it's time finally to celebrate your own birthday. Enough of this strange game. Here we have continuation of this Marat play. I don't know if actually black can suggest to trade queens. Okay, but at least it will cost a pawn. Okay, the pawn I'm not sure. Even though some e6 is coming after my blunder. Maybe it's a lucky blunder. Who knows? It can be some play, knight c6, rook c6. Who knows? Actually, it's black pieces are very, very nicely placed, and white's all pieces are strangely placed. It's rook strange, bishop on e6, knight somewhere. So queen b2 comes to mind because queen e6 I don't like at all. This is just the wrong place for the king, for the queen. Queen to h5 also feels a bit strange. I mean, the queen looks loose there, so. And queen d4 just invites maybe through the tempo. So queen b2 would be on my mind. So at least you can see how crazy my mind is. So it's nobody cares about the pawn, but let's trade and go e6. And like that. Okay, these players are playing correspondence chess. Knight to d4. After long thought, e3. Knight f3, bishop take f3 and c6, e4. Not so much going on. I don't know that. I'm not sure that the b3 and the rook b1, these two moves goes well with e3, e4, and trading one pair of knights. About this, I'm completely unsure. And to my taste, okay, black is having already absolutely normal position. Just okay, just white is solid, of course, and something like that. Okay, time to visit our special place. So we left the players after knight c4, b6. Okay, why not? Why not b6? Maybe to remove any possibilities of blundering that pawn, maybe to take the c5 square in some lines, it's also so totally makes some sense. Also, it's not that easy for white to make some useful moves. It's a bit the position where both sides a bit stuck. Not before. Lei is maybe trying to hit the c6 pawn, and king to f7. King to f7. Okay, so Daniil defends the pawn on e6. He also probably plans to. Okay, obviously black would like to regain the pawn on g5 to open the file. Maybe knight h7, knight g5 under their plan. And rook d2. Why? What? Why rook d2? What does this rook doing on d2? Okay, she might wish to cover e2 square. She might wish to go queen d1. But both of it, I don't see any big role. I mean, okay, you can play this, of course, but really, why? Is it the first you have to do to play like this? Because if black will take the pawn on g5, I mean, it's quite unpleasant. Maybe it was time to think about something active. So what was bishop f4? I have no idea. Some primitive play with idea knight d6. Is it good or bad? At least to try to play actively. Yes, it's hard to say, but it never happened. It just happened quickly. Rook d2, and really, I don't get the point. Another fascinating game. On g6, Matvey is saying that the pawns are pawns, and you more have to sacrifice your own pawns. But I will not give any of mine. Okay, g6, h5, queen to d8, queen to f4, queen to e7. So cautiously defending all the stuff. Okay, that's a possible play, of course. And what does black wants? Because with queen on e7, it's even more ugly to consider long castle. Because then some dc5 and bishop f6, f5, too many ideas for white. If we ask ourselves, but what black wants? Some rook f8, rook f8 is half move, yeah? It's a half move. Okay, white has to make some consideration what to do with the knight on h3. Knight g5. Now even h6, g5, black may reply. Even though white can still box in black, but okay, that's not entirely clear. h6, maybe rook f8, f6 will come. And black will try to get some activity. So basically, my main concern with white would be this the fortune of this knight on h3. If I get it somewhere useful, then it's certainly good. Certainly good for white. I mean, white has long-term compensation, that's for sure. Because black king is stuck in the center, and actually not that easy to coordinate the pieces in the long run. Knight g5, h6, knight f3, g5, queen e3, maybe a possible strategy to play. So you see that Amin has made some move. g4. G4, maybe that's possible. g4, that's maybe possible. Anyway, it's still not easy to untangle with black. Okay, if rook f8 just puts too many pieces under a possible threat from the bishop on e3, even though some f6 can be an issue for white. And g takes h5 here after g4. Again, is it good or bad? Maybe to take h6 and then, but still it's not that easy then to make some useful moves. At least maybe to hope that the g file may come at one moment. I think he plays a calm, classical chess. He's not in the mood to take any unnecessary risk. Position is still, I don't know, approximately equal. I don't know what to say more. Here black is probably, okay, bishop f5, maybe g4. Might be problems, knight b2, I guess bishop b5. And it requires lots of precision, maybe rook d8. Black has also rook d5 sometimes ideas, but rook d5. Because knight d1 is still the square controlled by the bishop. If bishop takes e7, maybe still rook somewhere to d5. Because if black gets his bishop out, it's actually quite playable scenario. White king, knight on b3 and the bishop on b5 are not really doing a great job. And here, what happened? Happened bishop h2, some prophylactic move, and g takes h3. Position still very unbalanced, still very hard to be played and to be understood. Maybe g3 what Ivan intends to kick the knight and maybe bring knight to e3, maybe hoping to get this knight to e5. If white will not get mated and stabilize even a bit, then of course the absence of bishop b8 and rook a8 can be the telling thing, and white can be on the upper hand. Otherwise, if not this, then position is completely unpredictable still. And before we go to have a small break, let's take a quick look to Gioconda, because we have already a couple of Giocondas. And this Gioconda goes like this: King g7, Knight b7. It would be not at my even not at my visible choice to pick up this pawn. Okay, Vadim knows it better. 7, just he went back. After all, pawn is still a pawn. Short castle, knight f7, knight f3. But it feels not the best way of playing. I don't know, maybe that's still possible, but just feels a bit wrong to me. I took the pawn, which was not of the main concern. They wasted so many tempes. Okay, rook f to b8. Position still full of life, and still white is very solid. But some spirit has gone. I was thinking that it should be really some Gioconda, some move by move, and completely Udavizing black in their own camp. But now black has developed all pieces, they're out with them, and a pity. Okay, still, of course, the game is in progress. It means that Giocondas, of course, they exist, but they require lots of energy, lots of precision from the players. They all need some extra energy, just as me, so it's time to make a short break, and we will resume our broadcast in 10 minutes approximately. Stay with us. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 8th round of Aeroflot Open. We are in the heat of the battle with so many games are still on progress. So let's see how they goes. So let's go to the top boards. Andrei Yespenko against Alexei Gaganov. It happens bishop d7, short castle, queen e7, knight finally regaining the pawn. And beautiful knight to d6. Knight d6. What goes on here? What goes on? What's time? First, let's check. Actually, White has spent a considerable amount of time. And now, of course, the big question, will Black wish to take on d6 and to simplify, or can he play something like king to b8, but then, of course, it can be maybe some sacrifices are in mind, maybe some... Yeah, maybe if king b8, knight b7 could be very dangerous. King b7, queen b3, and looks like king c8, bishop f6 mate, king 8, bishop d5, c6, rook c6, and looks like over. So Black is forced to take. And Alexei decides to keep the pawn, so he takes with cd, bishop s6, king b8, bishop d5. Okay, White is obviously enjoying still a compensation. Black pawns, especially the pawn on g5, is misplaced. White has more active pieces, but okay, the pawn is a pawn. So my first instinct is for some bishop p6, trying to trade that monster on d5. And that's why actually I don't know if I would go to that position rather than admit the time the player who is scared of everything. Yes, I'm just as bad as I am. Okay, White probably has to take. But that looks pretty equal to my understanding, because in the endgames all these pawns are not as weak as with the queens presented on the board. So most likely White would regain the pawn bishop f7, but position looks okay for Black. So I don't know if it's a practical decision to keep the queens. Richard Rapid agreed the draw with Ronak Sadvani. Position is really tough, tense, approximately equal. Alexander Grishuk is looks like bishop h4. Basically, I like what is he doing. Only that's okay. If bishop even comes to d3, it's just not a great piece. But if Black would regroup and maybe save the knight, then this bishop is with a doubtful perspectives. Okay, this rook on f5 hardly can happen. Some g4, but it's also doubtful business. Yeah, pretty interesting and complicated strategical play. But basically, Black looks okay. Maybe approximately equal. White has some play, Black has some play. Sava made a greedy draw. Maxim Motlakov also. Okay, we can't blame him, of course. After all, the birthday just once per year, and we can play the chess almost every day. So let him go and celebrate. Queen d4 happened. In the moment when I was speculating about jumping to queen b2. Rook a3. Okay, anyway, this pawn on b3, I guess it's useful to have it protected. And knight e6, rook d1. Why not? Queen to f7. Ciao, ciao. Okay, bishop g3 and b5, and immediately e5. Okay, but since black wasn't time to push with b5, it should be more or less acceptable, I would say. But white is also not under any serious danger. He has all the active pieces. Everything stands okay, so looks approximately equal. Maybe white is just on an easier hand to play. These two sleepy beauties, maybe it's time for them to a little bit to speed it up. Takes, c6. Because it's also funny, they're also such a strong blitz and bullet players, both of them, that they all of a sudden completely falling asleep with so many present time that they both are not in a rush to make any moves. It's like they feel wow, why we're giving so much time. I think all these moves they could just easily blitz out. Okay, f4, s6, f4, f5. And still very slow fashion game, and just 14 moves, bishop g2. None of them, of course, are forced, and still roughly equal play, as almost all pieces and pawns are presented. Actually, such type of positions are far from easy, because okay, there are lots of pawn play, lots of transpositions, lots of transformation of the structure, so it should be of some quality for both players. Circus, we have the circus game, and here we left where rook d2 it was played. Okay, knight h7, circus zone, rook f2. That's what some rook f5. Another beauty, but knight is protecting the pawn, yeah? Rook to g6, but what's happening if I take on g5? What's the tactic? What is the tactic? I don't get it immediately. Okay, rook g6. Okay, maybe Danya wished to take the pawn on g5 under comfortable circumstances. Knight d6. This is what the game has ended, or what they're showing that the players has gone already. Both of them. Knight d6, king g7, queen c4, bishop g5, knight c6, rook f8, d5, bishop e3, rook e3, knight to g5. Yes, the game ends in a draw. Beautiful. Incredible stuff. Wide draw, what draw. Computer estimation is big to white's advantage. Okay, I still not. I cannot explain immediately why, what, then, why it's so huge, why it's so big. But probably Danya felt that something goes not really well with him in that game and decided that, okay, this joy can be and should be ended just by the draw offer. Leia accepted, maybe out of respect, maybe out of some other impulses, or maybe it's also not easy to estimate what goes on. Anyway, it would require some effort, but nobody is ready to take these efforts. Another game of the round, it goes, we stopped on g4, and comes h6. So four moves ago, Matvey decided I will not give you any pawns. Now he voluntarily decided that, okay, take one. I need a bit of space for my pieces. And the game is still in progress. Tough and interesting game. Now white's pieces are not well coordinated. It's hanging knight on h3, hanging bishop on g6. Basically, black is probably in time for king c7 and connecting rooks, some play. But even with the king on c7, black is never actually in safe situation. Some queen e3, dc, and it can be opened extremely quickly. Just I think white is in concern to put some order for the minor pieces, so queen e3 can be considered, maybe knight e4 one day, maybe some other moves. Anyway, position is pretty tough, and everything is actually possible. Queen e3 may run to some knight f5, knight c4 with tempi. Here position is a bit simplified. The problem is that Arseny plays well, but it's hard for him to win the game. It's like he's quite solid, he's quite nice, he's a very reasonable player, but the big question, how does he wants to win the game? Just being reasonable is not enough in the modern chess world. Of course, we wish him to win and to go up and up. Pavel Pankratov against Ping Artem, that's a big fight. It's a big fight. White tries to make use of this presence of the pawn on h6 and bishop on h8. Otherwise, I believe it's a bit dangerous of what is he doing? This bishop e7, that's what I thought, rook d5, bishop c5. But now still it's a huge question. If black is not getting mated and he will develop the pieces, and white's a bit playing with fire. This knight on b3 is not that great. Some bishop e6, bishop g5 can actually attack that pawn. Okay, so white is playing dynamically, but if black stabilizes, he's absolutely fine. He's absolutely fine. So very move by move position. What is time? And actually, surprisingly, Pavel, who is, I thought he's normally playing quite fast. At least against me, he was normally fast. Every time he's now quite below on time. He has just 25 minutes left to 40 minutes to his young opponent, and position is quite a shaky one. Ivan Ziblansky against Lev Zverev, another interesting game. We're left in the moment of g takes h3, g3, a logical reply. Knight g2, why not? Why not? Why were only allowed to fianchetto the bishops? Maybe it's time to be in fashion to fianchetto the knights. So knight came to g2, knight e3, and take on e3. Okay, so he decided to take, otherwise it might be some knight f5, kind of unpleasant, and then knight h3, and this knight on g2 would be simply trapped. So they traded, bishop e6, another trade, f6, c4, maybe to stop d5 and bishop d6, not to allow black to come out. Situation looks, to my understanding, unpleasant for black. I don't see any attack coming on the king side, and we do see this bishop e8 and rook e8. Just two missing pieces. The f file is open. It means that the castle shot is simply not allowed, and position, to my understanding, looks tough for black. Gioconda, what we have at our Gioconda, this knight f7, knight f3, rook to b8, b4, knight d6, bishop c5, of course, that's the style. Rook b6, take, c3, bishop f4. Unfortunately, I'm just afraid that if they continue that way, it will be no Gioconda. It will be a major upset for white. Because, okay, black just prepares some rook c8 and what? And what? White has no longer the central control, and black has a very easy game, so Vadim needs really come back to his senses, and I'm not sure that white has to take, maybe still bishop d4, knight e5, and try to play like this, but black has lots of activity now, especially this stupid knight has gone, gone for free, and even with some central pawn in addition. So black is doing okay. Okay, white is what is 2 pawns for the exchange plus some c pawn, maybe rook c1, maybe then to go with the c pawn. Hard to say. I would probably prefer to be white here. Just it looks nice. It looks nice. It looks like white has lots of play. And what's the objective of this? I don't know. Just Dmitry needs to take care about time. He's left with 70 minutes, and don't forget that the players are playing the second game of the day, and maybe sometimes it's better to be quick and practical rather trying to find the absolute best moves and to end up all that efforts by blundering something easy and huge. Ilya Lishonok, actually, he does listen to my thoughts from here, that rook to e3, and maybe rook can join via this atypical idea of this lift by the third rank. Looks nice. Looks nice for white. I don't know if black is happy, but I definitely pick up white. Very, very nice and easy play, and Ilya is doing quite well here. 2 pawns to h6 and f6 to make sure that the king will never come out. Black needs 2 tempests to eat both of them. And rook endgame. Quite a funny, actually, position with both pawns boxing the black king. If king can come out and black can exchange one pair of rooks, then black is absolutely fine. King can come to through e5 and collect both of them. But with 2 rooks and some activity, that looks still unpleasant for black. A sorrow, I would say, just a sorrow position for black. I'm not saying that it's lost, but it's eternal sorrow with no play. Some maneuvering. Okay, knight coming to e3. If knight gets there, it looks pretty nice for white. Because it looks like white has taken all the control of the counter play, and for Evgeny it's not that easy. And Evgeny actually is a very nice and player who likes to play dynamic chess. And I remember recently I was showing some of my youth games to my son, and I showed him my games when I was 13, 14. And then all of a sudden I found a game which we played with Evgeny when we were both 16 or 17, maybe. Let me count. Yeah, we were both 16, approaching 17. It was some Moscow youth team event, and somehow was actually sort of back then when I played this game, I was so proud of that one. I thought, okay, wow, we played such an interesting game. It was like that. And nowadays, of course, when I was showing that game, I was also we checked that game with the computer, and computer was just laughing. Computer was saying one of the worst games you ever played during that period. Just too many big blunders for both sides. I just remember that we recently saw that game, and okay, sometimes our memory and some reality are completely not fitting each other. So you're thinking that you've done some great efforts, you checked it, and computer saying, okay, but better hide that game and don't show it to anyone at any time. But some games where I thought I was playing like an idiot, computer suddenly saying to me, but wow, it was a time of short period in your life when you still was able to play a little bit of chess. Pity that this years has gone. It's okay. It says it's a draw. Okay, so probably one Okay, some rook d4, just a false move. Alexander Shumanov, Alexander, put the pressure out from your Atlantic shoulders. Put it out. Play some chess. Relieve the tension, relieve the pressure, and if not, still relieve. Position looks okay for black. And all the fight ahead. Black actually a bit consolidated. And okay, this position does not looks maybe that it will bring a lot of problems for black. Even from the practical standpoint, maybe white is still a teeny better. Maybe some play against his pawns a7 b7. Otherwise, maybe it's objectively equal. Here, okay, Rudik is pushing. Okay, white is completely stuck in the left side of the board. I don't see any huge threats. This air pawn is a big target in any endgame, and the whole structure quite damaged. So my whole estimation was probably correct. If black is not getting mated, he's simply winning. Evgeny Voробyev against Afanasyev Nikita. Things were rolling quite well for white, and indeed it continued rolling in a very, very nice fashion. This pawn on c7 is already fixed and already weak. And okay, this bishop on b4 stands relatively okay, but the rest of the field is completely idling, and I don't see any counterplay which can come probably for black. Position looks extremely tough, if not lost. Polina Shuvalova is having two pieces for the rook and lots of pawns, but pawns are hanging. So on h6 is hanging, on d5 is hanging, knight is ready to join. How would estimate this? I definitely would pick white. It's definitely, I think black is doing pretty badly here. Bishop d5, it's possible. I would also consider knight b4 first. The knight on d5 just finishes black. If d4, then maybe bishop h6. Position looks so horrible. The king is weak, and the knights are. Everything's so strong. But the ever beauty has ended in the white's win. So king f4, b5 was the choice of Stanislav. Rook takes, apparently no checks for the moment except for queen f4. Bishop h6, bishop f5, rook c4, king a3, and checks has finished. Regardless its objective value, it's one of the best game of the tournament. Really, it's absolutely. I'm fascinated to watch it, and I will rewatch it, and I will replay it, and I will of course enjoy it even after. So big applauses for Vladimir and for Stanislav to create such a free masterpiece with so many nice plays involved. Okay, probably according to comp it was equal sort of it, but who cares about that computer estimation? Still, it was a great stuff to watch, and a rare case when such a journey from e1 to f4 with all the pieces being involved into the action still ends up in favor for white. Here more or less something calm at least. David Paravyan back to the business. He's with black against Alexei Grachov, and his business is going okay. He has nice position, maybe has some activity, and also has some chances to get. Mikhail Nikitenko already won his game against Eric Obgoltz. Makhdi Galami won his game against Maxim Kuulaev. And okay, there are other more games. Okay, probably we'll take a look later to the bottom half of the field. Okay, let's go to see the top boards. Who is on top? Andrei Sipenko, okay, he's still pawn down, but his pieces are so nicely placed. So nicely placed. I think that Alexei might regret taking with the c pawn on d6. It was probably a bit too optimistic. Okay, the rook takes g4 is a one-off idea, just to regain the pawn and to remain with dominant pieces. Position looks unpleasant for black, because also rook b4 is a huge threat, and b6 rook b6. So okay, black needs to take a lots of precise actions, and the time is also could be a telling factor, given that black is below than 25 minutes on the clocks. Alexander Grishuk, another very complicated position. Okay, this knight with addition with some pawns can be quite actually dangerous and tricky, but at the same time black can attack this d4 pawn with some queen b6, maybe asking white's queen to go to f2, but then knight h5, queen g3, or knight h5 somewhere to go. Even though it's hard actually to get some mates in action. Also, black can consider taking rook a8. Okay, if black can simplify, it's actually maybe okay also. So now it's a choice for Sergei, maybe to trade or not. Anyway, position is pretty interesting. Three against three, f5 versus s6. Okay, I don't know who is better and why. My first impulse is to say it should be closer to equal. Okay, both players have, of course, they have to take care about these f pawns, not to lose, not to blunder them. The time is seriously into the black's favor. 45 minutes for black and 10 minutes for white. Actually, quite a considerable advantage on time, but the position looks still pretty equal. Our correspondence players, what they did, okay, bishop e2, bishop g2, bishop e6, h3, knight to d7. Okay, why not? Well, knight to d7, king to h2. I'm mostly enjoying. I still don't understand most of the moves, but they're just a possible moves to my taste. Rook f8. Why rook f8? I don't know. Knight comes to e2. And still both sides trying to be very flexible, and both players probably seem to decide that the game will be decided upon some usual endless time trouble. Just Vlad need to speed up a bit. He is 17 against 28, and it's obviously with a long play ahead. Here, what do we have? Queen e3, indeed, played by Amin. Queen jumped to h4. All of a sudden, this hanging pawn on g4 makes some troubles for white. Long castle, of course. Queen takes g4. Another, of course. Rook g1. Another, of course. I said that Matvey has a very healthy appetite. He's taking everything Amin is ready to suggest. Basically, that's a good idea. White pieces are not nicely placed, and I doubt that Amin will have enough compensation because he's already lost an important pawns. Queen d3, queen h4, and f4. Okay, he still tries to consolidate, but overall, the whole conception look a bit strange to me. This knight on h3, this pawn on f4. He already lost a couple of pawns, and yeah, I don't know. I would not be happy on a white's place, thinking that I obviously misplayed it somewhere. That's for sure. Some rook g8 maybe for black, just some easy play, easy come, easy go. Maybe sometimes with an intention to go knight e7. So very, very doubtful compensation now for white, and a big chance for Matvey to climb up and join the leading group. Arseny is 4 against 4 on the same flank. Maybe a teeny better for him because his isolated pawn might come as a target, but objectively, just again, not many material left. And looks like the draw is the most probable outcome here. Here, black seems to stabilize the bit. At least the knight stands greatly on c3, just a great knight. And okay, it paralyzes both of white's rook, and also white does not have any play against king. Looks like Pavel is having the troubles. Maybe not for much, but obviously black is on the better side. Black managed to have a short castle. Okay, a great stuff. How does it happen? So c4 we saw, d5. Okay, that's a logical attempt to at least not to be completely suffocated. Rook f5, bishop d6, and just took on h5. He decided to go like this. Okay, castle long, queen g4 not possible, and that's why castle short. That's really a funny game. Castle short looks. I don't know if Lev is happy about his position. It looks still a big question. Okay, white will be eventually at least pawn up, but also black king is also very weak. Okay, just knight takes h3. Some pleasant pawn has gone, and position remains very tough for black. He's a pawn down, so his king is probably less impressive than white's, and white just has some easier play. Vadim listened to my warnings here, and he also decided to put this eternal blockade. I just go with h3. But in that way, white seems that he's trying to hold. It's not that easy of course, to break white, because that formation is really firm. It's not that easy. Also, Vadim has a good technique, and he sees a lot of interesting piece plays. So it's far from clear. So I would say that who wins here, it's an open topic. But my main regret, of course, is a missed Gioconda, because I was hoping that it would be some masterpiece and complete suffocation of black. Bishop h3. Okay, the position remains tense, because okay, black is obviously trying to have some counter threats and to try to mate white. And Dmitry has a simple idea. Just okay, if rook goes away from the c file, just push and queen. Why not? Because not easy to see what is the mating pattern here for black. If it does not exist, then it's tough. Rook c7, I guess even queen f5, asking two rooks. Then queen d8 is possible. Okay, then queen f5 makes no sense. It's nonsense. Okay, maybe I can still just push c6 to have sometimes an idea just to cage the rook with bishop d7 at some lines. How to say, okay, I still probably would prefer to be white here, but I might be just objective. Okay, bishop f4, rook e7, a bit hard play. What Erjan wants, maybe he wants to go rook c to e8 and to double and to try against the e4 pawn, but okay, with the queen on f8. Okay, queen on f8 at least secures it, will be no any quick checkmates. And just funny if black goes rook c8, white can second d6, bishop d6, and then black will slowly try to remove all the pieces to make sure that some of the rooks can play, or they have some cheapo knight b2, b takes d5. Maybe they have this cheapo. Okay. b4, rook a8. Does white winning or not? What goes on? What goes on? There has so many options here. White has so many options. c4. Okay, why not? A takes b4, rook takes a6, c takes d5, ed, rook d5, and okay, the mate is threatening and the pawn is hanging. If white takes his pawn, then puts the pawn on g5, this 4 against 2 should be winning. So good play by white. Good play by white looks very bad position for Jamsaran. If dc4, then probably just rook e5. I think white would be happy to have one rook off, then to grab the pawn or to continue. Very, very dangerous, if not losing for black. I think it's really, really looking bad. Here, which is who is on the move? Black is on the move. Still position is utterly unpleasant, if not lost. Some queen h5 is coming, some bishop to b2 is coming, maybe rook g1, king f1, and then some attacks. Really, really dangerous stuff for black. Yevgeny started to create some counterplay with bishop g4. Looks like still I can go f3, knight f3, knight e3, just okay, follow the big plan. And since black would be out of options for any d5, then white should be objectively better. This plays a greedy draw. Alexander Shemanov, USSR. Queen h4. A bit annoying. This presence of this duo. It's a bit annoying. Sometimes some bishop d4 can be added to spice it up. h3 might be h3. Why not? Even though it not contains. Okay, but h3 maybe he wants to have some knight f6, knight h5. The pawn is hanging on f4. I don't know. It looks more pleasant for black even. Also, some cheapers like rook b4 is here. Yeah, if white is passing, rook b4 is also. Wow, because then the rook is hanging on a1. At this point, we doesn't want to lose. It's our main hope, a main soldier. The main soldier shooting gun. So Shima. Okay. It's not against his nice opponent. It's just we want the famous streamer to keep the audience and to keep his actions alive. Rudik is close to winning or not? Let me see what goes on. If take, rook b6. Possible or impossible? He might consider some rook e1 maybe. Because black needs to swap one pair of rook, otherwise it's just an endless pressure. This rook b5 and all this simple mates. Maybe rook e1 can be the move. I mean, if white takes, and let's say I'm talking about some rook e1. With just idea to have a trade if rook b7, king a8. Because rook e1, king b7, okay, if we off with one pair of rook, then okay, this pawn most likely would be the lost one, and then it should be lost for white. And if white tries to avoid, then it should be pin, which should be decisive. Some bishop c4 is coming. So maybe that's an idea for black. Knight f4, some jump. Very, very dangerous position for the L favorite. White has many moves to comfort them. I don't know if queen on b2 is of a big necessity, but okay, it's still a possible place. Rook d5, queen c6, I guess. Even though it's still unpleasant, but maybe black can try to defend it. Queen to a2. Okay, why not? If queen c6, what's gonna happen? Knight e7, knight c3. What's gonna happen? Okay, queen probably somewhere. Does it good? Okay, let's see if I take it. It's not, of course, supposed to be good, but let's see. Okay, you go here, go here. I know that it should be bad, but can it? But how bad it is, if it's bad? For me, it's not that clear, actually. It's not that clear. Okay, white can. Okay, if I take rook d5, and some rook a8. Even I'm not obliged to go rook a8. Why? I can go maybe knight c3. Okay, it's obviously some relief for black. At least we get rid of this very, very dangerous pawn. And obviously white would like to have some other move. Okay, let's say we put just some move. Okay, maybe queen. Queen where? Okay, so this I'm trying to understand. Okay, this is okay. Which square should be the proper? Queen c2 I have, queen b3 I have. And one feels wrong, one feels right. So, yeah, I don't see some immediate way to punish black for such a play, but I might be as well missing something. Polina is doing great, a piece up, but she needs to make some technical job. Black is quite active with the remaining pieces, but okay, the piece is a piece. Okay. Here white is just probably a pawn down, and still absolutely no clear what is the compensation. Here huge positional play. There's lots of play, lots of maneuvering. And okay, this pawn on c5 is weak, and the knight on h7 is completely absent of play. Some queen h5 looks very nice for white. A huge pressure. And okay, what else we have from? Let's take a quick look to the Other tables, Alexander Truskavetsky against Reza Mahdavi. Both players, I think, suffered some losses in the previous round, but of course, in full desire to come back. Take bishop e6, the modern stuff. Knight e5, knight g5, knight c3. Take bishop d5, should castle, knight c4, c8, queen to g4, queen to d7. So black is not developing the pieces, but he's actually achieved a nice blockade. h5, f6, knight h3, g5, of course. So, but it makes some logic to take this f4 square out from white side. Take. Also, the bishop on d5 stands well. Rook e7, king to f7. So it's time to sack. And bishop g5. Indeed, great stuff. So king goes back to e8. And it's now actually white to move. The game is still in progress. What with time, not so much for both of the players. Looks pretty dangerous for black. This black has achieved some blockade, but white have lots of resources. Even some move like h4 maybe kind of okay, because black is obviously in trouble with finding moves. So I would go here h4 almost without thinking, a useful move. And just to keep the knight, keep the pawn, and make a luft. Why not? Queen h4. Okay, also possible. Maybe Alexander wants to finish black off with some concrete play. Very, very unpleasant scenario for black. Vladislav Vorotnikov, who is 77 or 78, I don't know this exactly. So he made a solid draw against some young player. So he kept him on a distance and didn't allow him to came in touch. Boris Savchenko, we almost never seen so far in the tournament. He was mostly playing on some lower tables, and quite often we were not able to catch him on our live broadcast. Another queen e2. What's wrong with the people? Why everyone today plays queen e2? I mean, it's one of the worst second moves of white. One of the worst, really. Why so? Okay, I'm not saying that if white wants to joke, he has to go bishop b5, because I used to joke like this. When I was playing on ICC, it was one of my pet jokes to go bishop b5 against the French. And normally black was playing some e6, bishop e4, c5, and okay, we were just playing this. Okay, unfortunately, some of the black players were playing bishop queen g5, certainly forcing me to come back. But it was funny, when they were playing queen d8, okay, I was thinking, okay, the joke is a joke, let's play the French, but if they were trying to play some d5 and later use this queen for some activities, they were normally losing. So, of course, I'm not saying that bishop b5 should be repeated, I'm just trying to remember some move which I considered worse than queen e2. So maybe bishop g5 is out of all jokes, it's maybe completely useless. But queen e2 I really disrecommend to everyone. Believe me, it's just not a really great choice. Even though I must admit that it can be some modern videos, maybe providing a deeper knowledge and deeper understanding that some ultra alpha extra zero on some depths of 250 shows queen e2 as the third or fourth possible line for white. Even if they all tell me so, I will never play queen e2. Bishop e3, okay, just some random stuff, hard to say what goes on. A typical Boris, okay, let's make a chaos on the board and let's enjoy it. c4, f5, knight b3, f4. Okay, losing a space, and knight c6, knight f3, bishop g4. Okay, hard to say who will profit from all this play. So the final position being this, and okay, black has reasonable position. White can also enjoy themselves. Kryuk and Kirill against Vladimir Maslovsky agreed the draw. Roman Shakjiv, he has basically has a more or less a normal position. Okay, white is an exchange up, but he has all the nice pieces. Maybe e4 can come one day. It's really hard for white to count on something here. Most likely should be equal and sort of it. Semyon is another young hero. Still a bit dying in this French. Some limited material on the board. Yekaterina Goltsova, one of also the heroes of the start of the tournament. She looks completely winning. Now the centralized king for the black player with even no any material gain. So this should be extremely bad. And I don't know how to get to the end of it, to the end of the list. Maxim Lavrov against Natalia Pagonina. Something crazy on the board. It's rook up for white. And nobody knows who is better here and white. And why. Really something crazy here. Because bishop b7 also comes with the big ideas for black, and actually quite an interesting position to watch. Who is better and why? Okay, let's go back to the top boards. Still, I must think that most of them are still in the action. Alexei is somehow managed to simplify it quite a lot. After rook e4, rook c8. Okay, at least he stopped this rook coming. At least he stopped this rook before. Rook to b2, e3. Why not to pick it? Why not to pick this pawn on g4? No idea. Okay, rook e3, rook e8. Take. Queen d4. Queen g8. Okay, b4, s6, f, and especially I'm a bit surprised with that move, Queen g8, but maybe h5 was just a weakening move, and Alexei wants to go with Queen g6, activating the queen like this. I think he has actually a nice technique, so I think that he probably plays it quite in a logical way. Now it's very little for white, if something left at all. Okay, Queen g6. White is also having a passive king, and okay, not so much play here. So game look now pretty drawish. After Queen f2, they somehow just repeated moves. So it was just a repetition of moves after bishop d3, knight g3, king, queen b6, queen f2, king f8. Okay, black logically wants to trade the pair of rooks and to make sure it will be no any big attacks. Alexander decided to keep the rooks, planning probably to come later with some play, and the players just repeated moves. Okay. Sergei Lobanov and Denishvar Bardier also agreed the draw. And let's go to our correspondence chess. What do we have here? So rook f8, that's where we stopped. At least they speed up a bit. That's actually good. And that's actually good. And knight e2, knight c5. d4. Takes. Okay, just a normal King's Indian. Okay. White is enjoying some space. Okay, black enjoys the strong position of the knight on c5. Normally this pawn formation f4, b3, c4 against c6, f5 is considered to be a success for black. The strong outpost and potentially no play on the queen side. But who cares about all that? Bishop to e3, rook to e8, rook to e1, bishop to g7, bishop to f4, bishop to e5, bishop to e3. Enough is enough, or not? Enough is enough. I don't know if Artyom is happy to make a draw. It's really hard to make a progress with white. I mean, without taking any significant risks. So maybe that's a possible approach. And same goes for black. I mean, okay, they can play some h5 move because h5 is obligatory in the modern times. Maybe hoping to get some h4 in action. I might consider some f4. Yes, h5 played, and also it's remarkable that Vladislav just is left with 2 minutes on his clocks, and he's still the one to refuse the moves repetition. So he's the one who plays on. It doesn't matter what he thinks objectively, he's right or not correct, but he has to play. 18 minutes against 1.5, if I'm correct with the present time. Incredible fighting spirits. Heads off, of course, but just hopefully it will not backfire. You're playing a young speed player who is very, very fast with all these short tactics and so on. So let's see how it goes. What does we have here? So f4, rook g8, indeed. C takes d4, just bishop 8. Also a reasonable play by black. Okay, white to trade the bishop. It's better to trade this bad bishop instead of the knight. Rook c8. So immediately to capture, then it's check and the rook is hanging. Okay, rook c8. Bishop takes. Rook takes. Okay. It's a bit strange. I felt that, and why not to take on g1? If you want to simplify, the knight g1, king e8, queen g6 can be unpleasant. Okay. Rook e8. It's white to move. I think white improved a bit, it seems. And what was the material? It's just a pure exchange up for black, not even a single pawn for white. But white managed a bit to consolidate castle, king b2, a bit of consolidation. And what with time? Time is 18 minutes against 7. Still this knight on h3 is under the question. 5 is interesting, but I think, okay, if black takes on d4 with check, we can exchange maybe f6. Can be something to talk about. Even though some check rook c3. Still not clear. 2 pieces are hanging on the third rank. Okay, if not f5, then what we can do? Some bishop d6 can be some move, planning maybe rook g7. I don't know, some knight e5, knight c4 can come. But Just bishop on d6 just makes some mating pattern against the black king. Otherwise, rook g7 it's possible. I just don't see what to do after rook c7. As a trade, I think clearly into the black's favor. And what else? c3 maybe also possible. I don't know, just to protect this central pawn, and hoping to get some f5 into action. It would be ideal for white to get some f5 and knight to f4. Even though, yeah, c3 of course it looks good, but has lots of drawbacks as well. But at least it comes to some consideration to protect the central pawn. Arseny is slightly better. He has more active pieces, and white is quite passive. And actually, it can be some practical chances. Maybe some even f4 can come and maybe play 2 against 2. But with this strong pest and protected outside pawn, actually, it can be some chances for black. Here's everything is simplified and looks pretty drawish. Here, okay, why black is still continue playing? Why such a disrespect? Okay, you are just a piece down for absolutely zero compensation. Why the game continues, I have no idea. Vadim, f3. F3, really? F3? Okay, thank you. It's a tasteful pawn. F3 is a huge idea. But okay, but white is very firm. But one day white can even take some material back and just enjoy life. Bishop d3. Why Alec is so happy about this play? Okay, rook e3, let's say. It's quite a tasteful pawn. I think white is not risking to lose it, especially taking the technique of white's player. I think actually white is doing pretty fine. Here's the same scenario as we discussed. So white boxed this rook on c7 and also boxed his own pieces. That's also true. So everybody is just boxed. Position hardly I can understand. This looks is very miserable on c7, but white has potentially weak king, and also black has this a pawn which can start to roll. So situation is completely unclear. And here, okay, the dark square's bishop disappeared. White went knight h4, but without creating something concrete. Okay, still maybe white is slightly better, but it looks like the worst is over for black. Now at least they have lots of new squares available for their pieces, and white did not achieve anything against the black king. So a masterpiece from the study solver. White looks completely winning. Okay, rook c7 he cannot take, so what to do? Rook f7, rook h7 is coming. Looks like over. A bit surprising that white achieved in winning so many games in a row, but okay, who knows? The talents are here. Okay, king c7 should be probably played. Okay, white is probably taking the pawns. Okay, king d6. How to finish this? Maybe just take. If king f5, then maybe just f7. Rook c8, rook g7, and that's And that's enough. And that's just enough. White looks winning. And white looks just winning. Okay, here we have this ultimate torture for black, but black is still putting some resistance. Shamsuddin is obviously on the brighter side of the day, but still it requires some effort. So jumps around, as you can see, he's shaking his head in disbelief. Probably he thought that he got a very nice pairings for the group of the players with +2, but you never know in chess. You never know. You can get a very strong guy, and he can play weak. You can get maybe not such a high elo opponent, but he can play a great chess. So rook takes c6. We have here. Scenario seems to be unpleasant for Yevgeny, but especially this knight on h7 is completely idle from play. So I'm very much afraid for him here. Okay, this is a draw. Shima is still kicking. Or not kicking. Still kicking. Still kicking. Okay, so rook 8 is the last move. What was the time? Okay, they're approaching the rapid chess. White has some counter play with queen d6 and use this some disharmony in the black's camp. Some maybe e5, e6, and okay, these two rooks are completely out of play. So actually, it can be an interesting story now. Who knows? Who knows? Because white is quite compact, and maybe if he gets here and push the pawns, who knows what's gonna happen? Take this and push. Can be one idea. White ended up in some main game. King c4. And then maybe an idea is to bring the knight to d3. And therefore trying to get the c5 pawn. Black is maybe on time to defend it, but just very move by move play. Either white has something or black will defend it. Rudy has too many pieces for the queen, and also rook b1 is the next move. So the game is over, and his well-deserved +2 finally takes place. He made one of the best efforts to be there. Queen e2, queen c6 happened. Oh, just rook d5. No need for any queen. Knight e7, queen, knight e7, knight c3. Okay, rook c to f8. Okay, to protect the rook, and just bishop c7. And white gets something wonderful. Just white is a piece up, and all the pieces are standing better than black's probably. Just white should be careful not to blunder. What with time? Time is approximately equal. Obviously, very, very tough position for the elo favorite, and Polina Shuvalova is with an extra piece, and black is trying to confuse her. Some f3, and it does require her to calculate. She has a check, she has a capture. Okay, if she recaptures, maybe queen b1, and okay, she has lots of checks, but let's see if it will be profitable or not. GF without too much concern. That's correct. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this pawn. And e4 immediately played. Surprisingly, black is still playing. I mean, so f takes some check on g4. It's not that easy. It's not over. White king is quite exposed. So, and queen c7 with the queen on a5 probably does not make a big difference. So it should be maybe still winning for white, but it already requires some precision. Okay, let's go back to the top boards. For the top boards, okay, all draws in the first 7 boards. So all of them agreed the draw already. So the current standings didn't change. All the players who were on top remain on top. Vladislav, who avoided a possible repetition of moves, is still playing. Artyom is on +3 and Vladislav is on +2. He desperately needs a win, not to wait till the last round tomorrow. Who knows what's going to happen in these morning games? And 10 minutes against half a minute. Let's take some look at this board. Ivan Zemlyansky, yes, he converted his advantage and he's back to +3. And with his Bugles or average L or whatever, if he wins the last game, he'll be for sure in the top 3, maybe. Okay, for sure in the top 5, maybe even top 3. So, but it's easier said than done. Just to win the last round, he may get some monster. Even though he's already maybe a monster by himself. So what goes on here? Some atypical, okay, maybe not typical, but some King's Indian structure with this knight on c5. And lots of waiting play. Rook d2, d7. So probably Vlad is just trying to keep all the pieces in the way they will defend each other. So he might consider some queen d8, queen a8, maybe transfer. Even if I don't understand what it can bring to black. And Artyom is playing quite safely, I would say. He's placing his pieces so they can more or less normally defend each other. I don't know if black basically can play h4. Okay, let's say h4, g4, d5, if such a play exists. So no idea. Contains tons of risk for black. But at the same time, okay, black will take on a4 with a check. It might lead to some complications, but hard to say who will profit from all these actions, especially given that Vladislav is playing on his last minutes, so I'm sure that he will not play like this. This knight on c2, a bit of no action, but it's not that easy to find some quick and understandable road. On d4, he is basically only shutting the d file. Not clear his next position. Basically, what should be the best outpost for this knight on c2 if we just can imagine it? To go to d3 and to change the black knight. Okay, that's a possible idea. Just a long and very not easy. to f2. Okay, but then where to put this bishop from f2? So not easy. The trade of the dark squares can it be beneficial for white? Let's say, imagine we can jump through the rook and go bishop d4. It would be our choice or not? If such a jump would be allowed, can it be our next move? Bishop d4 and trades the dark squares. Seem to be like a possibility. At least we will a bit weaken the black king and might consider then some rook f1, maybe f5. It can be some action against the black king. That's true. What else? What else? King g1. Okay, a cautious move. So now the pawn on f4 will not be hanging with check. Rook e8, a quick move. Okay. Okay, we'll probably return quick to that game. Let's take a look what we have here. Taba indeed played c3. Listening to my whispers, indeed go king to b1, knight c4, bishop to c1. Okay, now at least with this bishop on c1, black is no longer under some attacks, but positionally black is doing quite okay. Rook g6, attacking the pawn on e6. Back, really. Rook f8, rook g6, rook e8. Wow. Wake me up when September ends. Yeah, bro. Is that the way black's supposed to play chess? Okay, another is a5. ef. Okay, my pick is knight e4 if it's correct. Because okay, rook h6, queen e4. I don't want to have this queen trade. Knight e4. I want to keep the square. Maybe attack the pawn on d5. My only concern that I can blunder easily some tactics. If I'm not blundering, then this knight f4, knight d5 seems to be a proper way. And also Amin is making moves with some like this, some additional. Yes, so he played knight f4. Also, his series ahead on time. Matvey is playing on the last minute. Position is very, very complicated. Maybe queen h1 now. Maybe queen h1. Yes, he played queen h1. Okay, still this queen f4 under his desire. It's just we made a useful move. We okay, maybe to take on f5 or okay, but it's taking is shaky, yeah? Shaky stuff. I don't know, maybe some knight d2, rook c3, all this craziness. Okay. Okay. Maybe stylish rook g2. Just put it in a mild fashion, just rook g2. Okay, I'm stopping this. I'm stopping queen. Maybe preparing to regroup. Knight a3, king b2. Knight c4, king c2. Let's say I'm pretending that I'm Amin. Of course, I'm playing for the win, regardless the current situation. Okay, that's a possible way. It's no perpetual. And later I want to go with some queen, maybe f3, and take with the queen on d5. Pawn on f5 is of less importance. The pawn on d5 is quite tasteful. I would say. Let's say it's quite tasteful. Queen f5. Oh, so the big man is greedy. The big man is greedy. He takes. Okay, what is the threat? Does he have any direct one? Okay, looks like still Still there, but black has something to play to. With such a time, it's hard for Matvey. Hard for Matvey. White is not worse, and okay, queen f4. Practical choice. Okay, the trade. And 95. It's really hard to say what goes on. Okay, he's trying to keep the black pieces in the passive positions. E3 there. Oh, E3 is not there. E3 comes to mind. Yeah. So can black just take on E5? But then rook D6 is sort of annoying. Yeah? Sort of annoying. Yes, this check is unpleasant. Okay. Okay. What white wants? Maybe to take the rook h8. Wow, some moves I'm simply not getting. Rook h8. Wow, why? Okay. Arseny still pretends he wants to win. And he's really with some chances. How white wants to defend. Actually, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. Maybe hoping for some perpetual. No, there are no perpetual, it seems. There is no perpetual, it seems. H1. King G2. Okay, but if black captures the pawn, why it's wrong? Why this is wrong? I don't know, it looks like kind of okay for black. Yes, he also taken it. Well, hard to say. It's, I think black has some chances here. Okay, this plays a greedy draw. Ivan Zemlyansky won. And here, take. This, it can end up in a drop up, or probably if black just takes on the 3, maybe to grab this b5 pawn later, and this will be such a position which hard to make a progress from any side. Dmitry Bocherov lost his game to Yaroslav Remizov. Okay, queen d4, queen b6, take, and c4, bishop b5, d4, king f8, king f1. Yes, just the other rook is coming. Rook h2, king e1, bishop b3, bishop g4, rook e7, and just mate came. So white just got a mate. Okay, he was playing in very interesting game. I liked what he was doing. I thought that he was better at a certain moment. Maybe I'm also not correct. And here looks like white will take everything with checks. This looks This looks basically lost for black. Too many pawns down. Yes, king h1 and okay, maybe rook d3 now. Maybe rook d3 he wants. What does he want? To attack white. Okay, rook d3 would be my maybe initial pick, but I don't know if knight h6, king to h8, knight g5, let's say, if it's possible. How black wants to play. Actually, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. But what else? If not rook d3, white can just take some e6. What black wants. Maybe rook f8, king h6, king to h8. No, rook d3 played. That's a big time trouble for black. So now the big question, if I take on h6, okay, king h8, okay, king f8, rook f7, rook f4. So king h8 should be played. Now the question, if I go knight g5, I want to checkmate at 1. g5, if rook g5, knight f7, take on g5. No, it looks winning for white. It looks like the black player missed this move. At least we can judge it by his facial expression. Okay, there are no any moves. Okay, black probably has to take this knight. Otherwise, just mate in 1. Okay, knight f7. Okay, but this looks just lost for black. Danilo Pavlov, indeed, he won his game. Bravo! What can we say? A huge achievement for him. He's on +3 going into the final round. If he wins the last game, it will be probably the best ever result in his chess career. Managing to have such a result in a very strong field. Shamsidin Vahidov is still a long way away from the victory. He was having absolutely winning position. Now it's a long way, and it's not actually clear because this bishop on b2 is not really active. Evgeny Nair against Maxim Smusenko. Okay, white is in a pawn up, but the king is very unsafe. It's everyone's game now. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Shima, what do you have here? Very strange stuff. He almost promoted his queen, but black is pawn up and also has some counter threats. No idea who is better and why. This should be probably okay for black if they were in time to protect all their pawns. Rudik 1. Evgeny Vorobyov is okay. He's in a pawn up yet, but bishop a1 is a threat. Maybe he might try g4 now. Like takes, rook e4, maybe e4, f5, and try to get two connected pawns. Even though it's still very hard to win. Paulina made the move f4. So She calculated all the possible checks. But it's not that easy to. So queen g4, probably king f2. Doesn't work, maybe queen f2. If queen f3, king e1. And checks probably will be over. Checks will be over. White is supposed to win this. Before queen f8. Yeah, looks like looks very sad for black. King will probably escape the checks, and then it should be waiting for white. And then it should be easy winning for white. Alexei Grachov against David Paravian. Okay, objectively should be a draw. Because even without the g4 pawn, sometimes it's still drawish. Alexander Trepishka made a draw. Unfortunate finish for him. He was having a great times. Now he's stuck on 50%. Reza Makhdavi won against Alexander Turkovetsky. Paris is still playing. And there are still more rounds, more games on the bottom list. Roman Shakjiyev is defending some endgame. Okay, this is slightly unpleasant. So, okay, black has certain weaknesses, even though he still has reasonable chances to hold, but this looks unpleasant. Ekaterina Goltseva, somehow she's taken some pawns, but it's still some fight now. Who is better and why? Black has some activity, so nobody knows what's gonna happen. Okay, let's go back to the top boards. Especially I'm interested in Vladislav. These two great and speedy players, both playing probably on the last minute, but somehow he tricked it white. So king g1, rook e8, knight e1, rook d to d8, king h2, bishop h6, bishop f3, h4, knight g2, takes, queen d7, bishop g4, queen to e7, bishop h4, bishop f4 checks, thank you. Take, knight g2, queen g5, take, queen f5, rook to a8. Black really needed that one, rook e7. This white move looks horrible for white because the king is now very exposed. It's knight on g2. We were thinking, remember, where to put the knight. So knight from c2 ended up on g2. Maybe not the most promising position, and also this pawn on e4 almost doomed. Anyway, let's see these two players in action. They both are down to the last minute. Meanwhile, I will check if any new results I can see. Okay, not yet. Also, Maxim Samosenko and Evgeny Nair. It will be probably some game decided in a mutual time trouble. But here it's quite an important encounter. Can Vlad win or not? Objectively, it should be okay. Maybe we winning for black. Much better is maybe some light estimation. But of course, okay, who cares about something objective? The both players are playing in an endless time trouble. Queen e1, rook c to e8. A solid move. So Vladislav prepares to take on e4 comfortably, not allowing any tactics from white. b4. b4. Which pawn to take? Which pawn to take? Also to take some lesson how calmly both players are playing under these last-minute conditions. Quite often we can see the players are nervous, shaking, or whatever. You see, they are two absolutely like this. Both just focused and both just calculating some lines, like they have all the time on earth remaining. Nobody wants to rush. Okay, time to eat one of the pawns. Rook take e4. Rook takes e4. Like that, Vladislav wants to get more chances to attack White's king, who is quite exposed. bc5, rook e3 should be over. So basically the whole position looks quite over. Rook e4, rook e4. So he's not taking with the knight, as I would thought, but he takes with the rook. Maybe he wants just, okay, if queen g3, maybe he wants to exchange knight e4, rook d6, rook c4. And he can claim, okay, 2 pawns are enough for me, you have no counterplay, I will pick up all your pawns and let's enjoy life. Maybe he wants to have something like this. Also with rook on e4, he limits all jumps for this pitiful knight on g2. Queen f2. Queen e5 check. Quickly played. King g1. Okay. Will he grab another pawn? It looks like why not? 2 pawns and no active ideas from white. Why not to take this one? If rook f1, he can even consider some queen d4 move, just to exchange queens to avoid any unnecessary risks. Of course, other moves are also possible. Okay, black is in full control, and yes, Artyom is quite unhappy about how this game is going, what to do. Rook f1 probably. Will he go to queen d4 or will he try to play some other move? No, queen d4. We know Vladislav. Okay, 2 pawns. 2 pawns is enough for him to win, so he chooses in a most practical move. No need to calculate something else. If you can simply trade queens, and it looks okay. Looks over. Okay, let's move to the other board. Okay, Artyom can try to defend and to play, but objectively it's just 2 pawns down with absolutely no compensation for white. Here actions are far sparkling. White is completely winning, and Taba, instead of losing, he wins. Another achievement for him, even though during the game it was a moment when he was objectively very bad. At least it looked so. Here, both sides enjoying themselves. It's hard for black to make a progress, that's the problem. The rook is just trapped on h3. And white just can wait forever, yeah? Just, okay, white pass. There's probably no way how black can improve. It looks so. A big chance maybe for Arseny, but still looks like a game would end in a draw. Here, okay, black has some chances. But very, very hard to win. Black has sort of round robin, some round robin defense. I don't know if I can call it like this. Shamsuddin lost all his chances, and it looks like the game can end up in a draw. Rook is6. Who is better here and why? White was in full control and very nice position. Now it's nobody knows what's gonna happen, because Rook G3 is a huge threat by black. So Rook is6 played. Rook is6 played, and okay, if Queen D8 for example, what white wants. Queen F8. Queen D8. What was the point? Because Rook G3 is very annoying, I would say. Maybe some taking. Oh, but taking, I don't know if take Queen D4, Rook G7, or Queen B2, Rook G7. I don't see if it's decisive or not. So far, I don't get it as something decisive. But Rook G3 would be a decider if black achieves so. Okay, Queen F8 played. Now Rook G3 is not something huge. It's a tempi. So white is giving some tempi. So C5 played. C5 has been played. Now nobody knows. Queen E5 immediately. Now Rook G3 is also, and Queen attacks here. If Queen E2, maybe Queen F1 also. Who knows what goes on? Queen F1 is possible to protect both the square on H3 and the knight on G3. And also maybe sometimes white have this resource of knight F2 later on. Very, very strange position. I don't know actually what goes on. As Queen F1 played. Even it was some knight E5, D5, Queen B2. There's also some idea with idea just to go Queen takes E5 and to have two pass pawns plus some activity. It's really, really tough because they're both playing, being short of time, and position is still quite intense. It's lots of tactics, lots of ideas. It's hard to judge what is best, what to do and how to play. And, can only see some crazy ideas. Okay, knight F8, Rook H6 maybe first, because I thought Rook D6, Knight G6 maybe, with an idea Knight H4 and try to make some Rook G2 ideas later. Still, it's my big wish to activate this knight from H7. Maybe he shouldn't actually. At least he protects the king. But then, what Evgeny wants to do now? Can Rook goes from the other sides, but it's not any huge threats. No any huge threats. Knight F6 played. Knight F6 played. I don't know what else he wants. He wants to sack something with some Knight G4. I mean, if I just takes the pawn on G6, Knight D5, Rook E5. So I don't get so far an idea. Maybe Knight E3, Rook E5, Knight F1. And that's okay. And that's okay. But unfortunately, on 93, I can go queen a1. Ah, no, then rook g2 mates. No. Then rook g2 mates. Then just rook g2 mates. Ah, maybe after knight d5, rook h6 can be the move. Or not. If king g7, check. No, but then I can take on d3 at least. Like, we'll never lose it. Oh, obviously, I'm missing something, but I cannot see exactly what. I don't see exactly what. Right. Queen g6. But why not knight d5 still? Please explain to me. Ah, because, okay, I understood that rook. No, not yet. Still didn't get it. Okay, probably I'm missing some tactics because, okay, I'm also tired, but knight d5 would be my pick, and I don't get immediately why it was bad. Rook e5, knight e3. Because of some reason, but okay, show me that reason. Show me that reason. I didn't get it immediately. Queen f2. Okay. To some incredible solid. Okay. Now black does not have so many threats. Queen d3, rook f6. And queen takes d5. It's hard to say what goes on. It's hard to say what goes on. Rook h6 might be there. Or what else? That looks very dangerous for black. Objectively. But maybe it's still playable. Who knows? Maybe that's still rook f5 also there is some move. It's maybe very unpleasant for black. With idea queen d6, rook h5, king g7, queen s7 maybe. Just to do something like that. Ah no, I think he played just rook h5. Basically getting the same, yeah? Take the pawn has gone. It's really looks actually bad for black, yeah? What to do? Queen d6, rook queen f7 just wins. King f8, rook f5, queen f7, and takes the rook on g8. And at the same time, there are just too many threats. Queen f7 is a threat, and some other moves are of a big threat. And also, Evgeny, I don't know, maybe some study-like move, maybe it's possible, but he's down to his last minute, and it's obviously a wrong time for study-like moves. So queen f7, huge, huh? That's huge. I don't see some defense. Don't see any defense for black. Okay, that looks probably lost. Okay, here what goes on? So can white make a perpetual by one rook? If rook is 6, check. Maybe not. The king can go in a strange fashion somewhere to c6. Maybe that's not a draw. Or that's a draw. or that's a draw. It's hard to say. Okay, they're still playing. Okay, but looks like completely dead for white. Just black. Just have to keep it calm. This is looks like holdable for white. Very compact position, should be holdable. This looks just what it looks like. Can black win it? if he push f4, but maybe white not reply. Maybe white can just go king g2 and wait. And then it's probably still okay, because otherwise maybe e4 and coming to the pawns, it can be to take all this, king d3, king c2, because white does not have any big play. But if e4, white stands. And if e3, and black cannot go here, and might be okay. White can bring king to around to d3 and just stand probably. And I don't see some Zugzwang, so maybe it's still holdable for white. Holdable for white. Yeah, okay. But position were completely winning, of course. Sansanich, Shumanov. Okay, should be draw. 1 against 2. Okay, they can play or not, but the result should be the same. And Evgeny Nair, indeed, he lost after queen c2. There is, okay, this queen is coming to f5. Yeah, nothing he can do. A very, very fighting game. Everything could happen, but unfortunately to him, today's round did not prove to be successful. Even not round, but even to the whole day proved not to be very successful to him. What to do? Life is hard with an age. And what else? Maxim Volkov won his game. Isaac Parpiyev made a draw. Boris Alexei Grachov and David Paravian are still playing. And still another rook game, but that it might be bad for white, because okay, this the king is off, and if it's check, rook e1 and f5, it should be winning for black. So what else we have? Many games already finished. Roman Shakjeev is still defending. This looks a bit bad for black. If white is on time to trade the rook, then this g-pawn might decide the game. But if he keeps, maybe some bishop d7. I think black needs to avoid this trade. Still, white can try to play. Still try to play some draws. Okay, let's go back to the top boards just to see if all of them has finished or not. So all draws till this game. Okay, probably Artyom will play till the very end. Everything finished. Okay, Taba won a very dramatical game against Matvey Galchenko, missing certain chances. And these players are Arseny really pushes till the very end. And what happened here? What happens here? So if rook h6, I guess b5 maybe should be the move. So it's still hard to understand how he will make a progress if king comes to h4 and white just cuts the king by the 6th rank. Still hard to make a progress. So rook h6 maybe should be the move. And rook h3 just, okay, we cage the rook and just keep on waiting. It's hard to win. Rook f5 is also possible, just I'm not sure if I want to let the king and also there is some h4, maybe I need to, the pawns will be closer to the promotion square. It's always gets the situation more tricky. Here, okay. Queen to d2. So a little bit time to calculate, okay, rook g4 check. Okay. So the question, what is rook h4 c2? Does it for the fortress or not? If it's fortress, it's a bit strange for fortress. It might be fortress, but it's a bit an awkward for fortress. Okay, rook f4. King to e6. What's Vadim? But if I keep on checking and then rook e4, rook f4, king f5. No, king f5 still can check. Rook f4. So okay, let's say I go to d5, and then basically what? Rook e2. Can I play like this or not? No, rook e2. There is some move like h3. So king d5, let's say, yeah. So what goes on here? What goes on? Actually, I don't know if white takes with an even pawn on h4 and just keep on playing rook g4, rook e4. Is it breakable? Is it breakable or not? Rook takes h4, okay. Also possible maybe to put the rook on e4 and just wait. So what white needs? White needs to put this rook on e4, king on g1, and basically wait. And somehow just wait. It's hard to make any progress. But c2 takes rook e4. Black has queen h2 move. White starts with king g1, then maybe some checks. Okay, but black, I think, okay, they have some other moves except apart from c2. It's actually hard to say. Queen c2. Okay, let's see how Vadim will defend it. This queen h2 a bit annoying after rook e4, queen h2. That's really a bit annoying. Because I don't want to push g4. But he actually pushes g4. Okay, and but white has only one secure place for the rook. Okay, black waits. Some king c5, yes. If it's an easy draw or not, I'm not sure. Because this g4 is not in the plan. Okay, let's go back to see these two players still enjoying the company of each other. Not many things happened. Okay, white could resign a long time ago. Okay, so finally we see that Artem resigned. Enough is enough. Nothing happens here. Something big, something small. Rook f5. Rook h6. Yeah, just not possible to make any progress for black. White can just wait king g3, king h4. It's very, very easy stuff now. The king is not coming to the king side, and white can just pass till the rest of the game. So the game should end in a draw. And all the other games has finished. Erden Bukshanov is playing. It's a position we thought was okay for him, and now what is here? Some strange stuff. White is almost stalemated. And black is also almost stalemated. Pretty funny. Okay. So I don't know if I can wait bishop e2, bishop d1. If it's enough to hold or not. It's really hard to say. What else we have remaining? Yeah, almost all the other games, even from the bottom boards, has also ended. So we have this beauty remaining. We have this beauty remaining. Rook f4. And we have this. Basically, Arseny keep on playing, but it's no way he can make any progress. So maybe it's better to agree to the draw. But okay, he can play, of course. Why not? There are some squares on the H file. He can go king h4, even rook g8, bravely. Why not? There are many ways to make a draw. And yes, Vladislav Artemiev won, so he's also on +3. And rook g5, really? Wow. So that's how should be chess be played. Just make any move and the guy will play like this. Amazing stuff. No, that's just amazing, really. But why king h4? What was wrong? Absolutely, I don't. You just go king h4, king g3, and why? Why are you playing rook g5? Nobody can understand it. No, that's just a nonsense. It's just a nonsense going. Really. Now it can be another move, so maybe it's already bad for white, I don't know. Now maybe king e6, king f6, coming there. Still not easy to see how black can win it, but what chances are? What chances are? No, if white loses this, it's gonna be, of course, just not some sort of a tragedy. Some sort of a tragedy. Okay, let's go back to that. Not so many things has changed. White still can put this rook on e4 and still can wait. But king can come around to d3. And with rook on e4, king on d3, white to move. White has some move. Okay, has king h1 probably. No, king h1, queen f2. We can't play. We will still keep on waiting with the long wait because, okay, the king can hide for the pawns. Just a long rook move, and it will never come under some checks probably. It looks pretty drawish still. Okay, and the other move we have, the other game we have this one. And they're not displaying any moves, so I cannot understand if the game has finished or not. So white's time is not moving, so it's hard to guess what goes on. It's hard to guess what goes on. Okay, then let's wait this Arseny game. Is so far the most funniest here. That's just completely insane. It's just completely insane. That's just insane. Especially if white loses this, it will be some. And actually, it's not clear if it's a win or draw. Okay, white can wait. Yeah, white can just play along the fourth line. And okay, we wait. And okay. There can be also an endless side checks now, because he can side check him till the very end. It's still not clear how to make a progress. No place where to hide from the side checks. It's just come non-stop. Okay, you can probably hide still the C file, but then white waits. Can you coming and again endless side checks? Okay. Okay. What to do? What to do? So basically these two games can probably last forever. both players' wishes. So this we need to see what was the last move. G4 was played on 74th move. So it means until 144th move, it can be played basically. So another 40 moves. It's hard for black to make any significant progress, but okay, you can play non-stop. Here also, king c3. Okay, white should pass probably, rook a1. Rook e2 he played. Creating no threats, nothing, just keep on waiting. Just keep on waiting. With rook e1 at least white would probably threatening to take on h4. So we have unfinished and spoiled Gioconda. We had an absolutely brilliant game, Vladimir Zakhartsov against Stanislav Bukreev. That's ultimate beauty, regardless the correctness and the results. Also, we have Taba against Matvey, something absolute of insane quality. And so 3 games which deserve to be published, discussed, praised, and whatever you wish. And this will be anyway in all books for the Rook N games. It should be really there. Again, also regardless of the final result, if white holds, white loses, white wins, it doesn't matter what's the final result. It should be published as some ultimate example. So rook e2. So Arseny has so many times left he can think for. He can play that another 1 hour easily. Nobody can stop him from that pleasure. Here, at least, we will have a more tempy play. It's really hard to see how black can make a progress. These 2 pawns are actually protecting white kings well enough, so rook can go far away from the king, but it's no any geometry for some checks. Maybe it's time to give white some winning chances. Maybe it's time to activate white's king, to bring king somewhere to f5, pawns to g5, f4, and give white chances to win, and then maybe white can blunder something. If no any legal action, let's make some illegal actions. Okay, rook e2, rook e2. Okay, I think we can wait 5-10 minutes more to, if some of this game will finish. If not, then anyway we can maybe leave them, because okay, if not of a huge importance to see 150 moves, 170 moves. It's not like this. Anyway, the situation on the very top of the field didn't change at all. Still, we have a sole leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi, with 6.5 out of 8. We have the same four players, I think, with 6 out of 8. And we have a huge group with 5.5. So it means that basically there are still 5 players who will probably decide the fate of the first 3 top 3 prizes. Okay, king goes somewhere back. And okay, white can keep on checking. It's not clear where does this king goes. Okay, keep on checking. Add some time on your clock. Some time on your clock, and in the another game, it looks like either black is thinking or they already finished the game. It's hard to say because the board is a bit frozen. So the board is a bit frozen. Of course, black can play. It's to everyone's pleasure. Just I don't see some realistic chances, but okay, so chances are there. Okay, here the board looks frozen. Okay, it says draw. It says draw. I don't know if it's draw or not, but it says the result is draw. Let's trust. Okay, position is objectively a fortress. Then we can safely move to that beauty. And how many moves we can expect from this place? Okay, how many circles of the king, back and forward, this and that. But anyway, rook g5 is one of the strangest moves I've ever seen in a position where I can simply push king g3, king h4 without any effort. Just back and forward, and shake hands. What? Why? What did stop him from this? Okay, what does he seen? Maybe king rook g8. No. King g3, then h4 check. King h4 g3. No, but king h3. Ah no, I go rook e1. g2. I go rook g1. Yes, and next move I pick up the pawn, king h3, so no idea. Yes, okay, back to the business, and okay, let's wait a bit. Maybe they will think it's enough, or they will... Also, we need to reckon what time it was the last piece has been taken, maybe 25 moves ago. So to conclude our day, just to remind us that we have the sole leader Jan Nepomniachtchi, and we have the same 4 players trailing him by half a pawn, Hans Niemann, whom we see today in our studio. Thanks, Hans. He came and brought us lots of funny ideas and news. Of course, now we are all waiting Jan to accept his offer. Andrei Yesipenko, Alexei Gaganov, and Richie Rappert. These 4 players are still trailing by half a point, and all of them have 6 out of 8. And a relatively big group of players with 5.5 out of 8. But this group will probably not fight for the top 3 places. So most likely the decisive round will see one of these 5 players who will try to get and take the top 3, which are obviously much more important than any others, with Young being a hot favorite to take the top spot. Okay, rook f4 check. Okay, this game is not of a huge significance. Okay, even if black wins, Arseniy will get to +3, not to +4. But if the game is drawn, then okay, both players are out of contest for any big prize. So let's wait a bit. If nothing happens, then I think we can call it a day. Really, it was anyway a long game, so 2 rounds today, and tomorrow the final round will start at around I think at 11 o'clock a.m., followed by a closing ceremony and all the other pleasures. Black just waiting. Rook a2, rook g6. Okay, of course we can also have rook moves. Let's make it Zugzwang for white. Let's make it Zugzwang for white. Rook e2. Maybe rook to g2. Rook to g2 is also funny. Okay. Rook h6 and rook back probably. Huh? Come on. Be quick. Come on, be quick. This is just incredible. That's just an incredible endgame. Especially I like this move rook g5 on the 90-second move. Rook g5 was amazing one. It's just to keep everyone in the studio for another hour. Zugzwang, time to resign maybe. White is in a Zugzwang. Okay, I will probably wait another 8 to 9 moves. Okay, let's put it like this, because I mean they can play really forever, and I don't see the point of c8ing and waiting these two guys finish the game. The situation in the tournament we already know. Anyway, the final round, as usual in any open tournaments, will be the decisive round. So let's, anyway, all of you, please come and join our live broadcast for tomorrow. It starts, just to remind you, at 11 a.m. But tomorrow it will be only one and the final decisive round. 2. The white player, if I remember correctly, he's one of the monsters on chess.com, beating lots of guys in Blitz. So now you see how it's possible to play versus him. Just play the endgame. Here, this chess.com favorite somehow plays a bit strangely. Hard to see what Arseniy is trying to achieve. He's trying to achieve maybe the prize for the longest game in the Aeroflot Open 2025, but so far I don't see some reasonable actions. So far we don't see any reasonable and effective actions. bit pity, of course, he was with chances in both games for today against two young players. But unfortunately for him, he couldn't break the resistance and he remains on +2. A decent position, but not high enough to fight for some top spots. Even the score sheet has ended, and they're still enjoying the presence of each other. Okay, I suggest, okay, my temperament is saying that's probably enough. These players can enjoy the company of each other. So I already told you that the situation in the top boards are the following: that Jan Nepomniachtchi is a sole leader with 6.5 out of 8. The 4 players, Hans Niemann, Andrei Yesipenko, Alexei Gaganov and Rich Rapids, still trailing by half a point, and followed by a bigger group of players with 5.5 out of 8. That's it for today. I really enjoyed the 8th round. We saw a lot of brilliant play, brilliant ideas. Of course, mistakes. Okay, players are tired. I hope you also enjoyed this round no less as me. So welcome everyone tomorrow, 11 a.m. for the final and decisive round. And have a good evening for today. Bye-bye.